Preface of The Black Candle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. Preface. 6 years ago, when appointed a police magistrate and judge of the juvenile court at Edmonton, the capital city of the province of Alberta, I was astonished to learn that there was an illicit trade in narcotic drugs of which I had been almost unaware, and of which the public was unaware. Year by year this traffic had steadily grown, but still the Canadian public are comparatively unenlightened concerning the ravages the traffic is making. I began to study the subject with considerable assiduity, my official position affording me the opportunity of gleaning information not readily available to writers generally. It also brought me into active and intimate touch with the addicts and peddlers themselves, so that I was enabled to study them at first hand, learning the causes which were responsible for their downfall, and considering those which might lead to their rehabilitation. The responsibility for the traffic, the possibility of staying it, the methods that should be adopted to this end, these were the questions which pressed for an answer, and which led to my publishing in Maclean's magazine, Toronto, the articles which go to form part 1 of this volume. Since that time, for nearly 2 years, I have received hundreds of letters concerning the subject from different parts of Canada and the United States, and not a few from Great Britain. Some of the writers desired information, others had a wealth of it to give. To the latter, I desire to gratefully express my indebtedness. Numerous letters came from families in which members thereof were addicted to some form of narcotic, thus becoming a burden and often a shame to the other members. This is a problem that weighs heavily upon thousands of homes and which, in as many instances, has seriously crippled their efficiency and even their safety. Such were the causes which led to a continued study of the subject, and to my embodying the results in part 2 of this volume. Although there are over 2 million drug addicts on the American continent, and vast unnumbered army who live by exploiting them, I cannot find that any volume dealing with the subject generally has ever been published. There have been brochures on some phase of it, several medical works, and 1 or 2 books on a particular drug. This is the most remarkable when we consider the religious, social, racial, medical, monetary, and criminal aspects of the subject, and the urgent necessity for data concerning them. It would have seemed that my study was to no purpose and my efforts to no end, had I not essayed to make deductions therefrom and to have suggested remedial action. These suggestions are made, however, with deference to those specialists who are versed more fully on certain phases of the traffic. My suggestions will, at least, serve as points upon which experts may argue, or from which they may show us a better way. While facing the drug evil without blinkers, I have endeavored to discuss it without offending the sensibilities of the readers. All honest men and orderly persons should rightly know that there are men and women who batten and fatten on the agony of the unfortunate drug addict. palmer worms and human caterpillars who should be trodden underfoot like the despicable grubs that they are. And all folk of gentle and open hearts should know that among us there are girls and glorious lads who, without any obliquity in themselves, have become victims to the thrall of opiates, till they perish and they suffer, some, 'tis whispered, down in hell. It is fitting, then, that both as readers and writers we should approach this urgent matter with teachable spirits, with tolerance for each other's opinions, and with wills ready to act in conjunction where duty seems to direct. Edmonton, May 1922. End of Preface. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Part 1, Chapter 1 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pipe Dreams. Half open his eyes were, dull with the smoke of their dreams. Yeats. An opium smoker questioned, if I should gain heaven for a piece, coin, why should you be envious? His question is based on two lies. The smoker does not gain heaven, and we are not envious. Certain slack-twisted persons of both sexes, in search of possible adventures, or desirous of surcease from the pain of their own inefficiency, may be led to think there is something fallacious in the smoker's heaven, or, as here set forth, but they think amiss. One has but to come closely in touch with the smoker to know that his vaunted pipe dreams are not invariable visions of moon-haunted nights, flower-starred islands, and the hushing of velvet wings. On the contrary, he dreams more often of tremendous glooms and fatal slopes, and that he cries for help with a voiceless throat. Instead of a heaven, his open-eyed dream ultimately becomes a terrible hell, a dwelling deadly cold, full of bloody eagles and pale aders. Opium addicts, especially if they be poetic, throw a lure over their vice and write of it as a song that sleeps in the blood. But few write of their tears that are bitter as ink, and how they get to know all the untold sorrows of the world. Of course, they do not tell these things, for every drug fiend is a liar. The dream in their blood is only a morbid and clamorous appetite, yes, and a vulgar one. Besides, an inveterate user of drugs has no more blood in his body than a shrimp. Indeed, because of their pallor and extreme emaciation, the Chinese denominate the advanced addicts as opium ghosts, and the name is apt, being descriptive above all others to these ashy-faced, half-witted droolers, these unfortunate cringing creatures who are so properly castigated by the whips and scorpions they have made for themselves. Why then do they smoke, you ask? Again I reply, for forgetfulness. Maybe they smoke too for the excitation of the senses, an effect which the new smoker gets on 5 grains, but which, it is said, requires as high as 270 grains for an old smoker. Through its medium, the seduction of women addicts becomes easy. By the continuous use of the drug, this excitation disappears, and, in cases of men, results in impotency. Sometimes a man will come to the magistrate to tell of his domestic infelicity and how his wife has deteriorated both mentally and physically. She has become careless of her appearance and indolent, neglects her home, and remains away all night, or even for days. He has thought of every reason but opiates, and is staggered when the idea is first suggested to him. Then he begins to understand why she stole money from him, the reason she sold her jewelry, why she has become so ill-looking and her face so fretted with wrinkles. He begins to comprehend the case of her continuous dependence and her desire to commit suicide, and why she is grey ill to live wee. A man or woman who becomes an addict seeks the company of those who use the drug, and avoids those of their own social status. This explains the amazing phenomenon of an educated gentlewoman, reared in a refined atmosphere, consorting with the lowest classes of yellow and black men. It explains, too, why sometimes a white woman deserts or farms out a half-caste infant, or on rare occasions brings it to the juvenile court for adoption. Under the influence of the drug, the woman loses control of herself. Her moral senses are blunted, and she becomes a victim in more senses than one. When she acquires the habit, she does not know what lies before her. Later, she does not care. She is a young woman who is years upon years old. Realizing that no woman may become or remain degraded without all women suffering, you may attempt something in the way of salvage, only to find that to reform her would be about as difficult as making Eve from the original rib. Unrestrained by decorum, void of delicacy of soul, molded by vice, the companion of debauchees and drabs, she seems to be one of those desperately down and out women who, for her life dictum, has taken the words "evil be thou my good." Sometimes her husband takes her to another city, or the police may gather her in for a term in jail. Sometimes she goes to the asylum, and sometimes she dies. But more often she just lives on, a burden and heart scald at home and abroad. When we consider the quiet, insidious way in which the drug habit lays hold on those who dally with it, how it distorts the moral sense of the habitué, and the enormous human wastage that results therefrom, we cannot but agree with Dr. C. E. Terry, who describes drug addiction as one of the most vast, complex, and depressing chapters of national and international life, and one which has no parallel in all the stories of human misery and misunderstanding. But while we have been speaking of opium smoking, it should be borne in mind that this is the least common form of drug addiction, owing to the difficulties attending its practice, and the greater probabilities of its detection by the police. Its derivatives, such as morphine, heroin, and codeine, are, however, used enormously, especially by the male portion of this dominion. The same ratio of male addicts to females prevails in the United States. In this connection, Mr. Charles B. Towns, who has studied the question for years, says, "Women, though constitutionally more liable than men to feel the need of medicines, form the lesser portion of the drug-taking class. Women are more given to the use of veronal, trional, sulfonal, and other habit-forming drugs, which are taken to relieve insomnia, without the users realizing the attendant dangers. These drugs are coal tar derivatives and do not come under the drugs prohibited by the Opium and Drugs Act of Canada. It may come about that some day regulations governing the use of these will be thought advisable, for, after all, the man who said anything that acts like an opiate is an opiate was talking very sensibly. The users do not speak of these drugs as opiates, but as hypnotics, although discriminating persons might prefer the former word. Physicians say the effect of these coal tar derivatives is to thin the blood and disturb the heart's action, thereby producing neurotics. Perhaps the most popular of the prohibited drugs in Canada is cocaine, in that its use does not require pipes as for opium, nor subcutaneous injections as for morphine. It is also more easily smuggled and gives a quicker and more intense result than any other drug. Indeed, the snuffers of cocaine are frequently designated as happy dusters because of their sense of exhilaration and satisfaction. Cocaine has the distinction, too, according to an eminent authority, of providing for its users the shortest cut to the insane asylum. It takes them across lots. These are the folk who hear buzzing and imperious voices from the night, or from the Republic of Deadmen. Remorse, jealousy, and fear make themselves faces that leer, glower, and threaten, while an unknown persecutor pours electricity into their bodies, or poisons their food. Their mood varies from fierce elation to that of sullen, sardonic melancholy. Cocaine-omaniacs are commonly called cokies, and, as a rule, get scant sympathy from the medical man or police officials who are obliged to deal with them. And yet, in our more leisurely hours, the most case-hardened of us, recalling their deplorable condition and fear-haunted faces, must perforce recall the words of the poet who said, "I have looked into all men's hearts, O secret terrible houses of beauty and pain, and I cannot be gay, and I cannot be bitter again, since I have looked into all men's hearts." It has been found in different countries that the use of noxious drugs changes from time to time, the maximum addiction passing to the one most easily procurable. In the United States, in 1907, cocaine was the drug most used because of the breaking up of opium smoking. 2 years later, opium had a revival and claimed 25% of the addicts. In 1909, morphine had driven out nearly all competitors and was favored by 98% of the addicts. In 1910, heroin began to be used, and by 1916 it was the daily dope of 81% of the addicts, the balance depending largely on morphine. Heroin, which is put up in tablets, is a derivative of morphine and is 3 times stronger than its parent drug. In inquiring into the growth of the drug habit in Canada, it is hard to secure reliable data outside that given in the government reports. For one thing, we are not given to tabulating our cases, and It is, therefore, difficult to get evidence that would stand in a court of justice. For another thing, we lack the scientific attitude of mind, desiring to bolster up our theories or pet prejudices, rather than to set forth the naked truth. Many prohibitionists will advise you not to say publicly that the drug habit has increased, lest the liquor people make unfair use of your statement. Conversely, the liquor people make absurd and sweeping statements concerning the ill effects of prohibitory enactments without abducting facts or figures to substantiate their claims. The same difficulties, in a somewhat lesser degree, are encountered when one inquires from the pharmacists, physicians, military authorities, customs officials, alienists, and even the police themselves. People are prejudiced, indifferent, ignorant, or fear to express themselves lest they get into trouble with their superior officers or with their departments. The great majority, however, are merely unobservant and inattentive. The constable on beat, who can tell whether a man has a fit, is a drug addict, or only sleeping off the results of a squirrel whiskey, is a very clear fellow indeed, and heading straight for the chief's chair and the chief's salary. In this respect he differs little from those of us who are magistrates. We are too hurried and too worried to inquire closely into the causes of mania. We like to think this is the province of the doctor, and that it does not concern us. We do not know whether the person committed pending the orders of the Attorney General has been a habitual user of narcotics, and some of us do not even care. In most asylums the patients are only housed, bathed, and fed. They are seldom individualized for treatment, as if they were ill at home, or if in the wards of a hospital. Similar conditions prevail in the majority of prisons. No one seems to know how many convicts are drug users. One jail surgeon will tell you the numbers are negligible. Others will say that they are alarming and that it is difficult to prevent the traffic of drugs or to keep the prisoners' friends from supplying surreptitiously. There are, nevertheless, a fine majority of official persons who are not afraid of the truth. If prohibitory enactments lead to an increase of drug addiction, they desire to know it in order that they may prepare for and intelligently cope with the menace, even as they are doing with the liquor traffic. Among the other classes mentioned, we are indebted to a few officials who are concerned deeply and who are eager for a vigorous policy of suppression on the part of the federal government. May their tribe live and increase. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Traffic. Brute skeletons surround thee here, and dead man's bones in smoke and mold. Faust. When we come to examine the reports of the Inland Revenue Department, the Board of Health at Ottawa, and to read Hansard and the Blue Books, we find a wealth of data that is absolutely reliable upon the narcotic drug traffic. Here we ascertain that, until 6 months ago, when certain drastic restrictions were made, the magnitude of the drug traffic in Canada was admittedly appalling. In the year 1912, only 35 ounces of cocaine were imported into this country. 7 years later, the imports had jumped to 12,333 ounces. In the year 1915, a remarkable drop in imports occurred, the number of ounces being only 50. In the same year, corresponding drops occurred in morphine and crude opium. Mr. D. A. Clark, the Assistant Deputy Minister of Health, says this is probably accounted for by the fact that owing to the disturbances of the war, the avenues of trade had not yet become adjusted, and stocks of these drugs were being held up by interested parties in the hope of sale for war purposes at very greatly enhanced prices. In 1907, Canadians imported 1,523 ounces of morphine. 10 years later, we were importing 30,000 ounces. When we come to speak of opium imports, it should be borne in mind that the quantity is computed in pounds and not in ounces, as with morphine and cocaine. In 1907, 67,464 pounds of opium passed through our customs. The next year, 88,013 pounds went through. At this time, the imports began to decrease till, in 1916, they fell to 1,714 pounds. By 1913, they had risen again to 34,263 pounds. It is well at this point to consider the source of our supply. In 1918, the United States supplied Canada with 1,913 pounds of crude opium. Persia sent us 2,853 pounds, and the British Empire 7,705 pounds. In the same year, we got 4,795 ounces of morphine from Great Britain and 5,043 ounces from the United States. For cocaine also, the United States is our chief source of supply. In 1918, we brought from that country 3,754 ounces, as against 923 ounces from Great Britain. A few months ago, our Department of Health went into cooperation with the Department of Trade and Commerce to actively suppress the trade in narcotics to the lowest legitimate point, and the result as developed may reasonably be looked upon with some degree of pride, the trade having depreciated nearly 200%. This came about 1919 through the passing of the following order in council: that it is expedient to provide that every person who imports or exports from Canada any cocoa leaves, cocaine, or any of their salts of preparations, or any opium or its preparation, or any opium alkaloids or their salts or preparations, without first obtaining a license therefor from the minister who is presiding over the Department of Health, shall be guilty of an offense, and shall be liable upon summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $1,000 and costs, or for a term not exceeding imprisonment for 1 year, or to both the fine or imprisonment, and that these provisions shall be read as one with the Opium and Drug Act, Chapter 17 of the Statutes of 1911, and everything in the said Act which is inconsistent with this resolution be repealed. 2. It is stated on excellent authority that more than 95% of the whole quantity used in Canada is imported into or about the city of Montreal, and most of the remaining 5% is brought by other dealers in Quebec. While it may be true that several of the largest wholesale drug firms in Canada are situated in Montreal, it is also known that city is the headquarters for illicit distribution of this type of drug, and that a very large percentage must be smuggled into the United States. Whether this claim is correct, we cannot say, there being no figures to cover operations in smuggling. Our government officials claim that, in the United States, the regulations against importation has raised the price of drugs in that country and has caused illicit vendors to look to Canada for a supply. The survey for February 1919, published in the United States, says drugs are smuggled from Canada and Mexico and sold by bootleggers and unscrupulous physicians. This statement may be true to some extent, but there is evidence to show that we are subject to a similar plague of drug peddling from the United States. Previous to the passing of the Heroin law in 1914 in the United States, their people consumed more habit-forming drugs than even the people of China. Their opium alone cost $18 million, and it was believed there were 5 billion addicts, or 1 in every 20 persons. This is probably an exaggerated figure, but it was definitely discovered that about 90% of the amount of opiates imported was used for the corrupting of youths and maidens between the ages of 17 and 22. How much of this 90% was smuggled into Canada for a similar purpose we are unable to state, but we know the proportion was large. Be this as it may, our Canadian government, through the Opium and Drugs Act, has taken upon itself the duty of striking strongly at narcotic drugs by its police arm and are deserving of the highest commendation. Notwithstanding this, it is plainly palatable that the illicit traffic in our dominion has grown to menacing proportions, and, as it remains to be grappled with, there is no gainsaying the immensity of the undertaking, but it will never be so easily dealt with as now. That the government needs to take sharply remedial measures, especially in dealing with the addicts themselves, is also palatable. Since the war, we have gleaned new ideas about the wastage of human material and the duty of conserving life. Where the addicts are concerned, we must not let ourselves fall into the pagan and horribly callous attitude of the late Dowager Empress of China, known to our people as the Old Dragon. When urged not to sign the decree against opium on the grounds that there were over 9 million addicts in the empire, and that their sufferings would be painful beyond comprehension, she asked, "How many will die?" Her advisers informed her about 3 million. "That is not many in proportion to the benefit," she replied imperially. "In this country it is our desire to have the benefits from its suppression without destroying our people or unduly impairing their efficiency. Such desirable results cannot be accomplished without careful plans, legislative sanction, and ample backing from the public." 3. But undoubtedly, Mr. W. L. Mackenzie King, in his report published in 1908 on the need for the suppression of the opium traffic in Canada, struck the right note on this phase of the subject when he said other instances of legislative enactments to suppress the opium evil and to protect individuals from the baneful effect of this drug might be given if further examples were necessary. What is more important, however, than the example of other countries is the good name of our own. To be indifferent to the growth of such an evil in Canada would be inconsistent with those principles of morality which ought to govern the conduct of a Christian nation. Mr. King wrote these words in 1908, when the Chinese residents had presented claims to the federal government for losses occasioned by the anti-Asiatic riots, during which 7 of their opium factories were destroyed. Mr. King, then the Minister of Labour, further said that the amount consumed in Canada, if known, would probably appall the ordinary citizen who is inclined to believe that the habit is confined to the Orientals. The Chinese with whom he had conversed assured him that almost as much opium was sold to white people as to Chinese, and that the habit was making headway, not only among white men and boys, but among women and girls. This was 11 years ago, and no particular attention was paid Mr. King's warning, with the result that all the provinces of Western Canada are, today, suffering immensely from this evil. In referring to the traffic in drugs, the editor of the Edmonton Journal said in December 1919, "It is known that vast forces are now engaged in peddling morphias, opiums, and lesser known and even more devilish narcotics and stimulants. In a few days the Edmonton Police Court will reveal the extent of the system here in the far north, and it is certain that a vast international organization is handling the importation and supply of huge quantities of every sort of vicious drug. Action cannot be taken too soon. Anyone who has lived in British Columbia knows that where the Chinese have their own districts, much smoking is indulged in. Several years ago, with 2 plainclothes men known as dope cops, I visited Chinatown in Vancouver, that queer district where men seem to glide from nowhere to nothing. In entering Shanghai Alley, I was warned to stand clear of the doorways lest a rush be made from inside, when I would be trampled upon. In passing up a narrow staircase of unplaned boards, one detective walked ahead and one behind me, each carrying a flashlight. "Why do you keep me between you?" I asked. "Gentlemen should precede a lady up a stairway." Without replying, the headman stopped about midway up and inserted a long key into a board, when, to my amazement, a door opened where no door had been visible. Here, in a small cupboard without a window, a kennel of a place, lay 4 opium debauchees, or, as the police designate them, hop heads. The whole was absolutely dark, and the men slept heavily. Although plainly narcoticized, the police might not apprehend the sleepers. One may only arrest those found in the act of smoking. It would seem that here, as in the best English circles, the 11th commandment is, "Never interrupt." And so, in like manner, several doors were opened for me, to show how I was being protected from a stealthily opened panel, and all this might mean to a witless, worthless lamb like me. And you looked and looked again on these prostrate, open-eyed insensates. It began to dawn on you what Bret heart meant when he spoke of the dread valley of the shadow of the drug. In one of these dens, the detective suddenly pointed like a dog on game. "Opium," he said. "I smell opium." Almost immediately from over our heads we heard the pad of running soft-shod feet, for the game was up and afield. Upon entering the room above, no one was to be seen, but the room was filled with the sickly fumes of cooked opium. Only the month before a half-dazed, unhappy wretch, in an attempt to escape from the police, threw himself off the roof of a building and died on the pavement beneath. The other Chinaman, to have revenge, swore that one of these detectives had thrown the man off. The detective charged with the crime was the one ahead of me with the long key. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The New Buccaneers. Vice is peripatetic, always in progression. Owen Feltham. While the drug habit affects all classes of society in Canada, there would seem to be more addicts per capita of the population in some districts than in others. Sometimes one is inclined to think otherwise, and that the seeming difference is due to the various methods adopted in its detection. In Edmonton, Alberta, a morality squad, or plainclothes men, who find inhibited drugs in the possession of any person, are awarded half the fine by the magistrate. Indeed, any informant is awarded this, if a conviction be made. In Toronto, Winnipeg, and other cities, this procedure is not pursued. It is claimed that if it were generally practiced, the detectives would do no other work. We think this is a mistaken contention, for, here in the North, we have as large a quota of convictions for other criminal offences as they have in the more southerly cities. But apart from the sharpening of the official senses where the ferreting out of drugs is concerned, a moiety of the fines ought to be paid to the men who trail down the addicts and the illicit vendors. The traffic in drugs is carried on with such strict secrecy that the utmost caution and patience are required to secure information and evidence. This being secured, to force an entry to a drug den at 2 o'clock in the morning, when the dopers are irresponsible either wholly or in part, is an unpleasant and often a dangerous task. A man needs to take his courage in both hands, for, generally speaking, infuriated dopers are no herd of sheep. In smoking, the Chinaman reclines on a mattress on the floor, having beside him a pan which contains the opium layout. The cracks of the windows and doors are packed with wet cloths that the odor of the smoke may not escape. For the same reason, the keyhole of the door is plugged, thus preventing its being locked with a key. The door is secured with a butcher knife driven into the door jamb. Finally, the available furniture is piled against the door to guard against surprises. It is this butcher knife in the door jamb that constitutes the chiefest danger to the detectives who come with an order for search. Although more than one officer has been killed by a bullet sent through the panel of the door. 2 years ago, the chief of police at Vancouver and one of his men were murdered in this way while waiting in a hallway for a dope fiend to give entry. In Toronto, they tell us that the Chinese used to smoke openly, but since 1911, when the Opium and Drug Act came into force, open smoking ceased, and as a result, there are fewer convictions. Knowing the Chinese temperament and habits, one conjectures whether smoking is not as freely indulged in as formerly, but with probably more careful precautions and safeguards. But if Toronto pays no douceur to the morality squad, still it has given considerable attention to the examination of the books and prescriptions of the druggists. If a druggist is selling more narcotics than other druggists, he must render an accounting or lose his license. On one occasion, to show the officers how easily it could be done, a drug fiend, without a prescription from a physician, dentist, or veterinary, went out from the police station and bought several No. 1 Park Davis drug kits from different pharmacists, the money having been supplied him by the detectives. It must not, however, be deduced here that this is possible in every pharmacy, for in Toronto, as elsewhere, the disreputable dispenser of drugs is greatly in the minority. In Toronto, too, an inspector from the College of Pharmacy inspects the books of the different drug shops in order that he may scrutinize and compute the sales. It is their claim, also, that the drug habit is not increasing in the Queen City. Without seriously questioning this claim, it is nevertheless hard to credit that any densely populated portion of Canada has had no proportionate share in the consumption of narcotic drugs, the importation and sale of which have so enormously increased during the past 6 years, especially when no special preventive efforts have been taken, other than those which obtain elsewhere. No reason has been given for this phenomenon unless we accept the theory that a vastly higher moral standard prevails in Toronto than in other cities. Without being facetious, we are prepared to acknowledge that this is possible and may be quite true. In Winnipeg, it is officially stated that the habit is growing rapidly, and that the police have on their list the names and addresses of hundreds of persons who are inveterate users of narcotics. It was recently declared by an investigating committee in California that the drug distribution center for all America is in Western Canada. The evidence upon which this astounding assertion is based has not been made public, but it is quite possible, even probable, that this assertion is true. Owing to the vigilance of the narcotic squads, whose work it is to search incoming vessels on the western coast of the United States, smuggling from the Orient is becoming more difficult all the time. Although the International Yearbook of 1918 says that probably one half of the opium which enters the United States is brought in by smugglers, and that despite restrictive legislation, the amount has certainly not diminished. It was found that opium was being brought to America in chests of tea, in coal bunkers, in the beams of the vessels, under the stairways, behind panels in the saloon, in water tanks, and even in the ship's piano. Sometimes it was smuggled by means of nut shells. The nut was cut in half, the kernel removed, the cavity filled with opium, and the two parts glued together again. It was sold to the drug users in this form. Indeed, the Chinese used to smuggle opium in chairs, which they said were family heirlooms, but one day the truck of a stevedore struck an heirloom on a gangplank and released 80 pounds of opium. It was found that even the legs of this chair were stuffed with this drug. It is claimed that less adroitness is required to land contraband in Canada than in the States, and that it is brought here daily in many and various containers, even in musical instruments. Other than the assumption made by government officials at Ottawa that opium was being smuggled into the States from Montreal, it had occurred to few of us, if any, that an immensely greater traffic might have gained foothold in Western Canada. We took for granted that the commerce in drugs was directly between the United States and China, not dreaming that Canada might be the intermediary in the same. It is alleged that this nefarious traffic in the States has been partially carried on by Pullman car porters, and even by customs officials who grew rich in the trade. We are unable to vouch for the truth of this, but it might not be too hard for officials, at certain specified points, to release bonded consignments of opium, which were camouflaged as tea, preserved ginger, or bamboo shoots. The modern-day Buccaneers could well afford to pay $5,000 to an official on a consignment which would net them $50,000 in profits. But our officials in Canada would not be guilty, you say. Certainly not. We do not even suggest it. We are only telling the Federal Customs Department what might happen here if our immunity to bribes were not absolutely above suspicion. When, however, it comes to railway porters, well, there are some we know of personally whose liberty is more attributable to their good luck than their good behavior. Indeed, we know a certain Blackmore, an erstwhile porter, who, at the present moment, is languishing in prison on a term imposed by ourselves. This fellow is also under penalty for having in his possession what must assuredly have been the most obscene literature ever printed. One can hardly imagine anything more dangerous than a filthy-minded drug addict in charge of a coach of sleeping people, whatever his color may be. When this man's quarters were raided, 6 pipes, a quantity of prohibited drugs, and a woman were taken. The woman, who had a kind of zigzag appearance, assured us in court that she had just happened in the opium rooms by the merest accident, but the tremor of an isolated muscle in her face, her trembling gait, her leaden pallor, the closely contracted pupils of her eyes, and her stupefaction, which approximated senile dementia, were all definitely symptomatic of recovery from an opium debauch. Where their Pullman car employees are concerned, the railway companies leave no stone unturned to secure well-recommended porters, and to supervise these as closely as circumstances will permit. But it is not humanly possible for companies to prevent men, if these be so disposed, from giving rein at times to ignoble and swinish appetites. Even the old one himself couldn't do it. Having said this about porters, one cannot, in fairness, leave the subject without paying tribute to those other faithful boys in the service who are so solid and sensible that they seem almost super-civilized. It takes rare probity of character to keep returning purses, watches, diamond rings, and other mere impedimenta that careless folks lose daily in every Pullman berth, to say nothing of overcoming the desperate desire of testing the contents of flasks that protrude invitingly from pockets on nearly every clothes hanger. Yes, there are many porters, however depleted their finances, who will have absolutely no truck with the scoundrelly business of drug peddlery. Railway detectives tell us that on the west coast of Canada, opium is thrown overboard in rubber bags or other receptacles from incoming steamers. This flotsam is taken into open boats at certain points in the harbors by confederates of the smugglers, thus evading discovery in the customs house. They also tell us that unless you are accustomed to handling it, you might not even recognize opium as such. Commercially, it comes in different forms, but most frequently in square plugs that are the color and shape of chewing tobacco, or in lumps like oval dumplings. The police allege that an interprovincial traffic is carried on by means of agents. The opium is carried in tin canisters by one man who passes on the residue to another man at the borders of the next province, and so on across the Dominion. When it comes to smuggling narcotics across the boundary line between Canada and the United States, a whole volume could be written on the subject. But one has no desire to teach smuggling without a master, so one refrains. Suffice it to say that detectives now look with close scrutiny into the extra car tire at the back of motors. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Opium. Like a maleficent influence released from the most squalid cellarage of hell. W. E. Henley. Opium is the juice of the white poppy, Papver somniferum, and is the sap which exudes from incisions made on the outside of the capsules when they have attained their full growth after the fall of the petals. The poppy was well known to ancients, its cultivation being mentioned by Homer, and its medicinal properties by Hippocrates. Morphine is an alkaloid of opium, that is to say, its active vegetable principle having alkaline qualities. Codeine is also a derivative of opium. Opium and its derivatives are distinguished by a flavor that is acrid, nauseous, and bitter. Opium is smoked. Morphine is taken hypodermically or by the mouth. Hypodermic injections are more favored by the users of this particular drug in that they become intoxicated without the disagreeable effects of the substance. Then, too, when morphine is swallowed, it takes longer to produce its solacing effect. Contrawise, the use of the hypodermic is attended with dangers from an infected solution or from a dirty needle. Frequently, morphine habitués will insert the needle into their arms without the precaution of rolling up their sleeves. This infection results in the formation of abscesses. Last year, a young bride of 3 months who had married an addict and had herself become one was charged with having opium in her possession unlawfully. During the trial, she became hysterical and began to beg piteously for morphine of which she had been deprived from the day previously. She complained of intense neuralgia, chills, thirst, and abdominal pains. Finally, she collapsed. Surely the soul of her was full of scorpions. She had supped full with horrors. On stripping her for a hypodermic injection, the physician and matron found her body to be literally covered with angry-looking carbuncles, which the physician said were due to infection from the needle. She became quiet immediately after she had received her daily dose. Her husband, who was charged conjointly, was in hardly a more comfortable condition, complaining of muscular cramps and profuse sweating. This man, who came from a notable Canadian family, had already served several terms in jail for breaches of the Opium and Drugs Act. He, too, had to receive attention from the doctor, who showed me the victim's condition. The upper part of the man's body was so punctured by the needle that there was no flesh available for fresh shots, except on his back. His arms and chest looked more like a perforated milk skimmer than anything else. He told us his skin had become so thick and hardened he broke many needles in trying to insert them. He also confessed to having lost his sense of taste and that he was losing his memory. He has taken so much morphine that he will soon be immune from it as a poison and can hardly be killed by it, a state which is known to physicians as mithridism. Surely the late Earl of Shaftesbury, who devoted his life to the study of social problems such as these, who wholly within the mark when he described drug addiction as the greatest of modern abominations. The difference between the opium smoker and the morphinist is that the opium smoker does not fear the slavery of the habit, while the morphinist does. For a truth, the latter always suffers from a sense of uncertainty and dread. The sword of Damocles is forever hanging over his head. The smoker of the soothing pipe is usually quiet unless fearful of arrest, or when deprived of the drug. Then he becomes highly irritable. One who has tried the effects of the pipe puts them in this order: vertigo, stimulation, tranquility. After 3 or more pipes, profuse perspiration, prickly heat, thirst, fear, intense desire to sleep. The novice usually becomes talkative. The sleep which succeeds is a prolonged one. The following morning, the smoker has a headache that aches, no appetite worth mentioning, and his tongue is furred like a brown musquash pelt. On the other hand, the morphinist gets no pleasure, but merely forgetfulness of life. If use of the drug be persisted in, he becomes egotistical, quarrelsome, and difficult. Also, he is subject to terrifying hallucinations. He ages quickly, becomes indolent, parasitical, totter-kneed, and without enough brawn to throw a puppy dog. But in whatever form these drugs are taken, they degrade the morals and enfeeble the will. No matter what their status has been, inveterate users of drugs become degraded. All are liars, nearly all become dishonest. Being deprived of the drug, they will go to any length to get it, even to thievery and prostitution. While sober, they are uncomfortable, and prolonged abstemiousness hurts them like nails driven into the flesh. Because her craving for the drug had to be satisfied, a young woman from one of the rural districts sold her handbag, dressing case, fur coat, and wedding ring in Edmonton. We were not able to recover these, having no one to corroborate her statements. When not shut up, her days and nights were spent in garages and opium joints. After all her negotiable apparel had been sold, we got her a railway ticket and persuaded her to go home. She is making a tremendous effort to recover from the grey peril, and is now a year since she has visited town. Being superstitious and realizing the danger of boastfulness, we are here touching wood. 2. In answer to the question, what constitutes an addict, Dr. James A. Hamilton, Commissioner of Correction for New York City, says, if a person takes opium or its derivatives for 3 months steadily, taking 3 hypodermics a day, he will become a true addict. And were he to stop abruptly, he would show decided withdrawal symptoms. As a rule, addicts must increase the dosage as they go along in order to obtain the desired results. A victim has given us a similar answer in which he addresses morphia as a goddess who has turned to be a dragon. One swift prick was enough, in days gone by, to invoke her. She was incarnate love, in the hours when I first awoke her. Little by little I found the truth of her stripped of all clothing, bitter beyond all bound, leprous beyond all loathing, dragon of lure and dread, tiger of fury and lust, the quick in chains to the dead, the slime alive in the dust. Clannishness is one of the most notable features of opium smokers. Like the drinking of wine, it makes for a foregathering. Because of the dangers attending its detection, much care must be exercised in its use, especially in Canada, where neighbors are inclined to be friendly and to call at unreasonable hours. Yes, and neighbors may even be curious. Of course I'm interested in my neighbor, says one. Why shouldn't I be? That fence between us only whets my appetite. As a result, in certain houses and hotels, both rural and urban, the users of the pipe borrow the layout belonging to the Chinese cook. Should the noisome, insinuating odor escape, no one is suspected but Ah Sin. Should the place be raided, Ah Sin is apprehended for being in the unlawful possession of opium. He pays the fine, this sallow, unsmiling Oriental, and says nothing, for, after all, he loses nothing but his inconsiderable reputation. The boss he paid back, Ali light. Boss he hope-head Ali same China boy. Do you say this thing is abhorrent and hardly credible? Sirs and madams, on such evidence we ourselves have issued orders for search and warrants for apprehension. The evidence is usually obtained by secret service men in the employ of the police departments. We said a while ago that opium smokers like company, a fact that frequently tends to their undoing. For when an addict has been in custody for a day or so, he will often give the names and resort of his particular coterie, if by this means he can secure even one smoke to satisfy his craving. Sometimes a group of entertainers will live at a house where all the lodgers are drug takers. Recently, a landlady and 3 of her lodgers were charged before us with having opium in possession for other than scientific or medicinal purposes. The boarders, all of them under 22 years of age, were dancers and singers at cabarets. All were fine except the landlady, a bleared, toneless, half-awake creature who was committed to jail. Not so long ago, a Scottish detective brought in a Chinaman and a girl whom he found smoking in a piano case underneath a curtain of hemp sacking. The girl, who was rarely beautiful and only 17 years of age, was released from custody on suspended sentence to take a position as stenographer in a legal firm. The same Scottish detective, whose nose had been specially constructed for smelling cooked opium, found a Negro smoking the drug in a wardrobe with a white woman on either side of him. Over their heads they had a thick tartan, which our detective calls a plaid, and into this the Negro blew the smoke which the women inhaled. By this means the three persons became intoxicated on one pipe. Folk must exercise thrift these days when card cakes are high. This misuse of the tartan was, to our Scotchmen, the evidence of an amazing effrontery, the proof of a unique unscrupulousness with which the breach of the Opium and Drugs Act was a mere bagatelle. We spoke of card opium just now. For the uninitiated, it is here explained that for selling in a small way, opium is made into cakes about the size of a 50-cent piece. This is placed on the center of a playing card, and the card is bent in half, the opium adhering to the inside like a wad of chewing gum. This opium is smoked over 2 or 3 times, as the residue of ash is large. By some, this ash is called yin shi. After repeated smokings, to give it piquancy, it is mixed with a sort of salt which is a Chinese preparation. Or the ash may be mixed with coconut oil and taken internally. These are called hot pills. There are 1-pill men, 2-pill men, and 3-pill men. Or again, the ash may be made into a thick gummy liquid. This is drunk with black tea or Boston coffee, but not with water. The faces of the invertate smokers are darker than those of the morphinists, and anyone who has to deal with drug fiends may learn to know the difference. The smoker's face becomes sallow and dead-looking. Sometimes his head looks like a mere mummified skull. In Chapter 1 we said that opium and its derivatives were frequently used by people for their aphrodisiacal qualities, but that the end was impotence and sterility. A young woman who came to my office after her release from jail complained bitterly that now, because she had become normal again, she was liable to motherhood. Physicians have since assured me that the woman's claim was correct, that drug addiction leads to amenorrhea. While it is well that opium addicts tend to become impotent, yet, in face of a persistently falling birth rate, this phase of drug addiction is of the utmost importance, and is another reason why the scourge should be firmly dealt with in Canada. Dr. C. W. Selby has recently pointed out that in Great Britain, in 1919, for the first time, the deaths have actually exceeded the births. He also points out that there are more Germans in Germany than there are Britons in the whole of our empire, and contends that in a generation or so, these prolific Germans, with the equally prolific Russians and the still more fertile yellow races, will wrest the leadership of the world from the British. Wise folk ought to think about these things for a while. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Snowbirds and Owls. What does the owl say, baby, baby? Out in the dark night, hear him cry. He says that there'll be plenty of peaches spread on the housetop by and by. He'll have a feast, the gray old robber, when the peaches are put to dry. In the excellent provisions of the Narcotics Act, its administration, and in the treatment afforded to drug addicts, the province of Manitoba probably leads Canada. Of the results achieved, we shall speak later, our attitude for the moment being directed to mixed addiction, but particularly to cocaine and heroin. B. J. McConnell, M.D., of Winnipeg, the administrator of the Narcotics Act, who is putting both energy and good thought into his work, says in a recent letter, the drugs used in Manitoba are 1. Morphine, 2. Cocaine, 3. Heroin, but the majority take the first two and average about 10 or 12 grains of morphine a day, and 10 to 12 grains of cocaine as well. The reason for this mixed addiction is shown in a letter written by the magistrate of the Men's Police Court at Calgary, Alberta, who says cocaine is probably the drug which is most used and, from evidence that I have had before me, most people who are addicted to morphine find that the doses they require become very large. They have also to take cocaine to meet their requirements. Speaking of its general use, the magistrate also says, I have heard it is a common expression amongst people whom you would hardly suspect, to jocularly ask another if they could give them a bang, which is a slang expression for a snuff of cocaine. It is increasing to an alarming extent, and today it is a menace to the country. It is found, too, upon searching the vendors of illicit drugs, that ether, strychnine, and chloroform are secreted upon their persons, showing that mixed addiction to deadly drugs is much more general than commonly supposed. Certain powders are also consumed as narcotics, but must be taken in large quantities. Indeed, one of the most troublesome and persistent of addicts in the North tells us that she uses these powders almost exclusively. She has become loveless and unlovely, a poor-hearted and shameless woman, and about as amiable to reason as a bit of dandelion fluff. It would seem relevant to say that, in the searching of addicts or illicit vendors, the police must be inquisitive and painstaking rather than courteous. This is no task for an officer who is lumpish or a crackskull. Sometimes, when arrested, a snowbird, that is to say a man who snuffs cocaine, usually designated as Snow, will draw out his cigarette box, light the last cigarette, and flip the box into the wastepaper basket or under the table. This flipping of the empty box is so casual and common in everyday life that one might easily be excused from thinking of the box as a receptacle for drugs. The skilled detective, however, picks it up and so gets his clear case. Among women, the dope takers hide cocaine in their hair, under the soles of their feet, in the seams of their coat, under braid, by rubbing it into white clothing, in the roof of their mouth where it is covered by the plate of their false teeth, or by secreting it on their body. In their homes, they hide it in a package of empty envelopes, in the feet of the bathtub, behind surbases, in flower pots, in hollow door knobs, or in some other place that might be overlooked by the hunters. It seems to be quite true in crime as in life. To hunt and to be hunted makes existence, for we are all chasers or the chased. 2. Cocaine is obtained from the leaves of the cocoa plant which grows in South America. It was first used in ophthalmic and surgical operations in 1884, but cocoa leaves have been chewed for generations to relieve fatigue. Indeed, in the year 1700, the poet Cowley wrote, Arvericola first, this cocoa scent, endowed with leaves of wondrous nourishment, whose juice sucked in to the stomach taken, long hunger and long labor can sustain. In Germany, extensive tests of its stimulating qualities have been made on soldiers, the drugs being administered to them after forced marches. It was found that while small doses had a tonic effect, giving relief from physical and mental pain, a larger dosage had a delirious effect, resulting in the clouding of the memory, singing in the ears, and inability to control the thoughts, headache, delirium, and a dangerous melancholy. A person addicted to its habitual use is known as a cocainist. In a larger state, they are described as cocainomaniacs. When on the verge of suicide for need of the drug, they are said to have the cocaine leaps. In this condition, they suffer from hyperexcitability and muscular unrest, thus inducing a mania for rapid motion. A considerable number of the persons who are convicted for drunkenness while driving motor cars have not taken any alcohol but are crazed with cocaine. An ungentle young woman who came before us last winter and who has been convicted for having inhibited narcotics in her possession called a motor car at 2 o'clock in the morning. She had hardly entered it when the driver felt the cold nozzle of a revolver against the back of his neck and heard a peremptory order to drive faster. Presently, the powerful car had reached the top limit of its speed, but still the woman kept ordering the driver to go faster and faster. Fortunately, the streets were clear, so that a policeman on his motorcycle was able to overhaul the mad riders and take the woman into custody. Another result of its use as a snuff is necrosis of the nasal cartilage. But for that matter, cocaine is applied to the mucous membrane anywhere on the body will produce this effect. For this reason, it is used freely in throat sprays, cough lozenges, and cara powders. Because of the deadening effect, it is possible for a person under the influence of cocaine to refrain from food for a couple of days without suffering from the sensation of hunger. It has, however, no food value, and a young married man tells us that his bride, aged 17, who was suffering from drug addiction disease, lost a pound a day in weight during 10 days she was away from him in hiding. 3. Cocaine is usually retailed to the victims by illicit vendors in small paper packages of about the size and shape of a postage stamp. These are called decks and contain a couple of sniffs. Ordinarily, these cost $1 apiece, but if the purchaser is distempered or for need of it, the vendor may extract $2 or even more. Indeed, One of our women detectives tells us that in buying from the Chinese in their cafes, she must purchase cigarettes and noodles in addition. Before leaving Sin sees that the decks are safely stowed away in her stocking, lest those bare, fierce, claw-handed police fellows find it in her pocket. In the United States, cocaine is sold to school children as coke or flake, and the vendors of cakes and candies offer it to be snuffed through a small tube. Mr. Owen C. Dawson of the Children's Court in Montreal is quoted in a New York paper as declaring that the scourge of heroin had been there, and that 26 druggists were arrested, charged with its illicit sale, but does not say whether these druggists sold to the children who were brought into the court. We know, however, that drugs are sold to children on the streets of the larger cities of Canada, a fact recently verified by the Federal Health Department, according to dispatches from Ottawa in February of this year. In an address delivered in 1919 before the annual American Prison Association, one of the speakers said, "It is rare to come in contact with young men between 16 and 21 who are confirmed alcoholics. Compare this with narcotic addicts. The general rule is that addiction is presently mainly in youths from 16 to 21 years of age. This is really the development age. Narcotics hinder development, and boys and girls are forever wrecked while still in a development period. Distracted parents come pleading for aid and advice. The complaint is always the same, i.e., if we only knew the first sign of this dreadful curse, we could have saved the boy. If parents knew the signs of the beginning of drug addiction, they would have the victim treated immediately and cured before the habit becomes fixed. Once drug addiction becomes firmly established, a positive cure is difficult, and the only way it can be accomplished is through institutional care and treatment. Narcotics have also a prenatal effect on children which is not generally known and which perhaps demonstrates Samuel Butler's dictum that life is 8 parts cards and 2 parts play. The effect we refer to is mentioned by Dr. Ernest Bishop, who says of drug disease that its physical symptomology are manifested in infants newly born of addicted mothers, and that many of these infants die unless opiates are administered to them. This, he declares, is a well-known fact among those who have made open-minded study and research into this condition. Such a case has been described recently by Dr. J. F. Lass, Associate Surgeon of St. Mark's Hospital, New York, in American Medicine. He says this child was born of an opium addict and displayed all the symptoms of addiction. The mother, who was 27 years of age, had used opiates for 2 years. The baby was healthy and well developed, but from the moment of birth was very restless and had all the symptoms of drug need, which could only be relieved by a drop of paregoric in water, this being placed in the infant's mouth by means of an eyedropper. It was necessary to give this because the infant was showing signs of collapse and of general convulsions. When lactation was fully established, the necessity for the administration of paregoric ceased, the child obtaining the supply through the mother's milk. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Heroin and Slavery. Where will I heal me of my grievous wound? Tennyson. As a narcotic, heroin is 3 times stronger than morphine and takes effect much more quickly. The continued use will establish a habit in 4 or 5 weeks. It came into favor among physicians and pharmacists as having all the good qualities of a narcotic, with none of the bad ones, it being claimed that it was a non-habit forming drug. Because of this mischievous fiction, it has now become so desperate a menace that the Academy of Medicine and the Psychiatric Society of New York have recommended that the federal government take such measures as are feasible to abolish its manufacture altogether. Heroin is morphine treated with acetic acid. A person who habitually uses it has a yellow face as though from jaundice. It is claimed that heroin users desire to spread the habit more than any other drug addicts. Experts say that heroin and morphine are more difficult to withdraw than any of the narcotics. A sudden stoppage leading to a physical collapse and dangerous disorders. A couple of years ago, a stenographer in my office answered me in a highly insulting manner. Because she had always had exemplary manners and because something in her eyes made me think of the flicker of crossed wires, I concluded she was ill and probably had a degree or 2 of fever. This was how I came to restrain the hot words that were on the tip of my tongue, and to observe her instead. Presently it was noticeable that she kept dropping her eraser, that she looked at the type of the machine as though her vision was impaired, and that she worked the keys in a jumpy manner. 2 days later, she was removed to the hospital suffering from a complete nervous collapse, alleged to be the result of heroin addiction. When last heard of, she was in a pitiful condition. 2. While insanity sometimes results in the advanced stages of drug addiction, it is not nearly so common as the public suppose. A statistical study of drug addiction which we have received from Dr. Horatio M. Pollock, Ph.D., the statistician of the New York State Hospital, shows that only a small part of the total number of drug addicts develop insanity, that they are admitted principally during the period of middle life, that alcoholism of the father appears prominent in the history of drug cases, and that approximately 43% of the patients used alcohol intemperately. Dr. Pollock also found that the native-born were more liable to drug psychosis than the foreign-born, that the cases rank high with respect to literacy, that 70% recover within 1 year from the time of admission, while 5.5% die within the same period. Approximately 9% of the drug cases discharged are readmitted. While insanity within the meaning of the criminal code is not so frequent among addicts, it must be borne in mind that through excessive use of narcotics or by means of sudden withdrawal, the victim undergoes what the French call a crisis of the nerves, which amounts to insanity, but which is only temporary. When a man is criminally inclined, cocaine and heroin produce delusions which actually make him insane and dangerous to be at large. These drugs also give him courage without reason, make his vision more acute, and steady his hand so that he may commit murder with ease. I have noticed, says Dr. J.B. McConnell of Winnipeg, writing in this connection, that the majority of petty thieves and hold-up men are usually addicts, and they are very dangerous. And if they ask you to throw up your hands, I would advise you to do so at once, because they have to get the money in order to get the drugs. When the 4 murderers of Herman Rosenthal were being tried, it was discovered that 3 of them were drug addicts who, before committing the deed, had to be charged up with cocaine, and it was under the leadership of Dopey Benny, a slum addict, that a band of 12 dope fiends hired out their services to beat up or murder any individual, their regular fee for assassination being $200. This winter 2 women were brought before me, one of whom was charged with inflicting grievous bodily harm on the other. The accused, a slip of a girl weighing 98 pounds, had stabbed an older woman with a large sharp-pointed blade. When the blade was raised for the second stroke, the victim grasped it in her naked hand, with the result that her fingers were almost severed as the blade was drawn away. The police gave evidence that the little girl, when arrested, was plainly under the influence of a narcotic. She apparently had not recovered when brought into court, where, with a face like a gray paving stone, she sat huddled up and wholly inattentive to the proceedings. Persons suffering from cocaine insanity have deep-seated delusions concerning electricity. Their nights become a termless hell when, because of their disordered perceptions, electric needles play over their skin or an enemy pours the juice into their head. They see moving pictures on the wall in which a hideous head, toothed and grisly, appears to insult and threaten them. Maybe the words of Shakespeare describe their condition as well as any others. A fool! A fool! I met a fool in the forest. During the year 1917, the cases which passed through the Vancouver jail numbered 3,863, and of these, according to the chief constable and others, a large proportion were drug addicts, and it is believed that the use of drugs is probably one of the chief contributors to crime in British Columbia, in that it diminishes the responsibility of those who are mentally or nervously subnormal or disordered. It need scarcely to be explained that a mentally abnormal person whose abnormality has been further augmented by the use of noxious drugs can hardly be kept from committing crime. Indeed, one of the Western police magistrates, in writing me on the subject, says, "The taking of drugs is undoubtedly the cause of a great deal of crime, because people under its influence have no more idea of responsibility of what is right or wrong than an animal." Another says, "The spread of drug addiction has been so insidious and so rapid in its growth that it is only within the last few years an enlightened public has begun to realize its menacing nature. People in every stream of society are afflicted with this malady, which is a scourge so dreadful in its effects that it threatens the very foundations of civilization." Dr. James A. Hamilton, Commissioner of Correction, New York, says in a letter, "Drug users may be classified into 2 groups, the rich or social addicts, and the poor or slum addicts. the only difference between them being a matter of dollars and cents. The former have the financial means to buy the drug, while the latter have not. And when the drug is withheld in either case, you will find them exactly alike. 3. When we come to speak on the effect of prohibitory laws on drug addiction, we are confronted with a great difference of opinion and an almost entire absence of data. In a letter received in December 1919 from Dr. Raymond F. S. Keeb, the medical superintendent of Manitowoc State Hospital, New York, who is an eminent authority on drug addiction, he says, I am convinced that the statements the liquor interests include in their propaganda to the effect that drug addiction increases enormously when dry laws go into a community are much overestimated. I have seen no substantiation of this statement and very much doubt its authenticity. A physician writing recently in the London Saturday Review says, the class of people who are habitually intemperate are not the sort of people who take drugs. The decrease of crime, which undoubtedly goes hand in hand with the decrease of drunkenness, is a stronger argument for maintaining the present difficulties in obtaining alcohol. On the other hand, there are very many persons who declare that when alcohol is taken away, a man naturally turns to nauseous drugs for the stimulation formerly received from alcohol. They contend that because narcotic drugs, as contraband, are more easily conveyed from place to place than alcohol, and because the sale of drugs is much more lucrative, their use must inevitably become more general. They tell us, too, that when a man has become intoxicated on an alcoholic beverage and is unable, the morning after, to obtain a further supply on which to sober up, he resorts to a shot of morphine or a bang of cocaine, thus acquiring an appetite before unknown to him. While many wise and experienced persons are thinking this way, because these statements are more frequently heard from the mouths of immoral and immoderate persons, we are apt to dissent from them on principle. Yet while these statements do not rest on well substantiated data, by reason of their probability and extreme plausibility, they cannot be lightly set aside. Because of this imminent danger in connection with prohibition, it devolves upon our governments, both federal and provincial, to take immediate and drastic steps to protect the public from the illicit vending of narcotics, and to enact such stringent measures as will effectually stamp out the drug traffic. By far the largest fight which temperance workers have yet undertaken is in front of them, and we are persuaded they will not strike flag. End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Passing on the habit. The gods go mad, and the world runs red, with a vintage pressed from the fats of hell. R. W. Gilbert. When one comes to consider the classes who have been inveterate users of soporific drugs, their reasons for indulging themselves, and how demoralized they become through the habit, one is apt to recall the remark Thackeray made about music. For people who like that sort of thing, I should think it would be just about the thing they would like. When, however, you study the addicts more closely, and as individuals, you will find that a large number of these have formed the habit innocently, and that otherwise they have not been either criminal or degenerate. Because it enhances their capacity for work, students cramming for an examination will take cocaine until, ultimately, cocaine takes them. For the time being, the drug enables them to rein their will to the track. But after a while, they break and so lose in the long run. Having used the parlance of the ring, it might be relevant to say here that, in spite of heavy penalties inflicted on the guilty jockey, a horse is frequently doped or doctored before a race in order that it may become capable of extra effort. The effect wears off in about half an hour. For the same reason, prize fighters and bicycle riders allow themselves to be braced by flake before entering the rounds or races. In schools of music, there are students who take cocaine or heroin for the mental effect before doing their turn at recitals. They may take this to relieve their nervousness or because they have an idea this lends brilliance to their technique. Indeed, they will tell you quite frankly that it does. With only a limited space at our disposal, we dare not touch on the writers who take to drug dosage, thinking thereby to find the magic nib. As an actuality, the drug usually makes them queer drivellers who are out of key with life generally. These are the profane persons described by old Gill, the commentator, whose writings are stuffed with lies, lewdness, and all manner of wickedness. By throwing a glamour over their vice, they have wrought much evil among neurotic, uncentered persons of both sexes who have aspired to literary distinction. People suffering from pulmonary consumption take to smoking opium with the belief that it is a specific. Every Chinaman who uses the dreamful pipe will declare this to be a fact. That smoking affords some measure of relief is borne out by Dr. John Gordon Dill in the Lancet, who states that opium, when prepared for smoking in a certain way, eases the cough and acts as an expectorant. On the other hand, physicians tell us that consumption and nephritis are two of the diseases which most frequently kill morphine-o-maniacs. Some persons take to narcotics because of curiosity, from a sense of adventure, to relieve insomnia or reduce physical condition. Others take it because they are jaded, neurasthenic, or just naturally sluggish. Added to these are the great army of men and women who are never happy unless indulging themselves. If you sit at a window on a main thoroughfare of any city and watch the crowd go by, you will observe that nearly every person is smoking, chewing gum, or munching sweets. As you watch and watch, it seems as if the whole world has become one horrific mouth that can never be satisfied. Maybe it is from this constant habit of tickling the palate or soothing the nerves that our people are turning to strange and poisonous drugs. Who can say? Certain classes of society seem to take to certain drugs. We have shown that students, sports, and debauchees are the votaries of cocaine or heroin, or of mixed addiction. It has been pointed out by Mr. Charles B. Towns that reputable doctors, writing on this subject, have alleged that 15% of their own profession are addicted to drugs. The particular drugs were not specified, but it is known that pharmacists, druggists, veterinarians, dentists, and nurses take more readily to morphine than to other drugs. This fact is difficult of explanation, unless it is by reason of their skill in using the hypodermic needle, or because morphine may be more easily available. All classes, however, have one peculiarity, and that is their desire to pass on the habit. A single drug user in a community should be considered a menace to the whole of it. Nor does this remark apply solely to urban districts. One is amazed to find how the use of degrading drugs is becoming common in rural communities. Last summer, a father came to my office and related how his daughter, age 15, had become inordinately attached to a woman from the city who had been boarding at his farm. When the woman left, the girl could hardly be restrained from following, declaring she must have some sort of the white powder the lady used to let her snuff from a handkerchief. The father, a simple, unschooled man, had heard of a mysterious concoction called a love philter, and was persuaded that something of this nature had been administered to the child, thus bringing her in thrall to the woman. The story of the girl's spells, however, were strongly symptomatic of cocaine dosage. After a while, the girl seemed less nervous, but one night a letter was taken from her desk showing an arrangement whereby she was to meet this woman, when a young man would take the girl on to the United States. It was to frustrate these nefarious plans and to obtain protection against the woman's alleged machinations that the father came to me. In Canada, we are altogether too lax concerning subtle crimes on the person, which, utterly destroying the victim, amount almost to a murder. The man or woman who, with evil intent, administers opiates to unsuspecting children, even in small doses, must properly be considered as a kind of super brute, entirely lacking in any feeling so definite or coherent as sympathy. Patent medicines which have a wide sale secured this because of the lure of cleverly worded advertisements. How far the public have been misled by these advertisements may be gleaned from the fact that some of the so-called cures for the drug habit were found to be only means of selling other narcotics. After using certain nerve remedies which produced sleep, people naturally drifted into the use of cocaine, morphine, and other undisguised somnifactiants. Under the amendments to the Proprietary and Patent Medicine Act, assented to July 7, 1919, this will now be difficult, if not impossible. Clause 7 of this Act provides that no proprietary or patent medications shall be manufactured, imported, exported, or offered for sale or sold in Canada, A, if it contains cocaine or any of its salts or preparations, or F, if any false, misleading, or exaggerated claims be made on the wrapper or label or in any advertisement of the article. Clause 7 of the same Act, as amended, also prohibits the manufacture, importation, or sale of all proprietary or patent medicines containing opium or its derivatives for internal use. That this enactment reflects great credit on the federal government and that it will be a tremendous factor in suppressing drug addiction must be frankly and gratefully acknowledged. Nevertheless, it is quite apparent that knowing ones have little difficulty in securing chloroform, ether, strychnine, chlorohydrate, opium, cocaine, and any of the drugs mentioned in the schedule to the Act. But through what channels these are obtainable, we are unable to say. In a charge preferred before us against a woman for illegally keeping intoxicating liquor for sale, the liquor turned out to be chloral hydrate, commonly known as knockout drops. From the evidence of the analyst, it would appear that the quantity and strength of these drops were sufficient to drug the whole city, although as black as the proverbial ace of spades. The woman set up a defense that the stuff was used by her as a complexion beautifier. Another woman, during the investigation into her mental condition, successfully argued that she was not at all insane, but only distracted from the use of snuff, she having 12 boxes of it hidden away in her trunk. The boxes were found to contain cocaine, or happy dust. In February of this year, a man brought to Edmonton from the far north, charged with murdering 2 men in the United States, had in his possession, besides a revolver and 2 hunting blades, a large bottle of strychnine. The Scandinavians in Western Canada, in order to set up what they call a quick jag, drink either mixed with alcohol or with water. To obviate this, in Alberta, an order in council was passed in 1918 prohibiting any chemist or druggist from having in his possession or selling for medicine, household purposes, or for external use any formula for the combination of alcohol with ether. End of Part 1, Chapter 7. Part 1, Chapter 8 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Doctors and Magistrates. There is a significant Latin proverb, to wit, "Who will guard the guards?" H. W. Shaw. It would be difficult, as before intimated, to tell all the sources from which these inhibited drugs are procured. In large centers in Canada, physicians have learned not to leave their vials containing narcotics lying around loosely. The careless handling of drugs in some hospitals has given opportunity for addicts to steal narcotics. Writing of an improvement in this respect, the superintendent of a large Canadian hospital says, "In our hospital today we have the drug control system, by which every tablet is accounted for and no stock can be renewed without an accounting of what has been done with the last. When we come to consider the purchase of narcotics at drug stores, it is still more difficult to say how addicts secure supplies, for we are persuaded that in spite of the temptation offered in the shape of prodigious profits, the average chemist is conscientious and will not sell these except within the prescribed regulations. Addicts have told us that on laying their money on a counter, they have been instructed by the salesman to help themselves from a certain drawer, and that no record was kept of the sale. Perhaps the clerks are most responsible for the sale, and for the leaking of sedative drugs into the illicit lanes of commerce. These clerks steal from their employers either for their own use or sell it, often for both. It is well known that prostitutes procure these drugs from clerks and solicit orders from other prostitutes, getting a large profit on the sales. This surreptitious commerce in narcotics is largely carried on in dance halls and cafes, where incorrigible or feeble-minded girls think by indulging in these drugs they are good Indians and playing the game. In this idea, the girls are encouraged by those parasites of vice whose nefarious business it is to break down their moral nature in order that they may be held more easily. These men are the limber-tongued, unregenerate rascals who so frequently talk about the sex and of lovely women, but who beat her upon nearly every opportunity. Since prohibitory liquor laws have come into force, and pharmacists may only sell intoxicants upon a doctor's prescription, we have learned that there is nothing to prevent the filling of a forged prescription. No obligation is imposed upon the pharmacist to verify the paper. Where sedative drugs are concerned, the same conditions prevail. A druggist who is careless or who is not conscientious may fill scores or even hundreds of prescriptions which are forgeries. In the year 1919, it was found by the Bureau of Internal Revenue that in New York City, 1,500,000 prescriptions for the illicit procuring of narcotics had been issued and filled. In one drugstore, the police found a box containing 50,000 of these prescriptions, all filled in the preceding 10 months. In most instances in Canada, when the police, under Clause 5 of the Opium and Drug Act, examine the books of the drug stores, they find that only a small portion of the narcotic drugs purchased from the wholesalers can be accounted for. The pharmacist explains that physicians purchase these by the vial for medicinal purposes, and that no accounting of the sales is kept. But apart from self-medication by means of quack nostrums, it seems like elaborating the obvious to explain how the majority of chronic invertebrates have acquired the drug habit by means of prescriptions given by the family physicians with the best of intentions. Neither is it necessary to explain at length that there are legitimate addicts, such as cancer patients or other acute sufferers who are dying of incurable maladies, and that these sufferers must be made as comfortable as possible by means of narcotics. As a matter of fact, the opiate group of medicines in the schedule of the statutes above quoted are probably those we could least spare. One eminent authority said, "There is no drug which will replace clinically and therapeutically the opiate group. At present, it is indispensable in meeting emergency indications as is the scalpel of the surgeon." Indeed, we personally know a woman who had suffered horrible agonies for weeks and who was ultimately obliged to undergo a major operation. Having received relief from the derivatives of the poppy flower, she wrote thus: "She is the beneficent fairy that has soothed the hurt of the world. She slows the living engine, cools the flaming wheels, and banks up the fires so that the flow of force is only passive. Thus she proves herself as a defender of vitality, a repairer of waste, and a balm for hurt minds. Good Princess Poppy." Ah, well, it may be wiser to confess here that the woman we know was oneself, for someone is sure to find it out, and so withstand us to our face. Nevertheless, the morphine tablet, prescribed or administered by the physician, is often a mere labor saving device for the time being, and not infrequently proves to have the same effect as sitting on the safety valve. A drug, too, which relieves pain, if persisted in, ultimately causes pain. Even novices like ourselves know this. An eminent Canadian physician writing on this says, "Of course, some acquire the habit innocently, and physicians may be to blame for it, as when post-operative conditions are accompanied by prolonged pain, or when a patient has what is considered a more or less chronic disease, the profession must always be careful to very guardedly prescribe such drugs. When by an evil chance a doctor has himself become an addict, he is almost sure to prescribe narcotics loosely and extravagantly, and should accordingly be barred from practice. Apart from the errors he may make, such a physician attracts to himself the addicts in the community who want prescriptions or drugs in bulk. And we have found it is practically impossible to render a conviction against him under the provisions of the Opium and Drug Act. The enactment allows a doctor to prescribe narcotics for medicinal purposes, but does not interpret these words. The act has apparently been framed on the hypothesis that every physician is a reputable man and strictly professional, whereas such is not uniformly the case. In this connection, we do not hesitate to say that as physicians are granted special privileges, they should receive special punishments for violation of the act. When an information is laid against a registered medical practitioner who is believed to be exploiting addicts, if he cannot persuade the magistrate to allow a withdrawal of the charge, he takes refuge under these uninterpreted words, setting up the defense that he was treating the addicts with the object of ultimately effecting a cure by means of gradual reduction or ambulatory method of treatment. Reputable physicians would welcome a strict construction on this clause by the federal authorities, or some amendment whereby they would be able to prescribe legitimately without coming under suspicion of nefarious practice. In Manitoba, under the provisions of the Narcotics Act, when a physician prescribes opium or its derivatives for the purpose of curing a patient from the craving for the drug, such physician is required to make a physical examination of the patient and to report in writing to the specially approved medical board the name and address of such patient, together with a diagnosis of the case and the amount and nature of the drug prescribed or dispensed in the first treatment. When the patient leaves his care, such physician must report in writing to the medical board the result of his treatment. The Whitney Law of New York requires that all prescriptions given by physicians for gradual reduction shall be reported to the commissioner at Albany, and gives this official the discretion to deal with any physician who appears to be abusing the privilege. That some such method should become law in all the Canadian provinces seems evident. Even with these restrictions, it cannot be claimed that the unscrupulous doctor has been prevented from prescribing noxious drugs ad libitum. In April of last year, in New York City, It was found that 30 physicians had formed themselves into a drug ring and were writing separately as many as 200 prescriptions a day, some of these men doing no other practice. The principal drug dispensed was heroin. This was obtained through the regular channels at $12 and $15 an ounce, but retailed at from $60 to $75 an ounce through the prescriptions. The investigators found that 70% of the addicts were less than 25 years old and included a remarkably high percentage of discharged sailors and soldiers. 2. If you say these conditions are peculiar to the United States and do not concern us in Canada, you speak without advisement. From records in our possession, these being known to the police, we have the names of Canadian doctors who have, until the present, been prescribing as high as 100 grains of cocaine in each prescription, or equal to 400 quarter-grain tablets, or average adult doses. In 3 months this winter, it was found that a certain physician in a western town had issued 52 prescriptions for 60 grains of morphine and 3,000 grains of cocaine. His extravagance is by no means particular, several other doctors having records approximately high. In this same period of 3 months, one man not any considerable distance from where we write was able to get from a drug company, by means of a doctor's prescription, nearly 7,000 grains of opium. The doctors claim these prescriptions were given to cure the victim on the gradual reduction or ambulatory method, and were without charge. Most of us will refuse to credit their claim. Men who are yellow enough to supply addicts, however much they suffered with narcotics in such large bulk, ought for a certainty to be breaking stones in some jail yard. These facts are now reported to the Federal Health Authority, and one is almost safe in saying that, for the future, these physicians may be depended upon to cooperate with the regulations of the department or take the direful consequences, that is to say, if they have no dealings with those who truckle in contraband. Having in mind the honorable, self-sacrificing character of the average medical doctor in Canada, one dislikes to show that there are such kittle-cattle in the profession, but contrawise, because of the deplorable results arising from this wholesale prescribing of devilish narcotics, one must perforce tell some small part of the story. After the arrest of the New York doctors and the raid on the drug stores above referred to, the authorities found it necessary to open a public clinic to supply the addicts with small doses of drugs to relieve their sufferings and prevent an outbreak of crime. On this occasion, Mrs. Sarah Mulhall, the advisory administrator of the Narcotics Bureau, was obliged to call 50 nurses to her aid and 500 women as volunteer workers. About this time, Commissioner Copeland of the New York Health Department was asked whether it was possible to cure the craving for drugs by a sliding scale of doses, and replied, "Yes, if we can control the supply." It is told in the Literary Digest that when this question was propounded to the commissioner, the case following was submitted to him. A member of the Metropolitan Opera Company was under treatment for the habit by what is known as the reduction cure. In answering the question as to what progress had been made, she said that while a year ago she was taking 25 grains a day, she was now using 15 grains. Could such a reduction be legally called a treatment for cure of the habit under the law, or would the physician and druggist be liable? That, replied the commissioner of the department, would be a matter for a jury to decide, but as 15 grains a day is a long way from a cure, I should think that the physician would be in danger of conviction. Such a case would certainly make him liable for arrest. The plain intent of the law is that the progress of the treatment must be freedom from use of the drug within a reasonable time. Many of the so-called treatments by reduction are violation of the law. 3. In a letter received last November from Dr. James A. Hamilton, the Commissioner of the Department of Correction, New York City, he says, persons charged with crime and who are known to be drug addicts committed to our institutions by the courts for treatment to be returned to the court for trial and sentence upon the certification of the resident physician of the institution to the effect that the person has received the prescribed medical treatment and that his physical condition warrants his appearance in court. This treatment extends over a period of about 100 days. These 100 days, with the drugs controlled by the physician, seem to be the reasonable time referred to by Commissioner Copeland. It appears difficult, however, to control the drugs even on Blackwell's and Riker Islands, where the addicts are isolated. For Dr. Hamilton further writes, it is absolutely necessary to scrutinize very carefully all the mail that comes to the institution for the inmates, as attempts have been made to smuggle in drugs in every conceivable manner, such as between the layers of a postcard and inside the flap of an envelope. For many years it was the privilege of our inmates to receive boxes of delicacies from visiting friends. This privilege had to be abolished as it was found to be a decided menace. In order, however, that the inmates may not be deprived of these extras, commissaries were established at the various institutions at which may be purchased fruit cakes in sealed packages, cigarettes, toothpaste, and a number of other articles. These articles are sold at exactly the same price as they may be bought for on the outside, the profits from sales being in the custody of trustees appointed by the Commissioner of Correction, and are used in their discretion for the welfare of the inmates, to pay for equipment for athletic games, and occasionally glass eyes and wooden limbs, or for anything that could not be properly charged against public funds. In an immensely valuable book published this month and written by Ernest S. Bishop, M.D., FACP of New York, The Narcotic Problem by E.S. Bishop, Macmillan Company of Canada, who is probably the greatest living authority on narcotic drug addiction, we find these statements. The medical profession as a whole has adopted a cynical attitude toward the possibility of permanent cure and towards the efficacy of medical treatment, which has tended to send the addict to quacks and charlatans and various advertised remedies. He then tells us that in the cure, 3 broad lines of procedure have been employed. These are the so-called slow reduction, sudden withdrawal, and the withdrawal accompanied by the administration of various drugs, such as alkaloids and those in the belladonna group. Of the first system, he says, Practically every addict has attempted it at one or more times. As a method of procedure in some stages and under some conditions of addiction treatment, slow or gradual reduction has its value. In my opinion, however, all other considerations aside, there are very few who are possessed of sufficient understanding of narcotic addictions and ability in the interpretation of clinical indications and have the technical skill required to carry it through to a clinically successful culmination. As a method of routine or forcible application, it has many serious objections as well as potentialities for damage to the patient. Prolonged withdrawal without rare technical skill and without unusual and not commonly available environment and conditions of life means subjecting the patient to the continued strain of persistent self-denial and self-control in the face of continued suffering, discomfort, and physical need. It is my opinion that this experience has, in many cases, tended to deeply impress upon the mind of the patient that so-called craving for the drug has converted many a case of simple physical addiction disease into a more or less mental state which may be described as morphine mania or narcomania. 4. While it is true that a percentage of the physicians and pharmacists are culpable in their dealings with the traffic and with the addicts themselves, the same is true in a lesser degree of magistrates, the lapse of the latter being largely due to want of knowledge. When magistrates, whether lawyers or layfolk, are sworn into office, their knowledge of the drug habit is usually very scant and indefinite. They are then obliged to administer a law which takes no cognizance of the habit other than a criminal offense. Presently they begin to suspect that it may sometimes be a disease. Other times it may be both. Still, the code leaves no option. They must convict or dismiss. Some magistrates get around the dilemma by fining the defendant a sum so merely nominal that it cannot in any wise be construed as a fair administration of Clause 3, which provides a maximum fine of $500 or 1 year's imprisonment, or both fine and imprisonment. Only recently we raised our eyes inquiringly to a certain experienced and kind-hearted magistrate who had just imposed a fine of $5 on a Chinaman guilty of a breach of the Opium and Drugs Act. With a sidelong look and a knowing grin, he replied, "Well, you see, ma'am, he is really not to blame. We British forced the traffic on him ever so long ago." At any rate, no two magistrates seem to have the same opinion where fitting the punishment is concerned. If you want to quarrel with another magistrate, you have only to introduce this topic. This may be the fault of the magistrate, but most of us are inclined to place it on the Act, in that it does not provide for medical examination which would help us arrive at a decision. Neither does it provide for a place of incarceration other than the jail. In the state of New York, the Boylan Bill, which was passed in 1914, recognizing that the primary need of drug addicts is medical treatment, provides that the magistrate may commit these to hospitals. It used to be that insane patients were put in jail too, or even burned at the stake. in order to make them good, but we have acquired more enlightened ideas in these latter days. It may be that we will get a newer viewpoint on this matter of narcomania too. Be it understood, however, that we refer only to certain of the addicts who have acquired the habit innocently, and not to those ravening wolves who are apprehended for traffic in opiates, and who have so much of the brute in their system they really ought to be walking on all fours. 5. Then, too, it is alleged that some of the magistrates have no very definite ideas as to what should be done with the illicit drugs which are seized and brought into court. The Act provides that the drugs and receptacles are to be forfeited and destroyed, the order to be carried out by the constable or peace officer who executed the search warrant, or by such other person as may be thereunto authorized by the convicting magistrate. However philanthropic or praiseworthy their motives, the officers who donate these drugs to a hospital, to a government analyst for experimental purposes, or to any other person, should be considered to have violated the law. By this procedure, contraband drugs of which the government have no record, and on which they have received no revenue, go into circulation. These drugs should be destroyed as the Act provides, and in view of their dangerous nature, it is not too much to ask that the magistrate sees to it personally. Any good courthouse keeper who would preserve an unvexed and gladsome mind must have a care that no poisons are left lying around loosely. Having said this, we are conscious that our view may be publicly stigmatized as domestic, merely feminine, and quite unbefitting the dignity of a stipendiary magistrate. Mr. Publisher, sirs and madams, at the thought we are filled with shame and confusion of face. In London, England, there is a certain furnace in which all contraband tobacco and narcotic drugs are destroyed. The chimney of this furnace, which is never without smoke, is called the Queen's Pipe. As the fuel has been confiscated to the Crown, the name is exactly descriptive. This method of destroying narcotics is safer than any other, and might be advantageously adopted by all Canadian courts of summary jurisdiction. Assuredly, the Queen's Pipe is the only one in which opium can be smoked with benefit to all concerned. End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Soldiers and drug addiction. If you are planning for 10 years, plant trees. If you are planning for 100 years, plant men. Chinese saying. If it were possible in justice to this subject to admit all reference to drug addiction among our soldiers, we would gladly do so. When we consider the magnificent self-sacrifice and untold sufferings of the hundreds of thousands who fought so nobly on our behalf, our hearts are filled with pity, love, and gratitude for these our soldier sons. But it is not possible, neither would it be wise nor kind to omit the data on the subject, for we cannot afford to waste our human material, nor allow it to destroy other material. Having said this, the readers naturally conclude that they are being prepared for adverse opinions where the soldiers are concerned. Such is not the case. We will merely lay before you such data as we have, leaving it to you to weigh the evidence individually. It is in order that the case for the prosecution be heard first. Accordingly, we quote from the Literary Digest of April 26, 1919. The experience of the war shows that overstimulation and overexcitement resulted in an increase in the use of drugs. In England, it was early necessary to make the controlling regulations stricter, and the war period showed many additions to Canada's number of drug victims. Turning to England, we find two columns in the Daily Chronicle dealing with this matter and the following subheading: Startling revelations of the growth of the cocaine habit among soldiers. It is stated that since the outbreak of war, cocaine has been introduced into this country in the form of powder by the Canadian soldiers. The names and addresses are then given of 8 dealers who sold drugs to soldiers, the same drugs not having been ordered by a regular medical practitioner. On behalf of the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Herbert Musket, prosecutor, said that as the case was one of the greatest importance, he would make some general remarks as the evil had grown to such enormous dimensions that it was necessary steps should be taken to check it. The habit, said Mr. Musket, appears to have been brought here with the Canadian soldiers, and it was to be hoped that in the near future the attention of the House of Commons would be called to the matter so the legislation might be introduced dealing with the sale of drugs. The powder was sold principally to soldiers and to women of a certain class, and was taken like ordinary snuff, producing temporary exhilaration. A representative of the Daily Chronicle, who had made inquiries in authoritative quarters, said, "The traffic in cocaine has already reached the dimensions of a big scandal. Unhappily, too, the vicious craze has spread among soldiers. Soldiers have been seen literally to crawl in weakness and agony of reaction into a shop where the deadly snow might be obtained, and to emerge from it reinvigorated for an hour or two like new men. The actual distributors are usually women, and women of a certain class. These sell it to other women and to soldiers. The method of distribution is borrowed from the counterfeiters. One woman acts as a carrier and is in possession of a number of boxes of the drug, and another undertakes the actual sale in boxes. The drug, during the last year, has already been responsible for one murder. It is now known that the unhappy young Canadian who killed a sergeant at Greyshot was addicted to the use of this drug. Another victim, who was a soldier, actually tore into pieces with his bare hands a plank in the cell in which he was confined. The police are hampered by this disadvantage, that, while under the Defence of the Realm Act, they may now arrest without a warrant any person caught stealing or conniving to supply cocaine to soldiers. Civilians may purchase it or be in possession of it, and thus indirectly assist the traffic among soldiers without risk of punishment. In the United States, Dr. Ernest S. Bishop, the expert on addiction diseases, has also something to say on this matter. War itself, he writes, is always productive of narcotic addiction as one of its unfortunate concomitants. The Civil War left in its wake opiate addicts, results of necessary emergency and other medication. The Spanish War also contributed to the narcotic addicts. That there are opiate addicts resulting from the present World War is a known fact. Europe has its problems, and in this matter, we shall not escape ours. 2. The New York Times of April 15, 1919, states that in a report made public the previous day by the New York City Parole Commission, it was declared that in the first draft for the National Army, 80,000 were drug addicts who needed medical attention. They were all rejected by camp officers, the report said. And worse still, young men deliberately acquired the drug habit to escape the draft. Congressman Rainey, has a list of 25 physicians who were commissioned as captains and majors who were drug addicts, and also the name of a physician so commissioned who started for France with a large amount of narcotics to be dealt out among soldiers. In Canada, we find that the editor of the Toronto Saturday Night in 1919 says, "The drug habit has a strange hold on our population and is growing at an alarming rate. Toronto has now the inevitable reputation of being Ontario's headquarters for the illicit traffic in dope, and people come to the Queen City from all over the country to renew their supplies." He then goes on to state that in examining members for a certain Ontario battalion for overseas service, it was discovered that no less than 150 were dope fiends. In a letter of December 10, 1919, a Toronto editor says, "I have talked with various officers, returned men, in respect to the dope habit in the army, and they state in a more widespread than is generally imagined, owing to the fact that such drugs as cocaine and morphine are very largely used in the hospitals, and in most cases were easily obtainable by the men themselves, so that possibly without knowing it, thousands of soldiers who previously to the war had not known what these drugs were like, have become addicted to them." The magistrate of one of Canada's large cities writes, "We had a good many returned men who are addicted to the use of drugs, and certainly they will have to be looked after." The chief constable of another large Canadian city writes, "A number of returned boys who have come before our courts for using drugs place the blame on having been wounded during the war, and having had drugs given them to relieve their sufferings, which in some instances formed a habit. Others I know personally were addicted to the habit before enlisting." When we come to give the data for the defense, we find that this statement by the chief constable is simply borne out by the following letter by one whose opinion must be received with very great respect, not only on account of his first-hand knowledge as a military official, but also as an official in the Federal Department of Health. Ottawa, December 17, 1919. Dear Mrs. Murphy, I have before me your letter of December 5th, addressed to Dr. Amwat and requesting information in reference to the use of habit-forming drugs by returned soldiers. During the last 2 years and since my return from overseas, while acting as Assistant Director of Medical Services, Department of Militia and Defense, I have had much opportunity of observing soldiers and primarily in reference to the conditions about which you require information. Having regard to this, I must say that no evidence has reached my attention which would tend to show that the use of habit-forming drugs is more prevalent among those who served in the recent war than among the civilian population. I am inclined to think that the contrary is the case. A certain number of undesirables with the habit already formed or in the process of formation were taken into the service without the habit being detected until after enlistment. It should also be borne in mind that, in spite of the hardship of service, the vast majority of those on service did not find the use of such drugs necessary. This would largely disprove the claim, usually fraudulently put up by drug addicts, that war service caused their habit. It may be taken for granted that a statement of this kind, made by a drug addict, is usually meant to appeal to public sympathy and is advanced as an excuse, which may mitigate public disapproval of his misconduct. The most efficient way in which to correct it is to deal as they did in Britain with smugglers and illicit vendors, viz., with the utmost severity in imposing crushing fines and long sentences. Drug addicts should also have special provision made for their treatment, with special authority given to magistrates to commit them on a diagnosis of drug addiction, not necessarily as criminals, but as requiring long periods of enforced removal from possibilities of getting the drug. Summing up the whole matter, there is no information and no statistics in the Department of Militia and Defense that in any way indicate that returned soldiers were, in any respect, more addicted to the use of habit-forming drugs than the ordinary man on the street, and it has not been found necessary by the militia department to make any special provision for the treatment of soldiers who had become addicts. My views in this matter may not coincide with your own, but I wish frankly to say that they are founded on my own personal actual observations, both in the field and in administrative duties at headquarters, both in England and Canada. And further, I have obtained the views of Major General Fotheringham, the present Director General of Medical Services in Canada and formerly the Assistant Director of Medical Services of the 2nd Division CEF in the field, and I am privileged to state that his views and observations coincide almost absolutely with those I have given above. Trusting this may be of some little service to you, I am, sincerely yours, D. A. Clark, Assistant Deputy Minister. One could almost have wished that Dr. Clark had declared drug addiction in Canada to be a temporary evil resulting from the war and possibly ending therewith. His letter, however, leaves no illusions. If we agree with him, we must hold that the evil is a general and national one, and this undoubtedly has a basis in fact, for in 1907, Canadians imported 1,523 ounces of morphine, and this amount rose steadily for the 7 years before the war, and with the exception of a year and a half, has continued to rise ever since. The same steady, persistent rise in importations occurred annually in all other narcotics, this rise being altogether out of proportion to the rise in population. 3. While war conditions may have aggravated the habit, this aggravation was probably not so serious as some of us have supposed. The use of narcotics must of necessity be more noticeable in the huge assemblage of soldiers kept under strict surveillance than in the private, more guarded lives of civilians. A full comprehension of the evil as a national rather than a military one must be productive of the profoundest disquietude. A policy of negation and inactivity should no longer be tolerated in this Dominion, and this not only applies to our federal and provincial governments, departments of health, police commissions, welfare boards, and church associations, but to every organization formed for the purpose of dealing with human salvage. Neither should our course be unstable or inconstant. This is a traffic, odious and wicked, which must be very closely watched. Unfortunately, the public memory is short. One need not be a politician to know this, and people forget when even a small measure of relief has been obtained. But the tan-colored, seldom smiling Oriental does not forget, nor that master fiend, the unscrupulous white trafficker. Unabashed and undismayed, these are ever ready to resume operations. People are not so active in suppressing this evil as one might expect, possibly because they do not realize its serious nature. Yet no one, however highly placed, can be free from its effects. So widespread has the habit become. Accidents to trains, collisions between motor cars, mistakes in compounding prescriptions, and scores of other casualties may occur through the blunders of drug addicts. Employers may be mulcted for large damages under the Compensation Act, and workmen may be killed or injured because of the debility or nervousness of a cokie who blew out a mine pillar or opened the wrong switch. It is well known among the police that taxicab drivers who are desirous of getting young girls in their power are a fruitful source of the dissemination of demoralizing drugs. Yet our daughters use these cabs very frequently, and without concern, knowing nothing of the reprobate person under whose control they have placed themselves. In the anti-drug campaign in New York in 1919, it was found that among the known drug addicts, 21% were employed in trades that had to do with transportation. Out of the 20,000 addicts in the city, 2,700 were examined by Dr. Copeland, the health commissioner. These examined included lawyers, journalists, clergymen, teachers, and directors of large business corporations. 2/3 of the victims had trades and professions. Nearly all of the victims registered as desirous of being cured. When the subject of narcotic addiction is further considered, one is appalled by the loss of human material, not only from the economic, but from the intellectual and spiritual standpoints. If this waste may be retrieved, no matter how arduous the task, an incalculable service will have been rendered. No nation can flourish or even endure where a large quota of its citizens are affected with drug addiction disease. That any considerable portion of our people should become only so much gangrenous matter is especially deplorable in a young country like Canada, where the climatic discipline of the North naturally makes for dominance and for those sturdier characteristics of sobriety and self control. Assuredly, this is a case where, if our right eye offend, as a practical curative measure, we must pluck it out. End of part 1, chapter 9. Part 1, chapter 10 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cure. No vice so great, but we can kill and conquer if we will. Charles Noel Douglas. A while ago, we said that magistrates who had to deal with drug addicts as criminals presently found that some were probably diseased and mere clods of flesh who required to be tended and mended rather than punished. Writing of this, Dr. Malcolm McEachern, the superintendent of the Vancouver General Hospital, says, "Undoubtedly, drug addiction is a disease, and I do not think it can be called a crime, but of course may lead to crime. Nevertheless, it is on the same basis as intemperance in anything else, though other things may not be as serious to the human system." Dr. Ernest S. Bishop of New York says, "The one great point to be kept in mind is that narcotic addicts are sick of a definite and now demonstrable disease. Even if it should some day develop that a serum can be produced against the underlying toxins of the addiction disease, and this is not beyond the bounds of possibility, its usefulness and application must remain for the present matters of academic speculation. That a toxic conditioned substance may be set up in the blood when not offset by dosage has been claimed by one Adriano Valencia of the Institute Experimental Pharmacology of the Royal Institute of Pavia, who in 1914 developed in dogs the disease of drug addiction. He then deprived them of the drugs, and, taking serum from them, injected this into normal dogs who showed the same distressing symptoms as those who had become addicts. It has also been shown by Herschel of Berlin that the serum from addicted animals, when injected into other animals, has made them immune to doses of morphine, which must have otherwise proved fatal. We have quoted these authorities at length because it would seem necessary to show that in dealing with the scourge, we should understand that it is not wholly a crime, and that punishment by fine and imprisonment may be an improper procedure. The strong hand may prove, in some instances, to be the wrong hand. Once I asked a Chinaman if there was a cure for the disease, for all Chinamen do not smoke opium, as all white men do not drink intoxicants. He said there was no cure except by taking relics from the altars. Indeed, I have seen this cure in process for myself at a joss house they used to have in Vancouver, and which they may yet have for all that I can say. In this place there was a serving altar on which stood huge vases of pewter and enamel, and over which hung banners and peacock feathers. These banners, the Chinese explain, were extremely efficacious in case of opium sickness, and so were carried to the sick room whenever required. On the serving altar there is also a rubber stamp used to impress the paper taken away by men suffering from insomnia. Devil, him keep China boy not sleep, exclaimed the servitor. Yes, it is quite certain we do not understand these people from the Orient, nor what ideas are hid behind their dark, inscrutable faces. But all of us, however owl-eyed, may see pathos in the picture of the hapless drug victim, often a mere withered stalk of pain, stealing away into the streets with his piece of sacred paper, trying to make believe that, instead of a pipe, this will give sleep to his tortured eyes and still more tortured brain. Maybe it does help him too, just as the pledge in the amulet and the vari-colored ribbons help some folk of our day and nationality. But if the sacred papers failed, and if the China boy fell into the death sickness, his compatriots, if they were so minded, could drag forth the huge dragon that crouched beneath the serving altar, and use it to scare away forever the opium devil and all devils. Do you think these Chinese gods are aloof persons and beyond the call of lonely lads like Li Wing, the laundry boy, Ma Hua, the dicer, or Li Wang, the pock-faced one who sells ginseng, bean curds, and dried squid? Not a bit of it. If you will only step behind the serving altar, you will see the actual altar with all of the deities seated thereon. The chief of these is a vermilion-colored god, and he has whiskers that are black and long, like the tails of horses. And when the China boys desire to make wish to him that they may be cured of the opium need, they ring a bell to wake him out of sleep. Sometimes he doesn't hear for a little while, or maybe he only wakes to quench his thirst with the bowls of yellow tea they have set before him as offerings. But usually he listens to their prayers, for he is good, this high vermilion god, and he likes everybody, Ali, Sammy, Chimee. 2. If the drug habit be a disease, provision should be made for its treatment in some form of provincial protection for addicts. It is here that the healing arm of the government is required. Its police arm is not sufficient to exterminate the evil. Mr. Chris H. Newton, the chief of police at Winnipeg, declares that punishment by imprisonment or fine is, in my experience, of little use. What we need are institutions located in every province so that persons unfortunate enough to have become addicted to the habit can be properly treated and gradually weaned from its use. Chief Newton has seen this worked out effectually in his own city. This is best set forth in the words of Dr. McConnell, the administrator of the Narcotics Act for Manitoba. Hospitals in their charter, says the administrator, need not take in drug addicts because they are rather an expensive proposition to handle, and they require male attendants. I have had several addicts come to me, and I have had them confined in the jail from 6 weeks to 3 months in order to take the cure. I might also say that they asked to do this themselves, as they were anxious to get better, and as far as I know, they were benefited by it. gaining from 10 to 40 pounds in a few months. We have only had one relapse, and that was a newsie on a train who was peddling it and had been addicted to it for 12 or 14 years. I had the bad ones sent to the prison farm where they were able to be out and around in a few days and were able to get plenty of fresh air and good food and become men again. I am now making arrangements with the Winnipeg General Hospital for separate wards for both men and women where they will be treated and cured in a humane way. This ought to take between 6 or 8 weeks, but of course we must expect relapses. I think that the expense of treatment for these patients should be borne 50-50 by the provincial and federal governments. In the United States, they have provided that any person may apply to the Department of Health or to a city magistrate to be placed in an institution for treatment instead of waiting to become a convict or go insane. Either of these officials can commit them to the workhouse for treatment, and they are released only by direction of the medical authorities of the institution. We might follow this system with advantage in Canada. Instead of giving the addicts drugs on the reductive system, they should have the chance of going without medication or committing themselves to custodial treatment. The victims and the deliberate wrongdoers would incidentally be made manifest. It was found at the workhouse at Blackwell's Island that for the first 9 months of 1919, 110 men and 3 women committed themselves to take the treatment. From the facts enumerated, it can be easily seen that the care is long and expensive, and that the government can deal with this more effectually by preventing the spread of the habit and by also absolutely suppressing the importation of contraband drugs. 3. All drugs used in Canada should be procured from the government. What the government does not prohibit, it must monopolize. There should be no profits on the products whatsoever. If drugs were sold by retailers on a system of triplicate order blanks, one of these going to the federal government, a complete check could be kept on sales, but, however managed, they should be a record on every grain from the time it leaves the importer till it reaches the ultimate consumer. Illicit vendors in drugs should be handled sternly, whatever their status, and it would be well for the government to consider whether or not these should be given the option of a fine. The profits from the traffic are so high that fines are not in any sense deterrent. Besides, these ruthless butchers of men and morals are entitled to no more delicate consideration than the white slaver, the train wrecker, housebreaker, or the perpetrator of any other headlong crime. If, however, the fine stands, as under the present provisions of the Opium and Drugs Act, 1/2 of the fine should be given to the informant, not leaving this to the discretion of the magistrate. We are persuaded this would help enormously in suppressing the unbridled sale of narcotics. An assured moiety of the fines would not only prove a great incentive to the police, but would become what a secret agent has defined as a part of the regular machinery of eliminations. 4. To prohibit smuggling, this country should be protected by international agreement, thus allowing us to control the evil at its source. This has become a world problem, and its successful solution demands concerted thought and action. Indeed, such an agreement has been already arrived at and will become effective when we conform to its conditions at the present session of the federal legislature. Arising out of the commission at Shanghai in 1908, an international convention was held at The Hague in December 1911 and January 1912. Canada agreed to ratify this in 1913, but legislative action has pended until now. Indeed, 44 out of 46 countries represented agreed to do so, the exceptions being Germany and Austria. Article 15 of Chapter 4 provided that the Chinese government reciprocate in the prevention of the smuggling of opium into China as well as into their far eastern colonies and into leased territories, the Chinese to do the same in respect to other contracting countries. 5. There should be established provincial narcotic committees to deal with all phases of the drug question, but particularly with the aftercare of the addicts. So far, medical science has been able to do little for the drug habit except to call it addiction. The aftercare should, if possible, include a change of residence and companions. Speaking of this, Admiral Charles F. Stokes, formerly Surgeon General of the United States Navy, said in February 1919, remedial measures form the smallest part of the task. The biggest job comes when the persons are taken off the drugs. He advocates that instead of sending these immediately back into the world of which they have known nothing during the years of addiction, that they have a place provided where they may work at some trade or occupation, and letting them gradually get back to the city. Like convicts who have been serving long terms, these persons are out of touch with the new order of things, and so are apt to relapse. Yes, one needs a dispassionate and singularly serene mind for this task. That poet was right who said, "It is not easy, dear, working with men, for men are only clay. They crumble in the hand or they betray, and time goes by, but no results appear." A second duty of the Provincial Narcotic Committee should relate to education. We need an analysis of the symptoms of addiction disease, just as we do on alcohol, its effects on the different organs, and how the appetite should be controlled. The boy and girl in the school should be told of its tyrannous control over the will, and of the physical tortures of drug abandonment, not waiting until they have ignorantly become habituates. Indeed, widespread education concerning the drug peril is an immediate necessity among all classes, whether lay or professional. A great physician said only the other day, "It is to be hoped that in school and college, in pulpit and press, the facts of addiction will be presented in their practical existence, stripped of spectacularity, a calm, cold presentation of basic facts. There is no subject upon which philanthropy can better expend its forces than to this end of education, as to addiction disease, and humane help to its sufferers." End of Part 1, Chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 1 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Black Candle. Oh, just, subtle, and mighty opium. De Quincey. The Chinese say there are 10 canons for those who smoke opium. 1. He cannot give it up. 2. He cannot enjoy sleep. 3. He cannot wait his turn while sharing his pipe with his friends. 4. He cannot rise early. 5. He cannot be cured when he becomes ill. 6. He cannot help relatives who are in need. 7. He cannot enjoy wealth. 8. He cannot plan anything. 9. He cannot get credit even when he has been an old customer. 10. He cannot walk any distance. An analysis of these canons show the opium sought to be selfish, slothful, weak, diseased, inefficient, untrustworthy, and emasculated. Better dead, he still lives on till he becomes what the Chinese call a ghost. Ben Jonson in Volpone gives the picture of a man in this condition who is on the verge of death from narcotic poisoning. One of the characters desires the death of the victim, as may be seen from his ejaculations. Corbaccio. How does your patron? Moscow. His mouth is ever gaping, and his eyelids hang. Corbaccio. Good. Mosca. A freezing numbness stiffens all his joints, and makes the color of his flesh like lead. Corbaccio. 'Tis good. Mosca. His pulses beat slow and dull. Corbaccio. Good symptom still. Mosca. And from his brain? Corbaccio. I conceive you good. Mosca. Flows a cold sweat, and a continual rheum forth the resolved corners of his eyes. He now hath lost his feelings, and hath left to snort. You can hardly perceive that he breathes. There is a medical name for death from opium, but physicians tell us that dissolution is really caused by engorgement of the brain. In opium poisoning, where a stomach pump is not immediately available, the emetic is a tablespoonful of mustard in a small tumblerful of warm water. After this is thrown off, the victim should be given great draughts of warm water to wash out the stomach. Sometimes the stomach will not respond to the emetic, as it sleeps as well as the victim. In poisoning for laudanum, a simple tincture of opium, which, strange to relate, is derived from the Latin word laudanum, to be praised. An overdose sometimes acts as an emetic itself. A while ago, an aged man was charged with attempting to commit suicide. He told me he drank a very considerable dose of laudanum, which only acted as an emetic. Then he tried to hang himself with a rope, which also proved unavailing. He is still alive, and more happy than one could believe. Among the Chinese priests we find this dictum: Chi yen pu nang yang sen toi, which, being interpreted, means, if you eat opium, your sons will die out in the second generation. What greater evil could befall a Chinese family than that it should leave no posterity for the worship of ancestors? Anyone who would by an act or omission contribute to so calamitous a happening must be considered worthy of that national punishment known as Ling Chi. This punishment, while killing the evil, can hardly be considered as a successful one, or even an economic measure, in that it killed the man also, the method being death by slicing. Still, it has this advantage, that there is no subsequent offense. Under these circumstances, it is only natural that the Chinaman should prefer teaching the art of hitting the pipe to white devils, like you and me, who probably have no souls anyway, and certainly no ancestors. Besides, what is a fine in dollars when compared to the enormous indignity of death beneath a slicing machine? Still, no nation in the world has endeavored to rid itself of the opium scourge like the Chinese people, and on one occasion President Xu Shiheng of China issued an order for the destruction of 1,200 chests of opium, the value of which was $14 million. This opium belonged to the Shanghai Opium Combine and was purchased from them by the government. This meant not only a loss in stock, but a loss of millions in revenue at a time when China was in financial straits. Following this, China exterminated the cult of the poppy, their flower of dreams, making its growth to be an offense against the law. An edict prohibiting tobacco and alcohol in America would be in no wise comparable, for this was an edict that meant death to hundreds of thousands, some say to millions, of the Chinese people. An American writing of this truly wonderful thing has said, "This eradication of a century-old vice was not put in force through the issuing of edicts by the government alone, but it was due to the imperceptible and immense pressure of public opinion, the opinion and belief of millions and hundreds of millions of inarticulate Chinese scattered throughout the vast distances of China, a force imbrued with the simple and definite instinct of right. There is no doubt that on this continent there are thousands of Chinese of like honesty and sturdiness of character, and that if these men were allowed to deal with their renegade countrymen, much could be done to stay the progress of the drug traffic. As far as we know, nothing of an educative campaign has been tried among the trafficking Chinese except what is taught them through the rougher methods of the courts. Their education might be an experiment worth trying. Perhaps if we explained through interpreters what our ideals are and how we expect them, in accepting our hospitality, to maintain these ideals, it might help. We might also tell them that if they are to remain here, we insist on their observing our laws, and on their being clean alike in body and mind. We must tell them this again and again, till they get the idea, or till they get out. Some would not be amenable, any more than white men under similar circumstances, but the majority would. If even a quarter of the amount of money expended on the detection of crime among the Chinese was applied to educating them, the results would be indubitably better. If we thought the health departments of the various cities allow the Chinamen to swarm in filthy hovels and to burrow like rats in cellars, what else can we expect but vice unspeakable? We have made these men to be pariahs and perpetual aliens, and accordingly they have become to us a body of death. These pariahs may only be reached through the upper class of their own compatriots, with whom we should strive to cooperate for what has been called preventive justice, in a patient, persistent, and sympathetic manner. It is hard to acquire the magnificent perspective of Emerson, but it is worth while studying now and then. The carrion in the sun, he says, will convert itself to grass and flowers, and man, through in brothels or jails or on giblets, is on his way to all that is good and true. But if you claim that the Oriental peddler and opium sot are abandoned and irreclaimable, mere black-haired beasts in our human jungle, then it is quite plain that we should insist on their exclusion from this continent. Any other course would only be a demonstration of broken-headed ineptitude. 2. When a Chinaman regularly attends the Shandu place called the den or opium joint for the purpose of smoking, he is said by his countrymen to be under the spell of the black earth. The more opium he takes, the more he requires, or, as Virgil has expressed it, acresciti menundo. The disorder increases with the remedy. It is Kipling, in one of his stories, who makes an opium addict to tell how, at the end of his third pipe, the dragons which were printed red and black on the cushions used to move about and fight, but by degrees. It took a dozen pipes to make them stir. This is a condition which gives rise to the true vicious cycle. In pathology, a vicious cycle has been defined as a morbid process in which two or more disorders are so correlated that they reciprocally aggravate and perpetuate each other. Morally, opium bites a man to the heart and festers his very soul. He is a devil-sick young man, said one Chinaman recently of another, and soon his spirit be torn in the hereafter by the demons of opium. The phantasmagoria conjured up by opium has been described by many writers. De Quincey speaks of them as those trances and profoundest reveries which are the crown and consummation of what opium can do for human nature. Coleridge, himself an addict, writes of trances and of spellbound existence where one passes through caverns measureless to man down to a sunless sea. All are agreed that in opium intoxication there are no sublime exaltations, or blowing of soap bubbles, or oracle voices out of inner shrines, or waves of resplendent ether, but only a sleep or phantasm, a kind of dual existence, where all is alien and unreal. One who is deeply under the thraldom has told me how, in each successive indulgence, she passes through strange transmutations and across wide lands that have no horizons. Sometimes in the narcotic stupor there comes to her a black sun that expands and contracts, and the rays of which cause her head to ache intolerably. On her recovering, she suffers from an appalling introversion when the chain of her bondage ceases to be anything but golden. This must, too, be true about her pain, for, as she tells the story of it, her voice becomes thin like a fret saw, and her face seems to shrink as though she were ill and very, very old. This woman, who was a nurse by profession, is now a wanton by predilection, a pathetic piece of human jetsam. Speaking of the woman outcast, it was Lecky who described her as the most mournful and awful figure in history. The statement leaves nothing further to be said. Yet, it cannot be claimed that the opium joint was responsible for her downfall, or that she had been lured thither by the Mongolians. Having learned the habit in the pursuit of her profession, she naturally gravitated to the joint. Her case is only one demonstration of the poet's philosophy. In tragic life, God wot, no villain need be. Passions spin the plot. 3. Opium smoking is different from that of tobacco. Opium has to be carefully prepared, and numerous tools are required. There is the shallow tray in which is set a small glass lamp filled with peanut or olive oil for cooking the wax. This lamp is hooded, thus preventing the draughts which would make the flame flare up and smoke the opium. Also, the smoker requires a long steel yongkok, or toasting pin, with which to hold the gum or chandu over the flame. It is pointed at one end and flat at the other. There is also a kind of spoon-headed instrument for cleaning out the pipe. Other instruments are a pair of scissors for trimming the wicks in the lamp, a sponge for cooling the pipe, and cans of hop and oil. Lastly, we have the long flute-like pipe, which might be of bamboo, ebony, or ivory, and one we have seen was studded with diamonds. This is the stem, smoking pistol, or yin sing, through which the devotee of the drug takes long and deep inhalations, blowing the smoke through his nostrils. The opium bowl which fits on to the pipe is an ellipsoid in shape. Nearly every pipe has upon it a small wooden frog, but man yik. An acquaintance of ours assures us that flog dead say me likey dual nail. Opium ready for smoking is usually about the consistency of black molasses or of tar. Peddlers call it mud, but the Chinese name for the mixture is pen yang. When the black candle is ready for lighting and the smoker has the yin upon him, that is to say, the mad longing for indulgence, the procedure is like this. The smoker holds the needle in the flame of the lamp, and when it becomes hot, he dips it into the opium or wax, and taking up a portion, holds it over the lamp. When it makes a bubble, he inserts this into the small hole of the earthen bowl with the flat end of the needle, and presses it down with the pointed end. The flame of opium is blue, but the smoke black, and the smell thereof is both evil and insinuating. An opium pill lasts for 6 or 8 puffs. In the places attended by persons of leisure who have money at their disposal, attendants or chefs roll the pills, and sometimes these fellows have been accused, I know not just how justly, of even rolling the smokers to the tune of hundreds of dollars. Generally speaking, the chefs are only paid sufficient to purchase the necessary hop for themselves, for even chefs are seized with a terrible yin and require the solace of the drug. Among the public, the idea is held that the men who take to smoking opium are usually of the beachcomber type, scurvy, feckless fellows, a kind of devil's crew. Once this may have been true, but of late such is not the case. An eminent American attorney writing recently of this matter said opium smoking among so-called highbrows in Boston has been increasing by leaps and bounds of recent years, though the Chinese here still furnish a large percentage of the hoppies. Society girls and boys have fallen prey to the opium peddlers, and the organizations for trapping unsuspecting youths were never so well supplied with the deadly poison and funds as they are today. They do not appeal to the poor man or woman because the cost of hitting the pipe is prohibitive for them, but in the palatial residences of persons prominent in societal circles may be found complete outfits for opium smokers. Money is no object to them. This attorney, who has much to do with addicts and peddlers as a state prosecutor, says further, curiosity leads many to accept an invitation to an opium party, but once they have taken their turn at the pipe, the appetite has been implanted, and the road to degradation is fast. This is only another way of saying that curiosity can kill more than cats, and that once a person has started on the trail of the poppy, the sledding is very easy and downgrade all the way. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Traffic in the United States. The drug habit is the most certain road to ruin the perverted ingenuity of man has yet devised. Charles R. Tisdale. On June 30th, 1921, the Bureau of Internal Revenue at Washington printed for the fiscal year a full report of the sale of narcotic drugs in the United States. The report is not only of immense interest, but of especial note, being the first official figures published on this matter in the country. It is true that in 1918 the Secretary of the Treasury appointed a committee to investigate the traffic in drugs, and that a year later this committee submitted a report of its findings. But the Treasury Department did not vouch for the accuracy of the figures given, or assume finality for the conclusions arrived at. In the United States, the Narcotic Act is a revenue law, which is administered by the Internal Revenue Bureau through the Narcotic Division of the Prohibition Unit. The appropriation for the enforcement of the narcotic law for the current year is $750,000. In Canada, while the revenue accruing from the traffic is collected by the Customs Department, the Opium and Drugs Act is administered by the Narcotic Division of the Department of Health. But to return to the first official figures of the United States, upon examination we find that for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 1921, the amounts sold by the registered importers, manufacturers, producers, and compounders were as follows: opium, 508,723 ounces; morphine, 164,203 ounces; codeine, 77,345 ounces; deonin, 3,170 ounces; Other alkaloids and derivatives, 4,381 ounces. Cocaine, 52,827 ounces. Cocoa leaves, 1,016,613 ounces. It must be borne in mind that these figures refer only to taxes on the amount sold. Not all the quantity imported may be manufactured and sold during the same year. On the other hand, the quantity sold during a certain year may exceed that which is imported, the tax on products manufactured in the United States being due when the goods are removed from the place of manufacture. The revenue collected in taxes at 1 cent per ounce totaled $137,279.98. Including this amount with the taxes collected from manufacturers, practitioners, and dealers, the receipts for the year totaled $1,170,291.32. The Bureau of Internal Revenue, which collects these taxes, is not concerned with the value of any narcotic drug or preparation imported or manufactured and makes no attempt to ascertain the value of the products on which the tax must be paid. We have not the value of the narcotic drugs imported for the fiscal year 1921, but the number of ounces totaled 5,329,923. Without particularizing all the drugs, it will be interesting to note that the countries from which America gets her opium supply and the quantities were set forth and divided after this manner. England, 101,150 ounces. Greece, 107,375 ounces. Switzerland, 77 ounces. Turkey in Europe, 137,748 ounces. Turkey in Asia, 292,693 ounces. The export of opium from the United States was, however, comparatively negligible, amounting in all to 7,829 ounces. Over half of this amount went to two countries. Mexico receiving 1,520 ounces and Peru 3,143 ounces. These figures here quoted would not seem to include all the amounts exported, for writing in April 1922, Lena Lo Yost, the natural WCTU legislative representative at Washington, has said, "There are evidences today, we are informed by missionaries, travelers, and newspaper correspondents, that the situation as relates to drugs, especially in China, is alarming. Statistics show that the deadly habit of drug taking is on the increase, and that there is good reason for alarm is seen in customs reports in this country, which shows that within the short period of 5 months, enough morphine and opium were shipped from the one port of Seattle to give a dose to each of the 400 million men, women, and children in China." Again, turning our attention for a moment to the report of this special committee, we find that allowing 1 grain as the average dose of opium, the amount consumed in the Republic per annum was sufficient to furnish 36 doses for every man, woman, and child. In this consumption, America leads the world. Compared with her, Austria uses less than 1 grain, Italy 1, Germany 2, Portugal 2.5, France 3, and Holland 3.5. Assuredly, this was a startling discovery, but still more startling when we consider that this computation only deals with the drugs that were legitimate importations. Although there are no exact means of computing the illicit importations, these are calculated by the committee as being about equal in quantity to those which pass through the Department of Internal Revenue. In other words, the amount consumed per annum should be actually doubled, thus allowing 72 doses for every man, woman, and child. Now the population of the United States is about 107 million persons. Only 10% of the drugs legitimately imported are used for medicinal purposes, the other 90% being consumed for the satisfaction of addiction. From the information received, the committee concluded that the total number of addicts probably exceeded 1 million, although these have been computed by investigators to be as high as 4 million. But allowing 1 million to be the correct number, the committee calculated that this number represented 250,000 unemployed persons, which, at a conservative estimate, would represent the loss of 150 million annually in wages. These figures do not include the cost of the drugs, nor the cost to the municipalities or states in the suppression and punishment of crime, the care of those who become a charge upon the community, nor the cost to individuals who suffer through theft and burglary. It has been noted above that the numbers of addicts are not exactly known, chiefly for the reason that those in higher social classes cannot be counted. These have money to purchase drugs and consequently are not obliged to commit crime in order to obtain the requisite sums. As a general thing, these have not learned the habit from bad associations, but through doctors and nurses, and so are seldom known to the police. In the state of California, the Board of Pharmacy, in one of their reports, has this to say on the subject. In many instances, these unfortunates are members of some of the best families in the state, but have become addicted to the use of narcotics, not through their own desire, but through the carelessness of their family physician in prescribing narcotics. For such a patient as might have been afflicted with some bronchial, rheumatic, or neuralgic affection, the patient, having received relief from the narcotic, unwittingly becomes addicted to its use. Wishing to know whether the drug habit was spreading in the United States, Canada, and England, we personally dispatched some hundreds of letters to persons in high authority for information on this matter. With 4 exceptions, all were agreed that the traffic in opiates was growing. We shall quote only the reply of Mrs. Sarah Mulhall, First Deputy Commissioner, Department of Narcotic Drug Control, State of New York. Drug addiction is a growing menace that can no longer be ignored. In New York State alone, there are 38,000 officially registered addicts and many thousands who are not registered. Several of the replies give credit to the excellent work done by Colonel I. G. Nutt, head of the narcotic forces at Washington, but claim that he is short-forced in agents. To Dr. James Hamilton of New York, a splendid crusader against the drug traffic, we are indebted for the following quotation from Dr. Livingston S. Hinckley. The extent to which drug addiction has spread over the land is beyond belief. The youth, curious as to its effects, is offered a pinch of heroin, morphine, or cocaine, and with incredible rapidity he finds himself in the clutches of a habit, and held as stubbornly as a devil fish envelopes its victim with its tentacles. The special committee above referred to also ascertained that drug addiction did not preponderate among the females, as it was generally believed, but was about equally prevalent in both sexes. Women, says a writer on the subject, last longer at the black smoke, but he does not tell us the reason. After all, however accurate the figure or illuminating the data, the writer or reader, to comprehend aright their meaning, must stop a while and look with the mind's eye upon the drug users themselves, the hundreds and hundreds of thousands who pass before us in long flocking lines to which there seems no end. Never will there be a like procession till the dead arise on Judgment Day. These are they who die by what they live upon. This might be the dragon of which Kipling wrote in Gates of the Hundred Sorrows. This might be the accursed crocodile of De Quincey's Narcotics Dream, with its abominable head and multitudinous leering eyes. If you look more closely, you may recognize these whom you have known as invalids, or persons who had moods, but you never connected their vulgarities with the baleful influences of the drug. Some are men and women of rank and of high principle, proud persons, who would hide as closely as possible the secret of their grievous thraldom. Others with an appetite for shame are imbruted and vicious, lewd persons untaught in providence, patience, or abstinence. Some are young, hard, and scrupulous. No, not young. Once an opium eater said, "We are all old, hundreds of years old." Quite a few of these myriads are called opium devils by their own folk of the Orient, who decry the evil. Look into their tawny eyes. Listen to their high sing-song voices. Hi-ya! You, my little stay at home. Hi-ya! You only gel for me. Plenty presents. Here are men of all colors and races, shuffle-gaited, foundered fellows, who have started on a downward course from which, to most of them, there is no retreat. Here too are battalions of black men who, from likely lads, have become derelict in body and soul. These are the irredeemables, abandoned, dangerous men who are more than a match for justice. If you look longer upon these scenes of ignominy and shame, it will be to marvel at the numbers who suffer and who are palpably insane. Here are women with pain-smirched faces and senile bodies full of festering sores. Others who are brain sick stare upon you with ape-like expression or glare, and gnash and gibber. The talk, where is the pen that could set it down, or dare to set it down? This babble talk of incontinent tongues, these hideous cursings of guttural throats, the direful pleadings, the self-recriminations, or worse than all, the hard, soul-blasting, and horrific laughter. Yes, let us say it over again, you and I. These are they who die by what they live upon. Never will there be a like procession till the dead arise on Judgment Day. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Young Addicts. Give me the little children, ye rich, ye good, ye wise, and let the busy world spin around, while ye shut your idle eyes. And your judges shall have work, and your lawyers wag the tongue, and the jailers and policemen shall be fathers to the young. Charles Mackay. Who is to blame that the lambs, the little ewe lambs, have been caught upon the brambles? Jane Addams. A child under the federal statutes means a boy or girl under 16 years of age. Under certain provincial statutes for the protection of children, a child is defined as one actually or apparently under the age of 18. Most people will say there is practically no addiction among children, meaning thereby children under the teen age. Even the children's aid societies are profoundly ignorant on the subject until such time as the police inaugurate a cleanup campaign with its attendant education. In this discussion, we shall not confine ourselves to any age, taking in both children and youths, and to begin with, we'll ask ourselves whether addiction exists among these to any marked extent. In consulting the authorities on the subject, one of the most reliable reports is that given of the New York State Clinic, at which 3,000 persons were treated. These persons were divided into age groups as follows: 908 between 15 and 19 years, 927 between 20 and 25 years, 711 between 26 and 30 years, 523 between 31 and 40 years, 133 41 years or over. Commenting on these groups, Dr. R. S. Copeland, the commissioner of the state, says, "To my mind, the most startling thing about these figures is that the large majority of the patients are under 25 years of age, and nearly one-third are not out of their teens. Our patients are just misguided and unfortunate boys and girls, mere children. That more persons past the age of 40 do not appear means that the addict dies young." In the same state, Cornelius F. Collins, Justice of the Court of Special Sessions, places the large number of addicts between 17 and 22. He says at least 1/10 of the whole business of the Court of Special Sessions of New York County is made up of drug addicts. This is such a horrible situation that it brought home to all of us the absolute necessity for the doing of something which meant business in the attempt to control this evil. We men throughout the state who daily see the progression of these pale youths, victims of the drug habit, may be said to be men who are not unduly worked up over anything. We are somewhat like an undertaker, inured to the corpse. The ordinary proceedings in a criminal court, while calling for some emotion, do not excite us yet. Nevertheless, this drug situation shocks us, trained and experienced as we are in the performance of our duty, and arouses all to the necessity for action of some kind. Sarah Graham Mulhall, the Deputy Commissioner of New York, speaks of hundreds of addict babies born in the course of a year to addict mothers, and who rarely live but a few days. She also declares that the supplying of narcotic drugs is producing a crop of criminals, defectives, tubercular victims, immoral persons, and incompetents. Out of every 1,000 youths who were examined for enlistment in the American Navy, 500 are rejected because of physical unfitness. This evil, she says, is spreading while the general public is in ignorance of the situation. Dr. James Hamilton of New York says, "It is rare to come into contact with young men between 16 and 21 years of age who are confirmed alcoholics. Compare this with narcotic addicts. The general rule is that the addiction is presently mainly in youths from 16 to 21. This is really the development age, and boys and girls are forever wrecked in this period. In New York City, boys are being arrested for peddling morphine in the schools. Word from Seattle says there are White Cross officials who are doing nothing but watching high schools for the dope peddler. A dispatch from the same city says that there are between 5 and 10,000 users of opium in some form or another, or approximately one person in every 50. Canon Bliss, the head of the White Cross Society there, states that cocaine, parties are held regularly among high school students. The Reverend M.R. Alley of Seattle says, "Let the people see the foul, slimy, poisonous thing that is laying its tentacles upon the youth of our land, sucking away the very life's blood. It must have the young boys and girls within its blood-sucking arms. It cannot thrive alone on the dried, shriveled, and cadaverous habitante who is fast tottering to the grave." A case which is typical of many homes in Seattle and other cities throughout the United States and Canada is also related in a recent dispatch. It tells of a case in the police court where the mother of a 26-year-old son had caused his arrest. She was a widow and had been reduced to maintaining herself by scrubbing and washing. The previous night she, on her return home, found a 20-pound sack of sugar she had purchased had been sold for a shot of morphine. She informed the court that everything of value, even to crockery, had been taken by her son, and she feared he would call in a second-hand man and sell the remainder of her furniture. This young man is a university graduate, but his craving for drug content, born at a cabaret party, had reduced his mother to penury and himself to a moral and physical wreck. The State Board of Pharmacy, California, reports that children are supplied with morphine and cocaine in quantities as small as 10 cents worth by peddlers. In New York, drugs have been made into candy and sold to school children. In Westfield, Massachusetts, it was found that among the Polish families which came from the coal mining regions of Pennsylvania, that other addiction was prevalent. We received the following information in a letter from an official in the place. These people evidently drink ether straight, as one of the children showed us recently by pouring water into a glass how much ether she would drink and how much her mother used. There have been 3 cases among the children in school in which the drinking of ether furnished a pleasurable sensation. 2. Jane Addams tells of a gang of boys in Chicago aged from 13 to 17 who practically lived a life of vagrancy. All had become addicted to the cocaine habit. A mother who had become terrified over the condition of her 13-year-old, one of the gang, brought him to Hull House, and as she rocked herself in a chair, holding the unconscious lad in her arms, she said despairingly, "I have seen them go with drink and eat the hideous opium, but I never knew anything like this." The boy was hideously emaciated and his mind was almost a blank. The boys had learned the habit from a colored man who was the agent of a drug store and who gave them samples in order that they might acquire the craving. Presently they were hopelessly addicted and swiped junk to supply themselves with the drug. The desire to dream dreams and see visions, continues Miss Addams, plays an important part with boys who habitually use cocaine. I recall a small hut used by boys for this purpose. They washed dishes in a neighboring restaurant, and as soon as they had earned a few cents, they invested in cocaine which they kept pinned beneath their suspenders. When they had accumulated enough for a real debauch, they went to this hut for several days, were dead to the outside world. One boy told me that in his dreams he had seen large rooms paved with gold and silver money. The walls were papered with greenbacks, and that he took away in buckets all he could carry. Bert Ford, in the Boston American, writing of drug intoxication in Boston, says the mules and joy shots are among the most vicious elements in the plague. Thousands of recruits to the great and growing army of drug addicts are won by the joy shot route. It is by this means that our boys and girls in their tweens and many adults are initiated. Evil companions tempt them to try morphine or cocaine for the fun of it. Prompted by jest, ridicule, or curiosity, they take their first jab or sniff, which the gentry have given the camouflaged title of joy shot, and before they realize it, they are slaves. In Vancouver, drugs are being used in a wholesale manner by boys and girls from 15 to 18 years of age. Mr. H. H. Stevens, MP, states that scores of these children are ruined annually. Another citizen says, "Before I became a member of an investigation committee, I would not believe the terrible stories of drug trafficking as told by the press. Since I have spoken to child addicts and heard the dreadful stories from their own lips, I can only compare the sufferings they describe with the horrible tortures depicted by Gustave Doré in his famous pictures of the torture of the damned." Dr. Proctor of British Columbia, in a speech delivered recently in that province, said, "I know of one cabaret in this province where, only a short time ago, 30 couples were dancing on the floor, and of those 30 couples, only 4 were free from the drug habit. In that same cabaret, in the washroom, 10 boys were at the same time seeing taken dope. In the hearing of charges against juveniles in the police courts for breaches of the Opium and Drugs Act, magistrates have suspended sentences so that the children could be taken away from their bad companions and removed to places for healing and for a new chance in life. We think much of the poet who said, I am not sure if I knew the truth, what his case or crime might be. I only know he pleaded youth, a beautiful golden plea. In Windsor, Ontario, the ages of young addicts are given as between 17 and 20. Saskatoon, Calgary, Montreal, and other Canadian cities have their ever-growing quota of teenage drug slaves, forever maimed for virtue. One Canadian girl boasted that she gets $25 commission for every boy and girl she initiated into the drug habit. It is a commission soon repaid, for the victims always find the money for the daily dope. They cannot do without it. In one bank, 4 young bank clerks were found to be cocaine fiends, and doubtless similar conditions exist in other financial institutions. Personally, I have found that a number of the younger girls who are arrested for vagrancy are also addicts. They do not always tell this. Indeed, they do not if they can adequately restrain their craving. But when they are incarcerated for any length of time, they tell the other girls about it and advise these to make a start also. One girl addict of 16 who was taken into custody as a neglected child told in court that she had inherited $1,400 in cash, all of which she spent in 3 days chiefly on clothes and shoddy jewelry. Presently, even her fine clothes vanished away, and she was in a state of penury when apprehended. One of the appalling things which has developed lately is the discovery that the growing youths in the small sized villages and towns are not free from the machinations of the drug ring, peddlers or birds' nesters, so to say, going out from the large centers to introduce their nefarious wares. Besides, it has been shown that 92% of the boys and girls come to the cities to earn their livelihood at some time or another, and have to face the conditions caused by the activities of the drug traffickers. Speaking of this, Charles E. Royal said lately, living in the country will not save the boys and girls. Breeding and education is no insurance. We have found as we get further and further into this matter that the evil is even more widespread in British Columbia and over the Dominion than we had feared, and it will take the combined efforts of us all, this city and the country, to stamp it out. That was a wise writer who said, Meet is it that the old help the young, even in their day were holpen. 3. In dealing with the traffic in his relation to children, it seems hardly necessary to say that prevention should be our chief care. This statement, while plainly trite, is nevertheless terribly unheeded. Parents seldom suspect their own children, or have it hidden somewhere in the back of their heads, and the children are able to take care of themselves, just as if an unsophisticated child had any chance whatever against the machinations of the rascally drug booster with his specious and amiable manners. Well, about as much change as a school of minnows would have against a shark. Young folk, or for that matter, many adults, did not even know the slang or jargon used by addicts, and many have acquired the vicious appetites for drugs before they realize it. Under the caption, The Ring of Death, a writer in the Toronto World says, "For your very life, never accept medicine from anyone, particularly in a powder form, which can be used by snuffing up the nose, unless you have first assured yourself of its harmless nature, its uses, and whether it is of a habit-forming propensity. It is better to go to the nearest drugstore and buy some recognized proprietary medicine than to run the risk of ruining your life through carelessness. Remember that to experiment with drugs is indefinitely worse than to flirt with any other social vice. There is no halfway stop in the drug game." Speaking of the necessity of advising young people how to meet the advances of the drug booster, Dr. Underhill, a medical health officer in Canada, said in a public address, "There is no doubt that young men who formerly carried a flask to dances and parties are now carrying morphine, heroin, or cocaine and inducing girls to take it from them. They do it in a spirit of bravado, if you like, but some, I am sorry to say, do it for far worse motives. I have told my girls to slap anyone in the face who offers them drugs, and then to telephone for me. I have told my boys to knock them down no matter where it is. If it is in a drawing room, in the best circles, or anywhere in public or private, create a scandal so that the thing will be brought into the open. There is no doubt that altogether too much leisure is allowed to our young people, and that they feel aggrieved unless all of their evenings and many of their days are filled with pleasures, which are often only disguised vices." Those were fine ringing words uttered by Thomas A. Edison recently on the occasion of his 75th birthday. I have never had time, not even 5 minutes, to be tempted to do anything against the moral law, the civil law, or any law whatsoever. If I were to hazard a guess as to what young people should do to avoid temptation, it would be to get a job and work at it so hard that temptation would not exist for them. Besides, very many young people know nothing of religion or ethics, and are as frankly pagan as the Saxon youth whom Augustine saw in the Forum at Rome so many centuries ago. They know little or nothing of restraint, or of their duty to others. Generally speaking, I have found in my work as a police magistrate and as a judge of the juvenile court that Catholic children are better instructed in spiritual matters and show more resistance under the stress of temptation. Being a Protestant, my statement should be received without bias. This is probably owing to the religion being taught in their schools. One cannot leave this subject without pointing out to parents that one of the primary causes for the downfall of girls is their lack of chaperonage. Girls should not be allowed away from home at places of entertainment without the company of a responsible person. Yes, a duenna, if you wish to call her such. Neither should parents, under any circumstances, be satisfied with the statement that their daughter is spending the night with a girlfriend. They should be absolutely satisfied not only to the correctness of this, but as to the character of the friend. Misters, the publishers, would not delete it as more redundancy. We would set this statement down a second time for some pithless, lazy-minded mothers who are not even halfway wise. And while on the subject, we venture to point out to parents the advisability of keeping the young miss who has a penchant for joy riding under lock and key, if need be. Every city and most towns are cursed with taxi drivers or with dissolute youths in motor cars who drive up to the pavements and offer free rides to girls and women. The majority of these men are peddlers of drugs, to say nothing of being lascivious leechers. The Registry of Vital Statistics in the province of Alberta shows the profession of the fathers of the great majority of illegitimate children as that of taxi driver. It is not unlikely that this is the case in other of the provinces of Canada and of the states of the Union. A speaker at the meeting of the Trades and Labor Council in one of our Canadian cities said recently, "When I am returning from my work in the early morning hours, it is not uncommon to see young girls from 14 years of age and upward under the influence of liquor and drugs. They ride around in automobiles and we know they haven't the price. Why does the city council and police allow this sort of thing to go on? If I were a police commissioner and there was another on the board of the same mind, this condition would not exist for a minute. Unfortunately, in Canada anyway, the police have not the authority for searching motor cars, a motor vehicle not constituting a public place within the meaning of the criminal code. Action, however, is being taken to this end, and it is plainly obvious that it is long overdue. End of Part 2, Chapter 3, Young Addicts. Part 2, Chapter 4, of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The drug traffic in Canada. Our interests on the dangerous edge of things. Browning. A while ago we said that America led the world in the narcotic drug traffic. This is quite true, but only during the past 2 years. For in 1919, before the Canadian government recognized the necessity of taking immediate and drastic steps to remedy the condition, Canada held that direful distinction. If we will compute the population of this dominion as 13 times less than that of the United States. The legitimate importation in narcotics for 1920 were reduced in some instances from 75% to 25% as against the previous year. This was due in a large measure to the establishing of the licensing system. But in spite of their hold and determined effort to grapple with the illicit or unlicensed traffic, and in spite of their large seizures of contraband narcotics, the government have acknowledged that it is actually on the increase. The Department of Health says it would astound the people in this country and the authorities in many towns and cities if the conditions as they exist were brought to light. Indeed, the unlicensed traffic has gained such a foothold in Canada that it has become most alarming. In one inland city with about 30,000 of a population, the federal police found upon investigation that there were hundreds of young men and women, many of them not out of their teens, who were addicted to the drug habit. This prairie town, which is typical of many others in the Dominion, would have indignantly denied this charge, and there is no doubt the police, clergy, teachers, and parents, not looking for addiction and not knowing the symptoms, would have said, "Impossible! We do not know of any drug users, or not more than 3 or 4." Yet before the federal police left this town, they laid evidence before the local authorities, which led to the conviction of nearly 50 persons, most of them peddlers. The trouble in most cities appears to be that the police are untrained in the work, and in some few instances actually in league with the traffickers, thereby affording them a certain amount of indirect protection. It is the opinion of the government officials that this underground traffic continues to flourish in spite of the efforts which are being made by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and by the provincial and municipal police, by reason of the fact that there are enormous quantities of these drugs available in European countries. In these countries, the price of narcotics at the present time in the open market for legitimate purposes is lower than before the war. The reason for this is not plainly apparent, but it is believed to be due in some extent to the measures which have been taken by the various countries who are signatories to the Opium Convention in confining the use of narcotics to medicinal purposes. It is also the startling significance that most of these shipments of drugs, which are finding their way into Canada through illicit channels, either originate in Germany or Japan. For the 12 months ending March 31st, 1922, the federal government prosecuted, under the provisions of the Opium and Drugs Act, 23 doctors, 11 druggists, 4 veterinary surgeons, 165 illicit dealers, and 634 Chinamen, making a total of 835 convictions. The fines imposed amounted to $127,947. These figures do not include provincial and municipal convictions. The municipal drug convictions for Vancouver totaled 858 for the year 1921, having jumped from 293 in 1918. It is expected the convictions for 1922 will pass the 1,000 mark. By comparing these figures with those of the American cities on the Pacific coast, it will be seen that in spite of their greater population, Vancouver leads San Francisco, Seattle, and Los Angeles. Indeed, with the exception of New York and possibly Chicago, Vancouver leads all of the way. Commenting on these convictions, a Western editor says, some with the aid of purchased legal skill went scot-free on pettifogging technicalities. A few of them went to jail, for the most part for pitifully insufficient periods. The vast majority of them were levied for a contribution to the city treasury in the form of a fine. All of them in due course became free to commit the same sin against society. While undoubtedly seaport cities like Vancouver and Montreal have a greater incidence than the cities like Toronto and Winnipeg, still the difference is not as much as one might expect. The Kiwanis Club of Vancouver, in the report of its medical subcommittee, has this to say about the matter. It is the general belief of observers that the habit of drug addiction has been steadily on the increase in most civilized countries, especially during the last 10 years. Vancouver and British Columbia have been no exception, and the drug habit has undoubtedly been on the increase here as in other places. There are no reliable statistics available to indicate the actual increase, but the opinions of police authorities and other reliable observers is that the number of drug addicts is gradually increasing in Vancouver. In 1918, the late chief of police, McLennan, who was brutally murdered by a drug fiend, called attention to the prevalence of the drug habit in this city, which he stated was then becoming alarming. The police authorities claim that although the drug habit has been grown here, it certainly has not been growing any more rapidly than in other cities proportionately to population, but that greater prominence has been given to Vancouver on account of the publicity given to the subject in the daily press, and also on account of the great activity and success of the police department in prosecuting drug traffickers and seizing drugs. In this contention, Vancouver is probably correct, especially when one considers the report of the federal officers concerning the prairie town to which reference has been already made. It is generally held that breaches of the opium and liquor laws are proportionately more frequent in the cities than in the country. It is on this assumption that the Special American Committee compute the numbers of their addicts, although they state that in the rural districts or smaller cities, little or no attention has been given to this subject. And where decreases are reported, it is quite possible that the opinions expressed by the officials are at variance with the conditions as they actually exist. If it could be shown that physicians, druggists, veterinarians, and dentists, who are responsible for a vast amount of the traffic, were more honorable and less avaricious in the country districts than in the city, we might assume that New York was more deeply narcotized proportionately than the smaller places in Texas or Idaho, but such is not the case. The functioning of the Liquor Act, in which prescriptions are freely distributed, shows, in Canada anyway, that exactly the opposite condition prevails. In the province of Ontario, which is thickly populated, for the year 1920, only 5% of the physicians wrote out their full quota of 50 prescriptions, while in Alberta, where the population is less than one person to the square mile, 75% of the physicians wrote over 75 prescriptions per month. It is well known by those who study the subject that drug runners are pushing out into the rural districts, where there is comparatively little police supervision and where they can sell out their whole stock of contraband drugs to coal miners, lumbermen, railway navies, and even to the threshermen. It was also found that among those who took advantage of the harvest excursions from east and west to the prairie provinces were a number of addicts and peddlers. In the cities, too, the methods are changing. The illicit traffic being carried on in the highways by peddlers and taxi drivers rather than in opium joints. In Vancouver, in the year 1916, there were 59 persons convicted of keeping joints, while in 1920, only 19 were so convicted, although the breaches of the Drug Act had nearly doubled. At a meeting in March of this year, the following figures were presented to the Trades and Labor Council of Vancouver, showing the magnitude of the traffic. The amount of narcotic drugs legitimately sold in Canada in 1921 was valued at $182,484, including 2,416 ounces of cocaine, 5,286 ounces of morphine, and 1,440 pounds of opium. Drug addicts known to Vancouver police are estimated at 3,000. The amount of drugs used per addict per day is from $1 to $15 worth. If each addict used only $1 worth per day, then in Vancouver alone, the traffic would amount to $912,516,000 a year. The total amount sold in the Dominion per year legitimately being $182,484. The balance of drugs used by addicts in Vancouver alone would be valued at $730,032. The estimated number of addicts in Canada and the United States is 2 million. On the basis of $1 per day per addict, the traffic represents on the continent about $672 million annually. As the minimum for a drug user has been set at $3 per day, and in some instances run up to a maximum of $30, it can be seen that this estimate presented at Vancouver may at least be trebled, and still only represent the lowest possible figures. Because they are more keenly awake to the menace, the city of Vancouver in 1921 circularized 100 cities and towns in Canada, asking them to join with them in a drug war against the drug traffic, and proposing that the Dominion government be requested to amend the penalty clause in the Opium and Drugs Act, so that a person guilty of an offense under the Act might be liable on indictment to imprisonment for 7 years, or if convicted upon a summary proceeding, to a fine of from $200 to $1,000, or to imprisonment for 18 months, or to both, and imprisonment. As a result of this campaign, a very distinct tightening was made in the Act, although much better results would have been accomplished had it not been for the opposition of some few of the medical doctors who were members of the legislature. Apart from this opposition, one of the greatest difficulties arises from profits that accrue from the traffic. In Canada, many persons prominent in the learned professions, in social and business circles, police officials, chemists, and even newspaper men are engaged in this nefarious trade, the profits ranging all the way from 100 to 10,000%. These are like the persons of whom Paulding tells us, in that they have learned professions which they do not practice, and practice many things which they have not learned from their professions. One does not go far in fighting this traffic until one meets with determined opposition, treachery, threats, defamation, and even with serious menace from these tar blood parasites who live basely upon the proceeds of crime, who grow fat upon the wages of roguery. In Mohammedan countries, they call such men God's adversaries, because they fear lest the populace learn of their villainous enormities. These men stop at nothing to prevent publicity. One of their methods has been described by the Committee on Narcotic Drugs of the American Medical Association in the following lines. Public opinion regarding the vice of drug addiction has been deliberately and consistently corrupted through propaganda in both the medical and lay press. Cleverly devised appeals to that universal human instinct whereby the emotions are stirred by abhorrence of human suffering in any form, or by whatever may appear like persecution of helpless human beings, lurid portrayals of horrible sufferings inflicted on addicts through being deprived of their drugs, adroit misrepresentations of fact, plausible reiteration of certain pseudoscientific felicities designed to confuse the unscientific mind are brought to hear on so unsuspecting people to encourage it to feel pity for the miserable victims of persecution by the authorities, who would deprive the wretches of even the drugs they crave. The righteous narcotic practitioner, claiming that they alone understand the plight and can relieve them, standing ready as a ministering angel of mercy to prescribe for the infirmity, begs the right and privilege of placing in their hands for self administration the drug that has debased them and bought them in his power for as much money as he can squeeze out of them. Sometimes the propaganda takes the form of an editorial in defense of public morals. People should not hear of these things at all, they argue, leaving us to deduce that the community is not shocked by the evil itself, but only when someone tells of it. Frank Crane, writing of such people, defines them as those whose morality consists in crying naughty, naughty, when someone uncovers the septic germs of a national sewer, and declares they clamor that the lid be clapped on again, for to them typhus is preferable to a bad smell. Continuing, he says, pull down the dirty curtain there in front of the opium den. Tear down the heavy door that shuts out the daylight. Throw open the dark blinds, and what is there to see? Dirt, disorder, dismal loneliness pretending to be gay. Elderly women trying to look young. Miserable young women trying to look happy. Sodden men trying to look sober. The lure of vice? Why, it isn't vice that allures. It is the mystery we make of it that does the mischief. One is also amazed to find opposition from persons whom one would never suspect of fostering the trade. This opposition is usually under cover, and arises from the fact they are endeavoring to induce the public to believe that the spread of deleterious drugs is the result of prohibitionary liquor laws, therefore gaining public support for a return to the old system. End of Part 2, Chapter 4, The Drug Traffic in Canada. Part 2, Chapter 5, of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ways of the Traffickers. Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. During the year 1920, the federal government, in an effort to stamp out the illicit traffic in narcotics, seized, through their police and customs authorities, drugs to the value of approximately $500,000. Large shipments of habit-forming drugs have been intercepted in the post offices. Parcels sent through the mails from England to Canada were found to contain morphine or cocaine, although the declarations on the outside wrappers gave the contents of the packages as clothing, pudding, or confectionery. These drugs are also commonly mailed in magazines, the pages of which have been cut out and envelopes containing morphine and cocaine inserted in the spaces. The government authorities have also taken large shipments of narcotics from coal bunkers, staterooms, and even the water tanks of incoming vessels. In some instances, they have been concealed with the connivance of the ship's crew, and it was only through the fact that police have foreign connections that the government was able to know of these shipments in advance and to, therefore, be on the lookout for them. In one instance, a man stepped off the boat at a port of entry with $50,000 worth of drugs in 2 suitcases and was promptly relieved of the same by a government official. On another occasion last year, opium valued at more than $3,000 was seized, and 5 Oriental members of the crew of the steamer Empress of Russia were arrested through the activity of the federal customs officers. These officers also instituted a vigorous campaign to locate the higher-ups who are being held responsible for laxity in allowing drugs to be brought ashore from the Empress of Asia, and who, accordingly, were given an opportunity to tender their resignation. In order to prevent apparently harmless fishing crafts from picking up drugs thrown overboard in watertight packages from the Empress steamship line, seaplanes have accompanied the vessels from Victoria to Vancouver, a customs officer accompanying the pilot. One of these watertight packages, which had been dropped by Confederates from a vessel, drifted upon the beach recently. Another shipment of drugs labeled under the innocent name of quinine sulfate was intercepted by the customs authorities and found to be morphine. The shipment was invoiced at approximately $15,000, but would have netted the importer a profit of $100,000 to $150,000 had he been successful in getting the drugs into Canada. The government officials also found that a shipment of statuettes, which arrived at the port of Quebec, were filled with morphine. These statuettes had been sawed in two, filled with drugs, cemented up, and covered over with color so as to make it almost impossible to detect the opening. Lest it should be thought that travelers are wholly responsible for illicit traffic, it is well to state here that the major portion of smuggled drugs are brought to Canada in vessels which carry freight. Recently, there was arrested on the Pacific coast a prominent Chinese businessman who alleged to have declared to the police that his business in drugs last year exceeded $500,000. $50,000 worth of opium, morphine, and cocaine, were found secreted under the veranda of an unoccupied dwelling in Vancouver. Drugs of the value of $50,000 were seized in the same city in a store, these drugs being hid in a chair and behind a false baseboard in the counter in Tom Singh's store on Pender Street. When the police raided a tenement house on Madison Street, New York, a few months ago, dope shiners operating on the Canadian borders lost $200,000 worth of habit-forming drugs. Travelers' checks to the extent of $2,000 were also found on the premises. Indeed, companies have been formed with a capitalization of $250,000 for the purpose of carrying on this nefarious traffic between Canada and the United States. These companies have at their disposal motor cars and airplanes for transporting liquor and drugs. At Vancouver, opium smugglers have steam cars which will make 65 miles an hour. This kind of smuggling is called the big transfer. These cars carry 600 pounds of pressure, but most of the engines are tested up to 900 pounds. It is impossible for the police officers to either overtake or stop them. A gentleman close in on the traffic, writing recently from Vancouver, says it is the easiest thing in the world to bring drugs into Canada across the boundary during the night, as after midnight the customs close down, say at Blaine and Huntington, 15 miles from here, and there is nobody to check you up. The cars return before the customs open in the morning at 6. Then there are lots of gas boats traveling between here and Seattle and other points. The same applies to whiskey as well as drugs. Loads of the former leaving Vancouver daily. This will give you some idea of the loopholes that exist. Speaking of the smuggling of drugs by sea, this gentleman says further, you will remember that we have a lot of fog in Vancouver. In fact, it is so thick at times it could be cut by the proverbial knife. And some of us have reason to believe that when the Oriental liners are at dock, the drug is lowered during the night to small boats that come alongside. No patrol boat could keep check on smuggling under these conditions, especially when there are 8 or 9 boats at a time in dock from the east. You are aware that an ounce of cocaine goes a very long way, but only occupies a small space, and, careful as the customs searchers are, it is hard to locate it on the boats. Mr. F.W. Cowan, who has charge of the Narcotic Division of the Health Department at Ottawa, in writing of smuggling operations, says, it is one of the most difficult tasks imaginable to apprehend the persons responsible for the distribution of these drugs throughout Canada, and it is only owing to the fact that the federal police have facilities for dealing with this matter simultaneously in many parts of the Dominion that the department is able to get at the real offenders in many cases. A short while ago, a Negro in a Western Canadian city with the typical expansive spirit of the prairies purchased 350 suitcases in one day. The next day, a porter carried one of these on his train and left it in an empty compartment. This was found by a detective to be empty till, approaching the border, it took on weight. When opened by the officers, morphine to the value of $3,500 with a large number of hypodermic needles was found therein. The porter denied all knowledge of the suitcase and its contents. 18 gentlemen of color, who worked no harder than the lilies of the field, were also interrogated concerning the suitcase, but without any pertinent facts being elicited. While the Assyrians, Negroes, and Greeks in Canada have become allies of the Chinese in carrying on the traffic, it is well known to the police and government authorities that many Anglo-Saxons, men prominent in social and business circles, as well as lawyers, physicians, and druggists, have also become engaged in the illicit sale because of the enormous profits accruing therefrom. These profits range all the way from 100 to 10,000%. Carlyle seems to have been accurate when he said, "Civilization is only a crust beneath which the savage nature of man burns with an infernal fire." It is the habit of these peddlers to playfully shake some snow, that is to say a combination of cocaine and powdered borax, on the back of the hand of their friends and suggest that they sniff it up the nostrils. The friend is immediately stimulated and, if tired, loses his weariness and becomes mentally and physically alert. This is why the powder is sometimes described as happy dust. The interest and curiosity of the recipients are aroused, and if they inquire where they can get it, they are offered a package for $1. Presently, the new addicts pass on the discovery to their particular friends, with the information as where the drug can be obtained. It was found in a New York clinic last year that out of the 3,000 persons who were treated for the habit, 429 attributed their addiction to illness, 351 to curiosity, pleasure, or trouble, and 2,482 from association with friends, as above described. That similar conditions prevail in Canada is shown by the following quotation from a pamphlet issued by the Children's Aid Society of the City of Montreal. "The cocaine habit must be stamped out in Canada. It is undermining our boyhood and cutting away the moral fiber of our girls. It is turning our young people into criminals and imbeciles. Older people falling victim to it neglect all that life has held sweet to them in order that they may follow the trail of the scintillating powder. Fiends in human guise buy cocaine from certain quarters. It is then split into small quantities, wrapped in brown paper, each little package being sold for 25 cents. $1's worth of cocaine makes over 100 such packages. The profit is therefore over 240%. The sales are certain. The first samples are distributed to children free. The sample creates a demand, and the children come again. It is refused unless they bind themselves to absolute secrecy. A few doses, and the habit has grown. The children must have their dope. All moral sense is lost, and in a few months our boys and girls are ruined." A probation officer of the Children's Aid Society in one of our large cities has this to say of the subject: "So great has this evil become that one constable has on his book 140 cases in one district. I personally know at least 50 cases, all children between the ages of 12 and 18. Little boys of 11 and 14 have been caught peddling cocaine in houses of ill fame. The physical aspect I can but liken to consumption. The deadly work of the drug is done before either the victim or the relatives perceive it. It is usually taken in powder form and snuffed up the nostrils. The result, particularly in young people, is that the bones of the nose decay and they are subject to hemorrhages. It is the most diabolical of all the drugs on this account, and for this reason, I am told by a physician, it directly attacks the lining of the nose and brain. The victim becomes emaciated, extremely irritable, nervous, suspicious, fearful of noise and darkness, depressed, without ambition, and bad-tempered to the extent of viciousness. Boys and girls lose all sense of moral responsibility, affection, and respect for their parents, their one thought being to get the dope and be with their friends. So degenerate do they become that the public parks, roadside or shed, is the same to them as a home. I know boys and girls, none of them over 15, all brought up of respectable parents and in good homes, who spent nights in sheds scarcely fit for a dog, and without food or change of clothing. In both the police and juvenile courts, many young persons under 18 are found to be suffering from the drug habit, and one known to myself became violently insane. Most of these juveniles are brought for crime for some kind or another, and are found to be habituated to the use of deleterious drugs. Some of these have belonged to prominent families, but in all the cases their names are kept out of the papers in order that the children may have a chance to be restored to normality without the handicap of a bad reputation. If these are well advanced in addiction, we have no option but to send them to jail, there being no other place of detention where they may be kept away from the drug. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Part 2, Chapter 6. Of the Black Castle, of the Black Candle, by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Trappers all. There are always more tricks in a town than are talked of. Cervantes. The Department of Health at Ottawa claimed to have absolute control of the legitimate trade in narcotic drugs, but state that if the illicit traffic is to be stamped out, the system of inspection of incoming steamers will have to be considerably improved and the staff detailed to do the work very considerably increased. They also claim that the officers so detailed should receive special training in this work, as contrabandists are adept in devising ways and means of securing entry for their goods. While it is true, writes the officer in charge of the opium and drug branch, that enormous quantities of these drugs have been seized during the past year, there is no doubt that large supplies manage to find their way into the country without being intercepted by the authorities. At the present time, there is available in Europe a very large stock of narcotics, and the North American continent in particular is being flooded with large shipments. Drugs smuggled into Canada are seized by the Department of Customs and Inland Revenue, and where the actual importer is found, he is prosecuted. The maximum penalty, however, is only $200. Mr. A. C. Jensen, Superintendent of Police for the City of Minneapolis, points out to us that as the legitimate traffic in narcotics is curtailed, there will be a greater inducement to smuggle, that the law of demand and supply becomes operative, and that the burden falls upon the American and Canadian governments in excluding these narcotics from this continent. Governments, however, declare that they are unable to exclude them, and there is no reason to question either their efficiency or their bona fides. If, therefore, drugs cannot be excluded, the traffic can only be dealt with when apprehensions are made for selling or having in possession. This being the case, the courts should be empowered to take very drastic action in dealing with offenders, and the government should strictly see to it that no judge, magistrate, or police officer slacks or becomes easy on his job. That the effect of smuggled narcotics has a bad effect on other countries than America is shown by an article in the public press stating that the inhabitants of the northern provinces of China had become discouraged in their attempt to prohibit the growing of the poppy because of the tremendous amount of opium and morphine which was being smuggled in. For this reason, they were again openly encouraging the people to grow the poppy, the revenue from which could be used for the upkeep of their armies. If this report be correct, it means that still larger supplies of opium will be available and will ultimately find its way to all corners of the globe. For the maintenance of smuggling, secrecy is the first consideration. When therefore the customs official or the police officer called a tech comes to match his wits against the contrabandist, he thinks so hard that he almost bursts a blood vessel. In return for his pains, the public call him a spotter and other ugly names. Ah, well, someone has defined the gentleman as a person who gives more to society than he gets from it. The smuggler brings liquor and drugs across the border line between Canada and the United States in milk cans which have false bottoms, doubtless humming to himself, "If I had a cow and she gave sweet milk." Others bring in cocaine fastened to their bodies, which, while apparently resting quietly in their Pullman berth. Or opium may be imported illegally in sacks of rice, those containing the tins being especially marked for the purchaser. Steel rods which appear to be solid are found to have been made hollow and filled with drugs. Even a tinned pineapple has been found to contain a bottle of cocaine in its cord center, the cork of the bottle being carefully waxed and the top of the core being reinserted. But it is over the sides and gangways of ships that this confederacy of villains, the smugglers, do their cleverest work. To follow their devices, the drug squad needs to be skilled in the stalker's art, and no loiterers at their labor. It is claimed that every liner docking in Pacific ports carries as high as $50,000 worth of dope, much of which is thrown overboard in cans attached to lighted buoys. One man we know of personally was offered $50,000 to build and operate a sea-going gasoline launch to pick up this opium flotsam. It is stated that fast launches with the acme of audacity steal up to the seaward side of a liner and get a cargo of contraband drugs before the patrolmen in the rowboats can stop them. This would seem to be a good place for the patrolmen to take from their hips that rotary clump of steel barrel which has been defined by Victor Hugo as an instrument which comprises itself not only a question and an answer, but the rejoinder too. Nevertheless, thousands of dollars worth of drugs escape the Secret Service men and are landed across the gangplank every time a ship from the Orient is in dock. The cooperation of the Air Board in supplying aeroplanes to trail the route of the Pacific steamers in entering port is being arranged for. These, however, will probably be required as air patrols, for it is asserted that seaplanes have been operating between Victoria and Seattle, carrying both narcotics and intoxicating liquors. When the ocean liner arrives in port from the Orient, men of erect and watchful mind are stationed at every gangplank, and surveillance is kept over every ship at night. Suspicious characters are searched, Members of the crew making frequent trips ashore or seen in conversation with strangers are classed among these characters. Coasting vessels are also used for rum running and smuggling narcotics. It is said many of these anchor just outside the limits of customs jurisdiction and send the cargo ashore in small boats. Government officials have a proposal under discussion for declaring rum-running vessels to be pirates, though negotiations with foreign nations looking to the cancellation of the registry of these ships. When the smuggler gets his stuff ashore, he may sell it to the ring, the peddlers, or the addicts. The problem is to connect with his patrons without being observed, for the members of the drug squad are so illogical. Besides, they hold their job by the long noses and thin shoulders that can get through a 6-inch opening in any door. Then sometimes their slippery-souled acquaintances steal from the smugglers. One man brought in 36 tins of Hong Kong opium worth $72 a tin. He was arrested with 1 can in his possession, and while in jail his friend lifted the other 35. The friend got frightened though, and ultimately word was sent to me that on the payment of $100 the cachet would be handed over to the court. The deal was not made, not even a bonus being offered, but shortly afterward 11 cans of Hong Kong opium, believed to be part of this consignment, were taken by the police from behind the pictures in a Chinese joint. Sometimes the smuggler, especially if he be a white man, swindles the Chinese peddlers, knowing the latter cannot get redress. Such a case is told as having occurred in Calgary. The police were tipped off that $30,000 worth of opium was scheduled to arrive on a certain train and would be found in 2 trunks. These trunks were billed to some local Chinamen. When the trunks were opened, the police found opium in the top tins and cement in the others. Some British Columbia Chinamen who had been deceived by the same ruse and who apparently were not lacking in finesse, gave the tip in order that the police might catch the shippers. This seemed a good place to point out the strange physical peculiarity of dealers in illicit drugs. That is to say, each and all have 2 heads and no heart. Peddlers are much more easily caught with the stuff than smugglers, being generally exposed to the police by the addicts. For this reason, peddlers of late have been demanding a big cut in the profits from the higher-ups. Such a case occurred recently in New York, where a mutinous mob of addicts surrounded the motor car of a peddler on his itinerating tour and struck on his impossibly high prices. They succeeded effectually in putting the peddler's pot off the boil, and in bringing him within the notice of the peace officers. It is always serious when an addict strips himself of scruples and refuses to be a good fellow. One girl told me how she got an ounce of cocaine from a Russian peddler to sell on commission, used it all herself, and paid him nothing. Was he angry, Juanita? I asked. Magistrate, she replied. Russians are always angry. Most peddlers are peripathic. They have no fixed place of abode, but are of themselves walking opium joints, although comparatively few are addicts. If a Chinese coolie wishes to become a millionaire, he never so much as samples his noxious wares. Indeed, in making up decks of cocaine for the trade, he takes care to stuff his nostrils with cotton batting, so that he may not inhale a particle of the drug. He may carry the decks in the hem of his overcoat, in a specially constructed denim vest with little pockets, in a cigarette case, or just in his hand. When, however, a well-trained detective nabs a peddler or addict, he grabs the man by the wrist and makes him open his hands to show what is in them. Then the detective puts on handcuffs. Unless he does this, the peddler or addict swallows the evidence, in which event there is no Exhibit A to place before the magistrate. When a peddler has worked up a trade on his rounds, he may stand on a corner and exchange the M or C for cash, but usually he takes the money on the out trail and delivers the goods on the back trail, or he may tell the customers where their supply is cached or planted. Sometimes a child will make delivery for the peddlers, thus evading the police. The peddler's route is not unlike the trap line of the fur hunter in our northern hinterlands, and yields an equally sure return in pelts and profits. If an addict on the route becomes a dead pigeon, that is to say, if he has no money and presumes to beg drugs on credit, the peddler will declare he hasn't any. When an addict is persistent, a peddler has been known to plant a deck on him and then squeal to the police. In this way, the dead pigeon ceases to be a nuisance. To coax a wary peddler, an addict has only to flash a roll for a supply of M or C. On the other hand, an addict scorned may perform a like squeal on the peddler to his own satisfaction as well as to that of the police squad. If an addict changes dealers, he may also bring the wrath of his peddler on him and the victim of a plant. "Now, magistrate," quoth an irritated addict one day, "it is a beautiful state of affairs when a Chinaman can lower a white man to the gutter and then use a police force to put him in jail." Of course, in pinching at the misdemeanor of the peddler and the misapprehension of the police, he entirely overlooks his own responsibility in the affair. But drug slaves who must raise from $3 to $30 a day without a job or a bank account have neither the time nor concern to probe questions over deeply. In one city, we learned that a certain peddler, a kind of double serpent, thinking to make himself solid with the plain-clothes men, had planted cocaine on a victim by placing it inside the sweatband of the man's hat while he sat at dinner. But with the rare exceptions in Canada, the peace officer's work is protective as well as preventive or punitive, so that this evil act not only failed but recoiled on its promoter. The old idea that the police are a menace waiting to spring upon the innocent and unwary and hale them off to prison is dying out. The officer is no longer merely a symbol of authority, but stands for a symbol of human service. It is true, alas, that some police officers have been known to tolerate a peddler who informs on other runners for protection, or maybe he informs on the addicts who patronize his rivals instead of himself. In this way, the peddler becomes a master criminal. This renegade first teaches men the use of habit-forming drugs, and then lives on them. Finally, he betrays them. This leprosy of soul would be only paralleled by the undertaker who might kill a man to bury him. Once I discussed this with an addict who had himself been a peace officer, and who was now making a desperate effort to lift himself out of the drug pit. "I do not feel so badly about this protection of the traffic," he remarked, as I do about the tolerance of the traffic, the awful acquiescence in it by the police. They conclude the addict is beyond redemption and say, what is the use of putting one fellow in jail for selling when the addict will get it someplace else? They forget that the addict is a criminal. Sell him 1 grain of morphine, and to get another grain, he will knock a man down. Dope peddlers are the active agents of the devil. Worse than that, the devil tempts a man by something born in him, but the peddler creates the thing. It is alleged that one such peddler had 19 convictions against him without having served a term in jail. Then, one fine day, a magistrate who had been fighting overseas came home and surprised this person by awarding him a penalty of 6 months. Just so, just so. Blessed accidents happen sometimes. Be it said, however, that this tolerance of a peddler by the police for the use he affords them is exceptional and must not be considered as at all general. Here is the trouble. The police, instead of being backed by the public in the enforcement of the law, are more frequently criticized or opposed in the same. On my files is a letter from the Department of Health at Ottawa speaking of this very thing. Please give me leave to quote it, in order that we may lay it to the heart. Unless the people of every municipality are prepared to demand strict enforcement of these laws and see to it that the police officers who are charged with this very difficult task are backed up at all times, we cannot hope to stamp out this very great evil in Canada, no matter how ready or willing the police of our various towns and cities may be to accomplish these ends. Many volumes might be written on the devious ways of smugglers and peddlers, but one cannot leave the subject without expressing the opinion that an extra heavy penalty should be awarded for the administration of drugs by a drug addict, that is, to the fellow who starts another fellow. A drug fiend starts an amateur to get money to buy his own drugs, or because he has a supply to sell the amateur. The man who started me, said one woman a while ago, started 50 others. A peddler in this dominion boasts that he came here 30 years ago and has taught 2,000 people how to smoke opium. In his reckonings, 1,000 here or there probably does not matter, for drug fiends love to tell lies. But it is known for a certainty that he has taught a vast number, and that he boasts how his graduates are the best cooks of opium in the Dominion. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. War on the Drug Ring. This war is anonymous and inevitable. The butchery of the unknown by the unseen. The Times. There are international, national, and municipal rings, and rings within rings. A drug ring does not differ materially from an insurance company, except that it is not incorporated. It has its headquarters, president, directors, and agents. It gives to its agents commissions, bonuses, as well as protection against accidents such as bail and fines in the courts. It has prospects and deliveries, but the policies it issues are for death and not on the endowment plan. There are no beneficiaries except the ring itself. Rings started in a small way some years ago, but have been steadily increasing their business until the profits now accruing are the most prodigious ever earned by any commercial enterprise. The rings are looking for new worlds to conquer, and for this reason the underworld has gradually encroached upon and laid siege to the upper classes until these are threatened with dissolution. The drug ring looks with covetous eyes upon the wealth of society, and instead of stealing a lady's diamonds, has only to invite her to a snow party. Give her a few sniffs of cocaine, and before a great while the ring has her jewels in its coffers. The same process is applied to suit the prospect with both sexes and in all classes. The ring has its boasters and recruiters who are paid either by salary or on commission, sometimes by both. A young girl or young man of the laboring class can hardly serve in a cafe without being approached as a possible agent for the traffic, although they may not recognize the contract as such. In banks, stores, offices, universities, high schools, military barracks, hospitals, and musical colleges, the utterly evil traffic is being plied by the ring through some of its salesmen. The profits of the ring are becoming larger and ever larger. In one bonfire in New York in February of this year, 15 policemen destroyed $3,500,000 of illicit drugs and pipes, and probably then without seeming to have had any effect upon the business. The ring or syndicate has wide ramifications and is no longer content with the prospects afforded by the dance halls, cabarets, theaters, and other places of public assemblage, but is directly attacking the homes, hand-picking their people, so to say. Narcotics are delivered daily to the West End residents of almost every town and city like milk or bread. In some districts, it is delivered by white persons, or again, it is carried in a laundry bag by a Chinaman who steps in and cooks the opium for Madame, the mistress, if she feels indisposed to prepare it herself. Of course, the Chinaman or the white man who delivers is only the servant of the ring, the official of which are usually designated as the higher ups. Anyone who starts out to seriously enforce the law against the ring finds he is combating large financial interests and that these are in the hands of dangerous and unscrupulous persons. It means that if you are getting anywhere with law enforcement, that your character is assailed and even your life threatened. The fighter needs to bind upon his arm the motto of a celebrated Frenchman: to dare again, to dare, and always to dare. Resolutions, however well framed, mean nothing in this fight, which is going to be a fight to a finish. Unless the forces of civilization strangle the rings, choke them to death, the rings are going to choke civilization. Does this sound hysterical or immoderate? Then listen to the words of Dr. Irwin C. Rush, head of the Narcotic Division of the International Revenue Department of Boston, who has during the present year made an amazing exposure of the illicit drug traffic, which he says is costing the people of America many $1,000,000 a year and wrecking hundreds of thousands of human lives. In an interview given to the Montreal Star, Dr. Ruth made many startling allegations and gave figures showing that the people of this continent are being drugged to death. Speaking of the United States, he said, During the last fiscal year, the Bureau of Internal Revenue collected $1,170,291 in taxes from the legalized trade in narcotic drugs. The tax on narcotics is very small, the stamp tax being only 1 cent an ounce. Dr. Ruth declares that more than 10 times the licensed imports are smuggled in for illicit sale. Foreign countries are finding us an easy prey for their drug traffic. War conditions left many foreign firms ruined financially, and they are recuperating their losses in the narcotic drug traffic. This country is able to pay high prices, while the illicit trade with China is not so lucrative as it used to be. 2. In discussing the drug ring of Toronto, Ontario, Frank Mack said recently, "Somewhere in Chinatown there is a group who controls the drug traffic in this city. Just who these men are and where they live is a secret carefully guarded. Their names are never mentioned, not even in the byways of Chinatown itself. One and all, they are known by the cryptic title of the Ring. The operations of the Ring are as much a mystery as are the identities of the men who control it. No one knows where its headquarters are. No one knows when it meets or how often. This ring not only controls virtually the drug traffic of the city, but has established certain retail centers whereby morphine, cocaine, and heroin are sold to peddlers for distribution to addicts, and that when one of the ring's agents is caught by the police and heavily fined in court for selling drugs, the ring invariably comes to his aid and pays a fine out of its own coffers. Not alone are men the agents of the ring, but women are also in its employ. A month or so ago, the police claimed that they secured a woman agent. She was arrested on a charge of illegally selling drugs, and although she most vigorously declared her innocence, a fine of $1,000 and costs was imposed, and promptly and unconcernedly paid. In every city of any size, there is invariably a ring of this nature, for there is the inevitable collection of unscrupulous men who have both the daring and brains to make huge profits out of the sale of drugs to unfortunate addicts. That they should wreck hundreds of lives in the nefarious traffic and condemn scores of victims to years of torment and poverty means nothing to them, so long as they can fatten upon the misery which they created. Wherever men value money above every human ill, there will be found the nuclei of drug rings. The Vancouver World of January 1922 has this to say about their particular ring. Investigations made by the authorities have led them to the conclusions that the most powerful and wealthy criminal organization on the American continent has its headquarters here. Its object is the handling of drugs. Its ramifications extend as far east as Montreal and Chicago. It will undertake to sell $100,000 worth of dope, or it will sell it by the deck. The small package sold by the street vendor from $1 to $5. It has its headquarters in Chinatown, but its army consists of men working on the docks, porters on the railroad, dining car employees, waiters in cafes, dance halls, and cabaret habitués, and other employees of these places. It even has its recruits from the professional classes. From the highest to the lowest in all strata of society, in Vancouver it has spread its slimy trail. White men and yellow men and black men, men of all races and colors and creeds, and worst of all, women are in the organization. Another article from a Vancouver paper describes the activities of the ring as follows. There is a well-organized, smooth-working machine that has its regular runs into Winnipeg from here. The same ring operates an underground route into Chicago from this port. It is no secret among the denizens of Vancouver's underworld. They will tell you of a former Calgary resident who came here with $600, invested $400 in drugs, made his first run to Winnipeg, and in less than 6 months had cleared over $50,000. And he only worked after the arrival of each boat from the Orient to Vancouver. For the balance of the time, he spent a life of luxuriousness around one of Vancouver's quietest and most exclusive hotels. He takes no chances in the actual smuggling, buying his stuff wholesale from Chinatown and then running it into Winnipeg with the conveyance of the sleeping car porters. Should his suitcase be taken on the train, both he and the porter would deny all knowledge of it. His only risk is during that brief time he takes a suitcase out of the cloakroom where it has been deposited by a baggage transferman and walks with it to the train and again in Winnipeg before he hands it over to customers already waiting. He is pointed out as a Weisenheimer, a wise guy, by the underworld habitués, but in the hotels he is known as a financial man, quiet, well-dressed, smooth-spoken, and with an engaging personality. There is nothing to suggest the lawbreaker about him. The police and White Cross officials of Seattle, Washington, state that a drug ring does business in their city to a trade running into $6 or $8 million a year. The above-mentioned authorities claim that a great bulk of addictive drugs come from Vancouver and are brought down by automobile, launch, train, and steamer. One of the biggest hangouts is said to be a private house in the fine residential section known as Shaughnessy Heights, this being the headquarters for the export trade to Seattle. It is estimated that there are upwards of 10,000 addicts in Seattle. A correspondent writing from Seattle says, "This is a trade in bodies and human souls, which numbers in its sales force men who ride in limousines, ordinary-looking individuals along the streets, painted demi-mondes in the cabarets, down and outers along the pavements, all highly trained not alone to sell, but to create demand where none now exists, trained to destroy, to corrupt, and to pollute." 3. At Montreal, Canada, there is a well-organized ring or syndicate which is running all kinds of addictive drugs into the States. For the month of November 1921, 187 persons were tried under the Opium and Drugs Act. Writing of this matter, a high Canadian official said lately, "It should be remembered that while Montreal is about the worst city in Canada in this respect, it is owing to the geographical location, being a seaport in addition to being a terminus of nearly all Canadian and United States railways, and within 35 miles of the American border, with the best of highways connecting it up with the large United States cities, and being the largest city in Canada, it is the natural rendezvous for those large drug rings and crooks. To use a vulgar expression, birds of a feather flock together. Members of the underworld from all over the United States and Canada made Montreal their Canadian headquarters for carrying on this illicit drug traffic. That this ring has its runners directly across Canada is evidenced by a communication received recently by the Chief Constable William Thompson of Windsor, Ontario. That is, he says, every evidence that there is a drug organization from the continuous endeavors to transport drugs from Montreal to border cities and across the line to the American cities, namely Detroit, Pontiac, and other places within close range of our border. I have also had information to the effect that dope crosses at our own border and taken through to Chicago. The statement is borne out by Sergeant A. Birthwhistle of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who declares that prominent men in commercial and club life in Windsor are at the head of a ring which is supplying drugs to peddlers. It is altogether likely that these men receive the bulk of their supplies from Montreal, as suggested by Chief Constable Thompson. It is said that the ringleaders' names in Montreal were obtained through the deathbed confession of Mrs. William Bruce, aged 24, of that city in February of this year. Mrs. Bruce and her friend Dorothea Wardell, aged 21, were found unconscious on the Montreal Express near New York City by a Pullman porter, suffering from overdoses of heroin. The girls received emergency treatment, but the Wardell girl died on the way to the Bellevue Hospital. Mrs. Bruce recovered sufficiently to tell her story to the Deputy Police Commissioner in charge of the drug squad. According to the police, Mrs. Bruce said, I have known Dorothea Wardell for about 18 months. She and I fell into the hands of a crowd of bootleggers and drug smugglers in New York and Montreal, who got us under their control with drugs and used us for their own purposes. They never caught me, but Dorothea has been caught twice, once in Utica and once in Syracuse. We both carried drugs and whiskey in suitcases between Montreal and Boston and made much money for the men. Dorothea's man let her wear his diamonds sometimes. He is very rich. In this statement, Mrs. Bruce was found to be correct, Dorothea having been arrested in Syracuse while wearing $35,000 worth of diamonds and carrying 2 suitcases with drugs and whiskey. Mrs. Bruce, in her confession, said further, we both had a small supply of heroin, which we carried in our hats. It is easy to get the stuff over the border. If the inspectors would start to look in our suitcases, we would just say, oh, go along, sweetie, I haven't got anything in there, and the inspectors would mosey along. Dispatches state that both the American and Canadian police believe these girls to have been murdered, drugged to death by smugglers. 4. One might write at length concerning the great and powerful rings on the American continent, but it will probably be more interesting at this juncture to turn our eyes to look at some in the Orient. The International Anti-Opium Association of Pekin has recently informed the Reuters agency that rings have been formed throughout China for the sale of morphine, and that this drug undoubtedly threatens to envelope China with a more destructive force than opium. The dispatch, which appears in a Tientsin paper sent to Canada, has this to say. In Mukden and South Manchuria, generally, the sale of morphia is principally in the hands of Japanese druggists and peddlers. The latter are initiating the villages in large numbers in the use of drugs. As drugs are cheaper than opium, they are preferred. J-whole opium is sold at $2 per ounce for the cheaper quality, and $4 for the better quality. The low cost is attributed to the competition of opium brought in by the gangs of smugglers from Siberia and northern Manchuria. Describing the personnel of these cosmopolitan traffickers and their methods, The Chinese paper says this gang is said to consist of Russians, Japanese, Chinese, Turks, Greeks, Caucasians, and nondescripts of other nationalities to the number of about 1,000. They are said to have in their pay minor customs officials all along the line of traffic, so rarely one of them is arrested. The attention of the government should be concentrated in the first instance in driving the gang mentioned out of business. Vast sums of money are being made daily by these most disreputable elements, yet the work goes on. Undoubtedly, a percentage of their profits goes into Chinese hands, and for this pittance, these Chinese are allowing their nation to be ruined. There is no doubt that the average Anglo-Saxon is filled with disgust and anger in reading how the Chinese betray their nation for so unholy an aggrandizement. We naturally classify these traitors as men of fishy blood who might easily be guilty of any enormity, no matter how villainous. We excrete them and take upon ourselves a kind of depart ye cursed attitude. But hark you, Saxons of America, having done so, let us stay a while and ask to what extent, if any, the rings on this continent are receiving protection in their evil traffic as a price for the Orient vote in all or any elections. One hates to raise even a wondering question on the matter, but in a view of the fact that it is discussed by well-instructed officers, we may make bold to lay the matter before the public for their consideration. Among the Chinese in Canada and the United States, there are two rival societies, or tongs, the Nationalists and the Masons, the former being probably the more influential. These may be pitted the one against the other, in which event they can be depended to betray each other. Also the white folk who grant them protection. When one hears what they say about the Melican man and his ways as compared or approximating with their own, one may properly recall that observation made by Victor Hugo that the worm has the same mode in gliding along as the serpent and the same manner of raising his head. This protection by certain politicians may be implied rather than directly arranged, but nevertheless, it is sometimes sufficiently real for the political boss to keep his cachet of drugs intact and to escape any serious prosecution. How these things happen we cannot know exactly. Being as yet uninstructed in politics, it is not reasonable to suppose that a mere woman could know. All a woman can do is to ponder within herself whether the real bogeyman on this continent is the one who causes adults to be sleepy because of the gold dust he flings in their eyes. Still, it is a good thing to have a civic, provincial, state, or federal police forces all working at once to eliminate the traffic. In this way, the protected man, or the favorite stool pigeon of one force, is apt to get pinched by the officers of another. When this occurs, there is usually an outcry in police circles of a lack of coordination, which outcry often finds wide sympathy within the press, and with those of the public who are fighting the traffic. The public need not, however, waste any tears over this matter, and they would not if they knew the story. It is true that a good officer may thereby lose the moiety of a fine in a case if he had worked up, but worse tragedies than this have occurred. Besides, officers of different forces have even been known to split the moiety when it worked out to their advantage, and there was no great harm in this either. It is not rational to expect the boys in blue to carry crepe on their spears all the time. Indeed, it isn't. End of part 2, chapter 7. Part 2, chapter 8 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. International Rings. Secret path marks secret foe. Sir Walter Scott. The Christianized Chinese in Canada and the States are also anxious to clear up crime or misbehaviors among their compatriots, and so are proceeding to make these conform to the provisions of the white man's laws. Fussy folk and self-opinionated ones can be found who claim there is no such thing as Christianized Chinamen, and that his profession is one of entire hypocrisy, just as though Jehovah's arm were shortened and his ear heavy when the supplicant's color was just a shade deeper than their own. Knowing many men from the flowery kingdom who exhibit all the traits of Christian gentlemen, we are prepared to take them as such until the contrary is proven. What Sadi the Persian said of the morals of the dervishes is here applicable. In his outward behavior I see nothing to blame, and with the secrets of his heart I claim no acquaintance. We believe that the letter here following was written by a Chinaman who desires to be a good citizen, and who has the same desires for his compatriots. At any rate, he speaks to the point and is no trembler. This was received by us a few months ago, and is interesting as showing the ideals and expressions of a naturalized Oriental. Magistrate Murphy, the Police Court, Edmonton, Alberta. Dear Magistrate, I have information that the Chinatown of the city has lots of gambling houses and opium smokers. Things around here are so quiet just now, and hard times coming soon. I do not like the people around here getting starving, because I found out lots of poor laborers lost all their money for playing the Chinese gamble, which is called fine tin, and waste up their good money for smoking opiums and to let their families, such as their father, mother, sisters, and young brothers, starving at China. And I am also afraid that the peoples around here spoil their own condition and spoil all business in the city too, because the peoples lost their money. But they must betting lazy, then they must go stealing anythings for their lives around this town, and getting all kinds of troubles here. I am now wish you to stop all the China gambles houses at once, and would like to show you all the gambling houses addressed to arrest them. If you spend a month time for the gambling houses, I believe all gambling houses be stopped, so all the gamblers have to work for their own foods and everybody have to take care their families. Then I say amen. I think that you would be glad to do this for me. If you want any help, let me know soon. Yours sincerely, Chinaman. It came about this year in Vancouver that the Chinese merchants and leading members of the colony, with the support of the Chinese consulate, joined in the citizens' campaign to clean up Chinatown both morally and physically. Realizing that their actions might lead to reprisals and to financial loss, that the ungodly might bend their bow, they still decided to wage war on those elements which had brought disrepute and opprobrium upon all Chinamen in the province of British Columbia. The advantage of such cooperation with the citizens has been set forth in an article in a Western daily paper by a reporter with a well-oiled mind. The members of the colony, he says, have the inside information. They know where the drugs are coming from. Who is getting them into Vancouver? The underground methods by which they are being brought in. Who has the financial interest in the drug ring? The methods of distribution in this and other cities. All the ramifications of the drug traffic are known to them, and they will tell all they know to the proper authorities. It is to be open warfare, and they will do all in their power to combat the drug ring. It is claimed that in some of the anti-narcotic campaigns, men who have financial interest in the ring are among the most active workers. Whether these are joining for sinister purposes or merely to divert suspicion from themselves, it would be difficult to say. Probably their purpose includes both, but be this as it may, it was a clever move to secure the cooperation of the reputable members of the Oriental colony as allies in this campaign. In Vancouver and Victoria during the present year, mass meetings have been held and committees appointed to take active steps in the organization of every public service body in Canada for a fight against the activities of the ring. The local organizations then proceeded to get in touch with all kindred branches in other cities in the Dominion, emphasizing the need of their taking a definite stand on the question. Some of the organizations back of the movement in the cities are the Board of Trade, Ratepayers Association, Women's Institutes, Women's Press Club, War Heroes Association, Victorian Order of Nurses, Kiwanis, Rotary, Kawanon and Gyro Clubs, Parent Teachers Association, Women's New Era, and the 100%. Clubs, the Women's Church Temperance Union, the Imperial Order of the Daughters of the Empire, Trades and Labor Council, University Women's Club, King's Daughters, the Maccabees, Child Welfare Association, Orangemen, American Women's Club, the Great War Veterans, the Local Council of Women, the Y Associations, the Medical Association, as well as the municipal and provincial authorities, and 100 churches. In Seattle, believing that organization is the key to success, they are also combining their forces in a drive on addictive drugs. In Seattle, they too have a branch of the White Cross Association. This association has done more than any other agency to combat the evil drug, and at a lesser expense. The 7 months last year, one paid agent caused 275 arrests. Some of the persons convicted received heavy fines and other terms of imprisonment of from 1 to 4 years. It is claimed by White Cross workers that police departments cannot appropriate the sums required for the detection of peddlers, in that most of the police officials are known to the drug runners, and hence large sums must be spent to secure arrests. The White Cross are agitating that the Harrison anti-narcotic law be so amended as to permit of sentences of from 7 to 12 years. The organization declares that short terms and fines are no deterrent, in that the ring has abundant money with which to pay the fines, while the peddler has no fear of from 30 to 60 days imprisonment. Besides, he is well rewarded for his temporary incarceration in jail. In January of this year, a narcotic drug control league was formed in New York. This league comprising the most notable organizations and workers in the state. The secretary is Joseph P. Chamberlain, Columbia University, New York City. The objects of this anti-drug league, as set forth on the invitation sent out, are as follows: to marshal representative forces against the world menace of drug addiction. The Narcotic Drug Control League represents the first organized movement against this evil, which has reached alarming proportions and is producing a growing horde of incompetents and criminals involving even the youth of our country. Habit-forming drugs are destroying and enslaving a steady, increasing number of our people. The toil of victims among the youth of the country is the striking development of recent years. The people do not know the facts. Our program is definite and constructive. Its success demands the aid of the churches, the judiciary, the medical profession, and public-spirited citizens representative of every class in the community. Patriotic people must unite to remove this scourge from our land and from the world. This claim that the people do not know of the terrifying growth of the narcotic evil was referred to recently by Dr. J. A. Druin of the state of Vermont, who said, "Most of us have been lulled to sleep by the usual so-called hospital reports and other official reports regarding the fast disappearing drug addicts in the United States, especially after the enactment of the Harrison Narcotic Act. In Canada, our federal officers declare that the people would be astounded if they comprehended the extent of the illicit traffic and the foothold it has gained. That this method of organized public effort is a good one cannot be disputed. A Presbyterian clergyman in Canada, speaking of this matter, said the drug ring is successful in its operation because its brains are pooled and concentrated. Occidental ingenuity and Oriental craftness are dangerously combined. Unless all the different public bodies become organized into a single fighting force, and the best brains of our camp centralized and concentrated as the directing mind, the fight will be futile. To carry on successfully the crusade, monetary backing is necessary also. It will take money to fight money. In a previous chapter, it was stated that white men of every clime and color were engaged in this traffic, and it was rumored that Japanese and German interests were chiefly responsible. As the Germans have not been trafficking in any goods with the people of this continent for several years past, it would seem that the charge must be impossible of proof. Indeed, in communicating with the chiefs of police in the United States concerning the ravages of drug intoxication, it was mark-worthy that these bearing German names were especially prompt and thorough in reply to my inquiries, and in making suggestions as to the applications of practical remedies. It is true that the finest grade of cocaine in the world is manufactured in Germany and is known as Merix. Buyers claim, with what verity we cannot say, that this is now exported into Spain and shipped to this continent as number one Spanish. It is alleged on excellent authority that a kilo of cocaine, about 2.25 pounds, can at the present time be purchased in the province of Alberta, Canada, for $18, or at about 75 cents an ounce. This seems incredible in view of the prices paid by the addicts, but the ring are not telling their secrets, nor registering their profits, so that we have no means of exactly verifying these figures. On the other hand, we know that there are more narcotic drugs in Europe at the present time than in pre-war days, and that the market for these is in England, the United States, and Canada among the Anglo-Saxon races. In Germany itself, the use of narcotic drugs is verboten, so that almost their entire traffic must be with other countries. Indeed, the same remark is practically applicable to all European countries, a fact which is dealt with more fully elsewhere in this volume. It is also true that while no Japanese ever becomes an addict, yet it is claimed he is the most active and dangerous of all the persons forming the ring, in that he keeps well under cover and is seldom apprehended. We know, however, that several large seizures of contraband drugs have been made on Japanese steamers on the western coast of America. In March of this year, narcotics worth at the wholesale price of $20,000 and a considerable quantity of Japanese whiskey were seized at Portland on the Japanese steamer Maigi Maru. The Japanese seamen hurled overboard a large number of sacks, which were believed to have contained bottles. The United States have made this year a formal protest to the Japanese government against the smuggling of opium, morphine, heroin, and other narcotics into America. Replying to this complaint, the Tokyo Foreign Office has informed the American government that efforts will be made to prevent illegal traffic in drugs, and has requested Japanese ship owners to cooperate in the suppression of the same. Returning to the matter of the alleged participation of German persons in this traffic, one of the authorities claiming this is Dr. Irwin C. Ruth, head of the Narcotics Division of the International Revenue Department of Boston. He alleges that the opium and cocaine traffic is financed largely by interests in Germany and Great Britain, and that certain Germans have powerful corporations operating in South America, which deal in coca leaves, from which is produced cocaine. Concerning the operations of drug rings in Asia, especially in relation to opium, Dr. Ruth states that the opium traffic in Asia has grown to immense proportions and has become one of the greatest industries in the world, being organized with Standard Oil efficiency. In Persia, Turkey, and India, immense plantations are operated by powerful interests, while great banking institutions for financing the drug traffic are well established. Among the peddlers who are the agents of the ring, the traffic is chiefly in the hands of Americans, Canadians, Chinese, Negroes, Russians, and Italians, although the Assyrians and Greeks are running closely in the race. It is claimed also, but with what truth we cannot say, that there is a well-defined propaganda among the aliens of color to bring about the degeneration of the white race. Maybe it isn't so, after all, the popular dictum which has something to do with a flag and a bulldog. Oh, yes, it is the one which declares, "What we have will hold." The trouble with most bulldogs is that their heads are only developed in the region of the jaw, and that any yellow terrier can hamstring them from behind. We have no very great sympathy with the baiting of the yellow races, or with the belief that these exist only to serve the Caucasian or to be exploited by us. Such a belief was exemplified in a film once shown at a 5-cent theater in Chicago and was reported by Jane Addams. In the pictures, a poor woman is surrounded by her several children, all of whom are desperately hungry and hold out pleading hands for food. The mother sends one of the boys on the streets to beg, but he steals a revolver instead, kills a Chinaman, robs him of several $100s, and rushes home with the money to his mother. The last scene portrays the woman and children on their knees in prayer, thanking God for his care and timely rescue of them. The Chinese, as a rule, are a friendly people and have a fine sense of humor that puts them on an easy footing with our folk, as compared with the Hindu and others we might mention. Ah Duck, or whatever we choose to call him, is patient, polite, and persevering. Also, he inhales deeply. He has other peculiarities such as paying his debts and refraining from profanity. You sabi? The population of China amounts to 426 million people, or one-third of the human race. Yes, it was a New York citizen who, looking up from an encyclopedia, exclaimed with deadly earnestness, "In this household we shall not have more than 3 children seeing this book, says every 4th child born in the world is a Chinaman." Still, it behooves the people in Canada and the United States to consider the desirability of these visitors, for they are visitors, and to say whether or not we shall be at home to them for the future. A visitor may be polite, patient, persevering, as above delineated, but if he carries poisoned lollipops in his pocket and feeds them to our children, it might seem wise to put him out. It is hardly credible that the average Chinese peddler has any definite idea in his mind of bringing about the downfall of the white race, his swaying motive being probably that of greed. But in the hands of his superiors he may become a powerful instrument to this very end. In discussing this subject, Major Crehan of British Columbia has pointed out that whatever their motive, the traffic always comes with the Oriental, and that one would, therefore, be justified in assuming that it was their desire to injure the bright browed races of the world. Naturally, the aliens are silent on the subject, but an addict who died this year in British Columbia told how he was frequently jeered at as a white man accounted for. This man belonged to a prominent family and, in 1917, was drawing a salary of $6,000 a year. He fell a victim to a drug booster till ultimately he became a ragged wreck living in the noisome alleys of Chinatown, lost to use and name and fame. This man used to relate how the Chinese peddlers taunted him with their superiority at being able to sell the dope without using it, and by telling him how the yellow race would rule the world. They were too wise, they urged, to attempt to win in battle, but would win by wits, would strike at the white race through dope, and when the time was ripe would command the world. It may sound like a fantastic dream, writes the reporter, but this was the story he told in one of the brief periods when he was free from the drug curse, and he told it in all sincerity. Some of the Negroes coming into Canada, and they are no fiddle-faddle fellows either, have similar ideas, and one of their greatest writers has boasted how ultimately they will control the white man. Many of these Negroes are law-abiding and altogether estimable, but contrariwise many are obstinately wicked persons, earning their livelihood as free-ranging peddlers of poisonous drugs. Even when deported, they make their way back to Canada, carrying on their operations in a different part of the country. End of Part 2, Chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prisoners at the bar. Ready or not, you must be caught, all around the goal or not. Strange as it may sound, one of the greatest difficulties in dealing with that community of sinners known as the Ring lies in the fact that the judges, magistrates, and prosecuting attorneys are comparatively uninterested in the viscosity of the drug traffic and concerning the stranglehold it has gained on the country. Not long ago, a Canadian magistrate imposed a fine of $1,000 on a drug peddler. The peddler appealed the case. The learned trial judge asked the Crown prosecutor why the fine was so high. The prosecutor didn't know. The fine was then reduced to $200, which is less than half of what the tan-visaged gentleman from the Flowery Kingdom would have made from the sale of opium at one hop party, where the usual fee for white smokers is $10 apiece. In this particular case, there was no doubt whatsoever that the position taken by the trial judge and the prosecuting attorney were taken in what they believed to be in the best interest of justice, for both are men of absolutely impeachable integrity. The case is cited merely to show the need of instructing the public concerning the Ring and its agents, and as to why the Dominion government allows a magistrate to penalize a peddler for a fine $1,000 and costs or to imprisonment for any term not exceeding 1 year, or to both fine and imprisonment. It would also show the public why these penalties, rigorous as they are, must be considered as entirely inadequate in dealing with the Ring. Elsewhere, we have said that politics might have something to do with the difficulty in securing convictions against Chinamen. From the report of the State Board of Pharmacy, California, one is amazed to find that the Ring has secured such power that even those entrusted with the dispensing of justice are regularly employed by Chinese companies to act as their attorneys. The report reads as follows. In some localities, it has been found that the district attorney and sometimes the police, judge, or justice is regularly employed by the Chinese companies to act as their attorney. These facts only come to the board's attention after the prosecutions are begun, when it is found that these cases are not being brought to trial as promptly as they should, or that some unknown influence is being brought to bear, making convictions difficult to secure. If the board did not employ special counsel, it would be utterly impossible in such cases to make any headway at all. It therefore becomes necessary for the board, inspectors, and attorney to devote more time and attention to such cases in order to prevent continuous postponements, and it is sometimes necessary for the board to have cases transferred to another township owing to the attitude of the justice. This is a matter which should be closely watched in that it might occur in any town or city. The State Board of Pharmacy has somewhat to say of the police also while setting forth the difficulties encountered in prosecuting. The paragraph reads, "In certain localities it has been found upon investigation that the police department should not be taken into the confidence of the board to handle its work. The board was therefore compelled to transact such business with the sheriff of the county. However, we are pleased to inform you that, in but one instance, has it developed that neither the police nor the sheriff's department could be trusted to handle this work. In the larger cities, the board has always had the assistance and cooperation of the United States Customs and Internal Revenue Departments whenever unstamped opium was found. After the board has prosecuted the person in whose possession it was found, the federal authorities would then prosecute further such a case." 2. One of the greatest difficulties in dealing with the ring and its agents relates to the matter of bail. Being taken into custody by the police does not really constitute a great inconvenience to these persons. The peddler is released on bail almost immediately, and as a consequence of the enormous profits can sell enough drugs between the period of his release and trial to make up for the bail which he forfeits by fading away. Or if he wants to stay with the charge, the ring arranges the bail and he has little worry concerning it. Bail is almost invariably supplied, even in small places, showing that no peddler is outside the watchful care of the syndicate. This is usually forthcoming a few minutes after an arrest is made. It is not their policy that their agents should remain in the cells for any length of time, especially if the agent should be an addict and likely to tell secrets under the stress of drug need. And then, well then, it happens sometimes, no one knows how, that when the peddler does not appear upon being called for trial, the bail bonds prove to be absolutely worthless, and that no cash has been deposited as collateral. A barrister related to me that in the case of a colored woman who had come before me recently, he had been offered $500 to pass her a package of morphine while consulting with her in the cells. She had been refused bail, and her friends were afraid she might break under the strain of cross-examination. The people lived in a miserable shack, but had apparently ample funds to pay all legal expenses and to bribe the counsel. On his refusal, they urged that if he would only put the package in his pocket, the woman could be relied to pick it, so that he need feel no culpability in the matter. The barrister further related that one of his clients, by repute a seller of wares in a small way, lost a while ago at Fantan the sum of $22,000. A dispatch from British Columbia states that in one bank in the province, $400,000 a month is sent to the Orient by Chinamen. If this be a fair average, the total per annum amounts to nearly $5 million from this one bank. The figures are indicative of the sums of money at the disposal of these aliens, And maybe the figures show incidentally why there is so much unemployment in Colombia by the sea. Such immense sums being drawn from production without any being returned must lead to a serious situation. In view of these facts, a fine for a peddler must be considered as a joke, were it not, alas, a tragedy. We will never make progress in wiping out the traffic until imprisonment or deportation are substituted for fining. Why this has not been the government policy in Canada and the United States can only be attributed to the fact that the majority of our legislators are ignorant of the extent of the traffic and the frightfulness of its consequences. At any rate, as yet, these are only biting their quarrel on this question. Footnote: in June 1922, amendments to the Opium and Drug Act of Canada covering these points were ratified by the federal government. End footnote. No one who understands the profits and the injury to the victims can argue for a moment that fining is to be seriously considered either as a punishment or a deterrent. It is wholly as reasonable to impose fines on the prisoner of wells or on the deliberate disseminator of deadly germs, the results being ultimately the same, except that the dealer in dopes commits the crime for his personal gain. It is not reasonable to suppose that our legislators are moving by compassion for the fell and savage beasts who are purveyors of narcotics, and more than they could be moved to compassion for the striking rattler which its fangs and poison ducks. Their comparative leniency towards the ring and its agents must therefore be attributed to their lack of information on narcotics. 3. At this point, the legislators may say that under the Opium and Drugs Act of Canada, the police magistrates now have the option of imposing imprisonment instead of a fine, and that the judges of the United States have the same powers under their federal or state enactments. This is quite true, but if the traffic is to be destroyed, it is unwise that they should have this option. There are few magistrates in their hometowns. In the face of strong pressure from counsel for the defense, or with tears from the prisoner and his relatives, can impose a term of imprisonment where a fine is provided as an alternative. After all, magistrates, like legislators, are extremely fallible persons. In considering the punishment for peddlers, it is easy, too, for a magistrate to remember that $500 or $1,000 make an impressive return in the monthly reports to the municipality or government, incidentally rolling up the revenue in a way that gladdens the heart of those who have to face the budget items. It is well to consider these too, but for a certainty it can never check the drug traffic any more than Mrs. Partington's broom could hold back the Atlantic. This general imposition of the minimum fine by the magistrates has been amply demonstrated in the administration of the prohibitory liquor laws, as well as in certain offenses triable summarily under the Criminal Code of Canada. There are, of course, some notable exceptions in the administration of maximum penalties as applied to dope peddlers, but, speaking generally, the opposite condition prevails. Referring to this matter in a recent letter, Chief Constable Newton of Winnipeg said, Chinamen, Negroes, and Jews thrive by reasons of the traffic, and drugs are so easily transmitted from one person to another that their detection is most difficult. Personally, I would advocate more severe penalties and would eliminate the finding of persons found surreptitiously selling drugs, and would impose a jail sentence of not less than 6 months for the first offense. In some of the Canadian cities, the opinion is growing that to make the punishment fit the crime, all cases of unlawful selling should be laid as indictable offenses as provided for in the Opium and Drugs Act, where a penalty up to 7 years is imposed. In Montreal and Vancouver, several persons have recently been sentenced to 5-year terms. In the United States, physicians are being sentenced for terms of from 10 to 25 years. Not long ago, a Western Canadian newspaper announced in double-leaded type, "The king of the dope peddlers captured." He was awarded a penalty of 4 months in jail in spite of the adage that when you strike at a king, you must kill him. There are happenings like this which cause an outcry for the lash, and it is an outcry that is daily growing in volume by those who have to do with the traffic. It is advocated that for the illegal sale of narcotic drugs, 10 lashes should be administered the convict on entering jail and 10 on leaving. It is strongly urged that mild fines and short sentences as punitive measures have only served to bring the law into disrepute among the criminally minded. Others, however, are opposed to lashings and argue that by applying the cat o' nine tails to the Oriental, our conduct would approximate that of the policeman in the province of Saskatchewan, who, in chasing some stark naked Doukhobors, threw off his garments one by one because of the heat, until coming upon them he was naked too. 4. Perhaps the best way of dealing with the members of the ring and their agents is to deport them where possible under law. 80 persons were deported last year from the province of Alberta, and there is not a liner clearing for the Orient that does not carry some Chinese who have been officially declared as undesirable aliens. For the benefit of those who may desire to know who may be legally deported, we quote in part Section 40 of the Immigration Act of Canada. Whenever any person other than a Canadian citizen or person having Canadian domicile has become an inmate of a penitentiary, jail, reformatory, prison, asylum, or hospital for the insane or mentally deficient, or an inmate of a public charitable institution, it shall be the duty of any officer cognizant thereof, and the duty of the clerk, secretary, or other official of any municipality in Canada wherein such persons may be, to forthwith send a written complaint thereof to the minister, giving full particulars. Many of the Chinese and Negroes selling contraband drugs have established domicile, although they cannot count any time spent in a jail or asylum as applying to the 5 years required as residence. If they have been traveling back and forth to the United States, it also becomes difficult for these persons to claim this dominion as their residence. One of the greatest hindrances to deporting aliens lies in appeals or in writs of certiorari from the conviction of the magistrate. Looking to deportation, the magistrate imposes a jail sentence, or both imprisonment and a fine. In the higher court, the learned trial judge almost invariably reduces the sentence to a fine only, thus precluding the possibility of deportation. It is not that the judge thinks of the offense less seriously than the magistrate, but counsel for the appellant makes a pathetic plea for the reduction of the penalty to a fine, the appellant having already served a period in jail awaiting the hearing of his case. Counsel further urges, in good sentences well pronounced, that a fine will amply meet the needs of justice, as well as permitting the sad and rather virtuous appellant to return to his home and business. Indeed, if you listen to the barrister's silver sentences, you will invariably conclude that the magistrate who imposed the sentence of imprisonment is a pestilent person and may be an extraordinary idiot, even when the magistrate is yourself. And then, well, someone has to say it. The judge, having once been counsel himself, reflects that when the appellant has paid the counsel's fees, as well as the costs of the case, he will be amply penalized for the offense. For these reasons, almost any drug peddler who knows the method can have his term knocked off and escape deportation. And they do escape. Maybe it would be possible to have the Immigration Act amended to enable our taking proceeding for deportation against any alien who has been convicted and fined. The act might be amended too, so that naturalized aliens convicted of selling should suffer the cancellation of their naturalization papers. At any rate, whatever the punishment inflicted, it should be of a preventative nature. A fine only means that the city or province taxes the trade and thus, in a sense, becomes partners therein. The punishment should not leave the peddler free to commit the same crime over and over again. End of Part 2, Chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A comparison and a question. When nations go astray from age to age, the effects remain a fatal heritage. Robert Southey. In England, the illicit use of narcotics is prosecuted under the Dangerous Drug Act, assented to in 1920. It has supplementary regulations but does not differ materially from the acts in force in Canada and the United States, except in Clause 14, which provides that any constable may arrest without warrant any person who has committed or attempted to commit or is reasonably suspected by the constable of having committed or attempted to commit an offense against this act, if he has reasonable grounds for believing that the person will abscond unless arrested, or if the name and address of the person are unknown to and cannot be ascertained by him. The value of such a provision can hardly be overestimated, and if adopted on this continent, should do much to prohibit peddling. On the other hand, in the administration of this act, the police work under a great handicap in that no conviction can take place unless a forbidden drug is found actually on the person of the arrested man or woman. As a result, there are places of assignation where the habitués go for their supply of sulphuric drugs, and where there is a system of warning signals when unknown or unauthorized persons seek to gain admittance. There are hundreds of these places in London, some in the finest areas in the West End, others around Shaftesbury Avenue, or in the squalid districts about Tottenham Court Road. These may be nightclubs, cafes, hairdressing parlors, or dancing dens. The Hindus, Lascars, Chinese, and Japanese who live in the East End of London conduct similar places of resort, presumably as restaurants, manicuring establishments, shops for the sale of lingerie, cigarettes, or for toilet resequites. It was discovered recently that a favorite point for meeting of vendors and addicts was at the statue of Nurse Edith Cavell in St. Martin's Lane, near Trafalgar Square. The London Evening News, discussing the matter, says that there is no doubt of the existence of some powerful organization or ring which not only outwits the police and customs officials, but has complete control over its agents. A Hindu who refused to say where he obtained the drug found on him declared, "It is more than my life is worth to say where I got the stuff." In no single instance have the London police been able to learn the source of supply from any suspected or convicted person. In a report of the committee appointed by the Secretary of State in England to consider outstanding objections to the draft of the Dangerous Drugs Act, it is stated that over 30 million prescriptions for narcotics are given annually. As the population of England and Wales is 37,609,600 people, it can readily be seen that as compared with the United States, their consumption is very much greater. The population of America is approximately 107 millions, and their estimated prescriptions for last year total less than 20 millions. We are, of course, presuming that equal amounts are prescribed in both countries. In England, however, one deduces from the comparative dearth of cases in the police courts that drug peddlery has not reached the proportions of the business on this continent, the bulk of sales being through the chemists. This is probably the reason, too, that the peddlers have no corner on drugs, for while an opium smoke in England costs 2 shillings, in Canada it may cost $10 or 20 times the amount. A friend of mine who is a social worker in the East End of London has, in a letter, given me information concerning the Chinatown, which is located in that district. Her letter reads, "Chinatown consists mainly of two thoroughfares named Limehouse Causeway and Penny Fields. Limehouse, wherein a number of Chinese citizens have resided since 1910. Previous to that year, there were only a few who had permanent residences, which were situated in Limehouse Causeway. Prior to the outbreak of the Great War in 1914, no law existed in England prohibiting opium traffic. Shortly after the war commenced, it was made a serious offense under the Defense of the Realm regulations to smoke, or for persons to have in their possession opium without authority, also for any person to possess opium smoking utensils. In 1921, these regulations were abolished, and in place of the regulation prohibiting this traffic, the Dangerous Drugs Act of 1921, which has similar provisions, was passed. Opium smoking pertains in this district practically only among the Chinese, although 2 or 3 cases have come to light in which English women have indulged in the vice. It will be remembered that the well-known actress Billy Carlton, who died mysteriously in 1920 and upon whom an inquest was held, indulged in opium smoking at a West End flat, and that the opium and utensils were supplied by Ada Lo Ping Yu, the British-born wife of a Chinaman residing in Limehouse Causeway. For this offense, Miss Lo Ping Yu was convicted and sent to prison, and her husband was subsequently deported for trafficking in opium. The opium which is used by these unauthorized persons is smuggled into this country by Chinese seamen. The subterfuges they adopt to effect their purpose are very ingenious. In some cases, Chinese seamen have been known to make temporary boot socks of raw opium. Others conceal it under their armpits, in their clothing, etc. By these methods, they try to evade detection by HM customs officers, and if successful, they find a good and ready market amongst the Chinese residents. The raw opium is then boiled in a copper saucepan, allowed to get cool, and when it sets, it is prepared in small pills for internal application, and in packets for smoking. The pills have an effect similar to that of smoking. The drug is then surreptitiously sold and used in the east and west ends of London. The inveterate opium smoker can usually be detected by his extraordinary sallow complexion, dreamy appearance, and want of vitality. Opium smoking dens are usually arranged in upper rooms of the houses. The windows of such places are invariably covered in such a way as to prevent the fumes escaping into the street, obviously for the purpose of avoiding detection. These rooms are fitted out either with wide wooden shelves or beds upon which recline these desirous of taking an opium smoke. These smokes vary in price from $2 to $5, according to the value of the drug and the financial position of those desiring to indulge. When the Defense of Realm Act came into operation, prohibiting opium smoking, etc., a number of these dens existed in Chinatown. From this time until 1920, many prosecutions took place at the Thames Police Court, and the offenders were fined, and in some cases, imprisonment was imposed. But this did not deter the Chinamen a great deal, as when a fine was inflicted, it was at once paid, and the Chink continued his vice. In 1920, the police were very considerably aided by one of the Thames Police Court magistrates to rid the district of this traffic by recommending the chief offenders for deportation. This had a wonderful effect, and opium smoking in Chinatown today is almost non-existent, although it will never be entirely abolished as long as Chinese are resident in this country. No other drug traffic prevails in Chinatown. Apparently, the English people are not alive to the drug menace as we are on this continent, and it is only when some actress or noted person takes an overdose, either by accident or misadventure, that public comment is made. Visitors to England and returned soldiers allege, however, the habit is making prodigious headway, especially among the denizens of the underworld, and that little or no difficulty is encountered in getting supplies of narcotics to be used there or smuggled abroad. The report of the special committee appointed by the Treasurer of the Revenue Department of the United States goes to show that the greater number of addicts are American born. It is a rare occurrence, the report claims, to find an addict among the immigrants on their arrival in this country, although some of them become addicted to the use of these drugs after taking up their abode in this country. Of course, this statement does not apply to the Chinese and certain other nationalities of the Orient. It must be borne in mind that the profligate denizens of the underworld in the large European cities do not migrate to a country where they will be expected to perform hard manual labor and where narcotics are vastly more expensive. This may explain somewhat for their comparative scarceness, although there is no doubt whatever that no such addiction exists in Europe as in America. We have already shown that compared with the 72 grains of narcotics per capita used in America, the Austrian uses less than 1 grain, the Italian 1, the German 2, the Portuguese 2.5, the Frenchman 3, and the Hollander 3.5. While this comparison relates to narcotics generally, an American authority on the subject gives the following figures on the opium alone consumed per capita in the United States. From 13 to 72% more opium is consumed per capita, he says, in the United States than is used in Europe, according to federal statistics. This is something for the country to ponder over. It is an astonishing fact. Statistics show that Germany and France each use 17,000 pounds of opium annually, Italy 6,000 pounds, Australia 3,000 pounds, Portugal 2,000 pounds, and the United States the alarming and shameful total of 470,000 pounds annually. In fact, since these statistics were compiled, the total consumption of opium in this country has increased to more than 500,000 pounds. This does not include the large amount smuggled into this country every year. When we consider that a great portion of our drugs are manufactured in Europe and sent hither, the comparison becomes astounding and must raise disquieting questions in the minds of the most indifferent of our people. Why should the comity of nations known as the Anglo-Saxons become drug fiends, while the Europeans remain sober? Can we cope with the situation, or has it grown beyond our reach? The answer to the former question can probably be determined by studying the European conditions, the answer to the second by studying our own. Dr. Hamilton says that drug addiction is peculiarly an American habit and largely attributable to our strenuous life with its concentrated activity throughout the day and late hours at night with consequent loss of sleep. One who is an addict himself declares that the people of this continent are the most curious in the world, the direct lineal descendants of Eve. They want to taste and live, or taste and die. While still in their teens, they have exhausted all the thrills the world can afford, and seek it happily or unhappily. They may find others within the spell and counterspell of the drug. While doubtless these statements are true, still they would be equally applicable to the young Frenchman as compared with the young American. And if we are to find the actual solution, we must go further afield than New York or Montreal and dig deeper, looking to the solution and cure of drug addiction. This phase of the matter is one that should engage the immediate and unremitting attention not only of our physicians, psychiatrists, and philanthropists, but of the officials at Ottawa, Washington, and London. End of Part 2, Chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Black Smoke. A sweet boy promised to marry me, but he went away and left. Song of Annise. It is often said that you cannot believe an addict on oath, while the word of an addict should not outweigh the obvious trend of evidence in the case. As a general thing, he does not differ materially from other prisoners who come before the courts. That is to say, he tells the truth when it suits him. If he has been convicted and is looking for leniency, he will tell all he knows concerning the trade. Where a white addict falls into the clutches of the law and wants his daily bolus, there is no such thing as secrecy. We use the words white addict with advisement, for a Chinaman is seldom talkative, even to his counsel, unless perfectly sure of him. The Chinaman's heart is a fountain sealed. In the statement of Betty M., here following, the charges concerning the peddlers were found to be true. We have taken the trouble to verify them. All the members of the ring were known to the Federal Department of Health, and one of these was arrested a fortnight later with several $1,000s worth of drugs in his possession. The department also had knowledge of the operations of the Winnipeg physician who supplied Betty with the habit-forming drugs and took the necessary steps to stay his headlong trade of wickedness. It can be seen from this story that Winnipeg has no monopoly of the medical dope seller, the pest being a widely spread one. The average well-conducted physician, whether British or American, must, indeed, feel it bad enough to belong to the same species as such, but almost unbearable to belong to the same profession. Betty had borne a son to the Chinaman of this story, and the child had been sent to the Orient for education. If one has imagination, there are long thoughts to be worked out concerning this white child who was sent to its yellow grandparents in China. The girl, in quick-fingered fashion, had taken some wearing apparel from a downtown flat, and while the detectives were searching for her, word was telephoned to the police station that a girl had taken an overdose of morphine in a drugstore and was in a state of collapse. The girl was Betty. After her trial and conviction, she earnestly desired to make a statement to me, and was permitted so to do. She was sentenced to a month in jail, but it was arranged that, after serving this term, she should spend 3 months with the Sisters of Charity until some steps could be taken looking to her rehabilitation. We had hoped she would break the connection with the Chinaman, but to this proposal she stubbornly refused. Later Betty ran away from the convent, but was arrested at Calgary and served another term of 6 weeks in prison. When released therefrom, she found that Tai Yu, her lover, had disappeared, and so, hoping to find him, left at once for British Columbia. It has been rumored that her search for him is in vain, Tai having returned to China. When he first became acquainted with Betty, this young Chinaman was comparatively rich, but at the time I came to know him, she had dissipated his wealth to such an extent that he was almost bankrupt. As he strove to control the girl's irritability and cowering agitation while arranging her bail at the police station, he was noticeably a strong, intelligent man, and one with a wide patience. One becomes especially disquieted, almost terrified, in face of these things, for it sometimes seems as if the white race lacks both the physical and moral stamina to protect itself, and that maybe the black and yellow races may yet obtain the ascendancy. Indeed, this seems possible, even probable, unless the enslavement which comes from these abhorrent and debasing narcotics can be strongly and speedily dealt with. And yet, the ignorance concerning the scope and nature of the menace is known and recognized only by a few of our people. The people of the Orient have, however, learned this bitter lesson, and it was Chum, once the viceroy of Canton, who said the opium eater is one of the dead not yet buried. The taking of opium or morphine by a white man is the synonym of ruin. It leaves him without even the rudiments of a soul and physically a derelict. In the story, The Gate of the Hundred Sorrows, Kipling makes the white man tell of its effects like this. Nothing grows on you so much, if you're white, as the black smoke. A yellow man is made different. Opium doesn't tell on him scarcely at all, but white and black suffer a good deal. Of course, there are some people that the smoke doesn't touch any more than tobacco would at first. They just doze a bit, as one would fall asleep naturally, and next morning they are almost fit for work. Now, I was one of that sort when I began, but I've been at it for 5 years, pretty steadily, and it's different now. The black smoke does not allow of much other business, and even though I am very little affected by it, as men go, I couldn't do a day's work now to save my life. Omitting the form of affidavit, the following is the statement of Elizabeth M. Betty Tai Yu, made before me on January 13th, 1921, by the court. Question. Your name? Answer. Betty Tai Yu. Question. Where do you reside? Answer. On M Avenue with Tai Yu, a Chinaman. I have lived with him for 5 years. He was educated for a schoolteacher and is good to me. Question. Are you married to him? Answer. No, but we have a little boy 4 years old. Tai sent him to China to be educated. I want to marry Tai, but he says I have to give up using drugs. Question. Then Tai does not use drugs? Answer. No, he gets angry with me and breaks my hypo and burns my drugs, but sometimes when I am very bad, he gives me money to buy more. We used to live in a block, but I cried and make a fuss when I could not get enough M or C, so we moved to a house where no one would hear me. When I get a craving, I make a noise. That is why I smashed the door of the police station on the south side. I had a craving and was goofy. Question. Does Tai buy the drugs for you from his friends? Answer. The worst place here for dope is the Chinese. W is the head of it. I won't tell on the Chinamen. They are all good to me. They are nearly all Tai's cousins. There is a man here who hides it in a bed that folds into the wall. He is at the X Hotel on the 2nd floor. His girl is with him now. She smokes hop. I don't know her name. She looks like a French girl and has long, skinny arms and legs. Question. Where do your people live? Answer. I have a sister in Winnipeg. She is a nurse in a hospital. My father is dead. Mother lives in Minneapolis. Question. Tell me, Betty, how you first came to use drugs. Answer. I had a nervous breakdown when I was 15, and Dr. O.O., of the hospital broke me into drugs. He is a specialist in women's diseases. I was in bed for 3 months and I got 4 pills a day. I couldn't tell you to this day what they were, whether 1/4 grain or 1/8 grain, because I didn't know anything about it. Question. How did you come to Canada? Answer. I came myself. I did some clerical work in Brandon for a while. I had been going to the high school in Minneapolis. I was sick in Brandon and went to my sister in Winnipeg. Question. What did you do in Winnipeg? Answer. I went to see Dr. Z. Question. And what did he say to you? Answer. He asked me what kind of pills I was taking, how big they were, and if they were white pills. And I had the box which I had got them from the drugstore in, and I showed it to him, and he said, Do you know what is the matter with you? I said, No, I don't. He said, You have a habit for morphine. He asked me how many I had been taking a day, and I could not tell what amount they were, but I took 4 pills. Question. What happened then, Betty? Answer. Then Dr. Z continued giving me these pills. He would write prescriptions 5 or 6 grains at a time. When I was done with them, I could get more. Question. How long would 5 or 6 grains last you? Answer. I wasn't bad on it like I am now. It would probably do me 2 or 3 days. Question. How long were you with Dr. Z of Winnipeg? Answer. For about a month or 5 weeks until I was acquainted there, and then, through going to his office, I met some other people that had been writing prescriptions for drugs. You meet lots of people going in and out of the city, peddling these drugs all over Canada. They buy in big quantities. After that, I stopped going to Dr. Z, and I was able to get it like that. Question. Do you remember the people you used to meet at his office? What were their names? Answer. Yes, there was one fellow, Gus B., and Sam W., but they are both dead now, and Mary G., and Babe N., and her husband, Charlie N., and Barney H. They all got prescriptions there, and Gladys M., and Mary J. Question. Is that Gladys M. who jumped in the river here? Answer. It might be. She has been in trouble lots of times. Marie, a little dark girl who looks like a half-breed, used to go around with her. Question. They all got prescriptions from Dr. Z? Answer. Yes, until they found they could get it cheaper from other peddlers. The peddlers would buy in big amounts, would bring it to Winnipeg, and then would dish it out in small packages. We would call these decks, but some people called them bindles. Question. Where would the peddlers get it? Answer. I don't know. Montreal, I believe, they go for it. They used to bring it back by the trunkful. Question. From Montreal? Answer. Yes, and from across the line for a while, but that was put a stop to. They used to get cocaine and wrap it in packages, and the girls would go and sell it in the United States. Question. Did you ever sell any? Answer. No. They used to make a little vest tight to their skin, all little packets, just big enough for a package to go in, and then put the packages in them so they got searched at the border or anything. They wouldn't bother them. Question. Who supplied the girls with money to buy the drugs? Answer. the fellows they were with. It doesn't cost so much to buy it in big quantities, and they didn't sell it straight. They mixed flour, sugar of milk, and boric acid, and things like that with it. Cocaine you can buy for $45 an ounce. Question: where do you buy it at that price? Answer: they buy it all over. I couldn't buy it myself, but I know what they paid for it. Question: do you know the names of those men who are supplying money to the girls? Answer: well, I have given them. Question: those are the men who are supplying the money? Answer: yes. They make 1 ounce of cocaine into 155 packages, but sometimes they make 200 packages and sell it for $1 a package. Question: where did you go when you left Winnipeg? Answer: I came here with Tai Yu. Question: and Tai has been pretty good to you? Answer: he has been awfully good to me. So many people have ideas that the Chinese are all uneducated and stupid, like those in laundries. Question: where did you live when you came to Edmonton? Answer: I stopped at the hotel till I went to the hospital. That was when I got the boric acid and cocaine mixed. I was pretty sick. Question: where were you buying your drugs in Edmonton? Answer: from WB in the cafe. He is a little skinny fellow, thin, yellow-faced. He smokes opium. That is the headquarters for it here. They hide it in the coal. Winnipeg Slim sells morphine for $60 an ounce. He stays at the R rooms. When here, he was here 2 weeks ago, but went to Saskatoon, but said he was coming back again. Question: where did you get your drugs next? Answer: from Dr. XY in the N block. He used to give me from 92 to 100 grains of morphine a week. Question: how many grains did you get each day? Answer: I usually get 13 grains. I got the prescriptions filled at the drugstore. Question: did you get this amount in one prescription? Answer: no. I would go back 2 or 3 times a day. Sometimes he was away and I could not get him. Often I would write them myself and he would sign his name. Question: he would give you the pad? Answer: I would get his pad and pen and write it out and he would sign his name. Sometimes he pretended he would not give me any morphine, but he was only trying to keep face. He always gave it to me in the end, but I have had to get on my knees first. Ty's cousins like to keep face with me too, but that was because Ty's told them to siwash me. Question: what does it mean to siwash you? Answer: the Siwashes are Indians in British Columbia. They can't get whiskey because they are Indians. Question: oh, I see, lassie. Ty inhibited you. Answer: I don't know, only I had to coax hard sometimes to get the stuff. Question: how much did the doctor charge you for each prescription? Answer: $2. Question: then you would pay him $6 a day? Answer: yes, and it cost me 75 cents for the tube of morphine. There were 6¼ grains in one tube. They were quarter grain tablets. The prescriptions and vials of morphine cost me $8.25 per day. Question: where did you get the money? Answer: my jewelry that Ty gave me. I pawned every bit of it. I had diamond rings, a cameo ring, an American gold piece ring, brooches, 10-carat chain, and lockets. They are all gone. Question. Did Dr. XY know this? Answer. I mentioned it to him 2 or 3 times that I was short and would have to pawn my ring, and he just took it as a joke. Question. Did he ever take any of them for payment? Answer. No. Question. He was hard on you, was he? Answer. His heart never softened very much for me. I don't think he ever gave me a pill that I didn't pay for. Question. Did Ty give you any money? Answer. Yes, Ty helped me a lot. Question. Are you still going to Dr. XY? Answer. No. He left town for some company work. Then I started to use hydrocene and codeine to break off from the morphine. I used to go to doctor's office. He treated me there, but nothing went out. Question. What did he give you? Answer. He gave me all the substitutes I asked for. Question. What were these? Answer. Hydrocene, codeine, dionine, digitalis, strychnine, nitroglycerin, and other things which I forget. I couldn't take them out, though. Question. Were these drugs to break you off morphine and cocaine? Answer. Yes. Question. But you had opium pills and cocaine in your possession when you collapsed in drugstore. The police matron took those out of your powder puff. Answer. Yes. I said I was trying to break off. I didn't succeed very well, and I got all I could pay for. If I couldn't afford both, I always bought morphine. Sometimes when I was sick, I got another girl to buy the stuff for me, but I would have to give her half as a kind of payment. I suffer awfully if I have to do without it and want to kill myself. Question. When you take cocaine, what is its particular effect? Answer. Coke bugs. I get them under the skin, generally in the back. I do silly things then. That was how I came to take those things out of Mrs. B's flat. I didn't want them at all, but was just goofy. Question. Do you want to give up these drugs, Betty? Are you willing to be helped by going into an institution? Answer. I want to get better, Mrs. Murphy, but I just couldn't stand it. I'd like to get better for Ty to marry me. Question. Wouldn't you rather go back to your mother in Minneapolis? I could get you deported as an undesirable alien. Answer. No, no. I will never leave Ty. Please don't send me back. Please don't. I'll try hard to give up things. Question. Is there anything more you would like to tell me before the matron takes you downstairs? Answer. I have told you all I can think of. Please do not send me to the States. End of Part 2, Chapter 11.